Are we all excited for books? Everybody's favorite thing. Yeah, books. I think that's true. Anyway, let's go to the mainstream. We've got an exciting switch of format, which is everybody's got hats. You may okay. Before I start getting accused of shrinking the hat, you may notice my hat is marginally smaller. This is because I split my hat into 3 hats, and ipso facto we have the same volume of hat on screen. It's just spread out. Chat gets a hat, Kai gets a hat, I get a hat. Hat democracy. There's echo. Oh heck. Oh heck. Kai, could you speak? Okay. I'm gonna do technology. I'm really good at technology. Kai is speaking but on mute. Oh, can you talk again? Ah, that's the audio path you were through. Oh no. I have a hat like precariously hung just above your head with like, is it called chicken wire? The like little pieces of string. Okay, tentatively. Could you speak again, Kai?
What do you
Okay.
want me to say?
I've
It's
got rid of the
Fantasy Book
echo.
Club Day.
It is Fantasy Book Club Day, and it's very exciting because we're all here on time. And look at us go. Chat gets a hat, I get a hat. Kai has a hat floating over their head because they are incorporeal, but you know, it's still a hat. Let me say hello to everyone. Okay, hello Dust. First of all, I'm very speedy. Hi Thunder, hi Brum, hi Johnny, hi Kai, hi Will. How are you all doing? How has your day been going? Have you had merry weekend? Have you struggled with IS6? Are you excited about the works of Ursula K. Le Guin?
I did not struggle with IS6.
No? Have you not tried it yet? To be fair,
No, I've not tried it yet.
the standard ending is pretty chill. But
I have not tried it yet.
I forget what event they're from, but the civilians that catch fire when they take damage, or was it dogs? They're scary. They're one of the special fights. But
Oh, I know what you're talking about. Oh yeah, they're spooky.
the standing ending is chill, but the levels leading up to it are miserable. This is what I found too. The standard ending on was kind of fine. Yes, to Kayla Glenn. I am. Oh, I've just realised I've started on the final slide of my presentation, which is probably not the
Thank you
best.
for
But
being here.
still, thank you for being here from the very start. We can be thankful at the beginning and the middle and the end, but it's book club time. I'm
Thank you
gonna.
for being here, Scream.
Oi! Okay, I'm gonna make a little pinned post because I forgot to share it last month, which is the nomination form. We're gonna be going through the books that were nominated over the course of last month, and I ended up picking one up from November as well that I forgot to include. But if you have a book you would like to suggest for our next book club fantasy meeting in January, this is the little form to submit it by, and it'll be open for 2 weeks. And so I'm gonna pin that at the top. I probably should have included an explanation message, but this is what we have, and so that's as a little reminder for myself. Didn't know hats could reproduce through mitosis. Very cool specimen you got there. There's a book on it in the library somewhere. I just followed instructions. But yes, we have a very exciting book today with The Dispossessed by Ursula K. Le Guin. Shall we skedaddle into the spoiler free review section? So, I suppose I should talk about the structure of it again. before we delve too deep into the reviews. The general format our book club follows is we have a spoiler-free review discussion, the book nominations, and then we do a secondary discussion that is less so reviewing the book and more so just talking about it with full spoilers, often quoting parts of the book to talk about the writing in more detail and just being excited or emotional about what happens, is the general format of things. Uh, if you have any questions,
Yes.
feel free to let us know. Um, I think it's one of those things that it might sound like a little bit of a silly format, but once you kind of see it in motion, it makes a better sense. This book, I'm not sure what to make of it. Oh, I think for my end, it's going to be a positive review, but we should jump into um sort of starting off to explain it, the little bit of the setup for this book, and then any content warnings for those who might uh, not be comfortable talking about or listening to stuff about this book. So, for setup, this is by Ursula K. Le Guin, who is, I mean, a very acclaimed author. I believe this is one of her two books that won a Hugo. I'm not the best at knowing specific awards, so I hope I haven't told a fib there. But was
I believe so, yes.
highly recognised for her work, partially in the world of the Hainish Cycle, which is a series of
Mm.
um, connected, but not strictly in the sense of a kind of um, MCU as in parallel timeline connected, but applies common underlying themes and some shared elements of world building. They don't all exist in precisely the same universe, but her two most well-known fiction works are The Left Hand of Darkness, which is also in the Hainish Cycle, and The Dispossessed, I would say, which is the book from the Hainish Cycle we
Mm,
picked up for today. Um, and
ish.
ish, which
It's probably a Wizard of Earthsea as her second or first place. Earthsea is massive. I would say
oh
it's bigger than the
yeah.
Dispossessed.
Yeah, I wouldn't say it's bigger than the Left Hand of Darkness, but it's probably bigger than the
No.
Dispossessed. Yeah.
Uh,
Um.
yeah, it's the Left Hand of Darkness is her most popular book by far.
Mhm. Something that's also kind of interesting about Le Guin is the something that was more so a trend of authors at the time and is less of the case, but as well as a prolific sort of sci-fi dystopian writer and fantasy to some extent, she was a essayist and she wrote a lot of very interesting essays on the human condition, uh, priorities and social constructs, and many others on feminism. We've talked about one previously on Book Club in part, which was the carrier bag theory of evolution, which is an existing principle which he wrote a essay on that became the title essay of an essay collection. And so, really prolific and well respected author. Um, I'm getting distracted a bit, but incredible prose, very dense but incredible prose. Um, and so I had high expectations for this book going into it. What about yourself?
Well, I read it going into this, and I know a lot about Ursula K. Le Guin, so I knew this book was great. Um, it's Ursula K. Le Guin. What can I say?
Part of me is just like, oh, I need to attempt to do the thing where you like hype up and wait to the very end of the review segment to say whether or not you like the book. But we just get too excited about it. We're like, yeah, we love the book.
No,
Connected
uh,
very loosely?
Ursula
Yeah. Oh, sorry.
Ursula K. Le Guin is like one of the authors that I don't under like don't hide my love for. Ursula K. Le Guin,
As
Brando
opposed to Brandon
Sando.
Sanderson, who you're very reserved about.
Yeah, I never speak about him.
Uh-huh, uh-huh.
Why would I? I've never said a single thing about Brandon Sanderson
Yeah.
ever.
Um,
Also, I've never spoken about R.F. Kuang. Why would I ever do that?
no.
I would never.
Imagine. But yes, so um, as Will mentioned, the Hainish Cycle books are very loosely connected. This isn't one of
Yeah.
those cases with a lot of classic fantasy where you have to make sure to jump in at book 1, not book 17. There are many books in the Hainish cycle. I've certainly not read all of them, but they're all written in isolation. So although they provide interesting perspective and context, they don't necessarily exist within a consistent singular universe and don't need to be read in a single order. And so you can really pick them up and start anywhere. That being said, the Dispossessed is, I think, one of the 2 most common starting points, alongside aforementioned Left Hand of Darkness.
Yeah.
Yep.
It's one of the 3 that I know about. I've read all 3. You start with either Left Hand of Darkness, which is like, I would argue, like one of her best books. And then it's The Dispossessed as the other one. And then most people suggest you go to The Word of World is Forest
The
as
word
a
for
second.
yes.
Yeah. The word for world is forest.
Yeah.
That one is the other, like, mostly because it's a like novella, so it's a little bit shorter. So for people that just want like an intro to what her writing is like and stuff like that, people suggest that one as well as a very big like um introduction to the Hainish cycle.
Yeah.
I always get that title wrong. I hate that I get that title wrong because I love that novella. The word for world is forest.
Yeah. That was the first piece of Ursula K. Le Guin fiction I actually read.
Oh,
The word for world is forest, because I think I've spoken about this before. I encountered her first as an essayist, reading
yeah.
some of her individual essays, then picking a few years ago. Oh dear, the passage of time. Probably around a decade ago, I read The Left Hand of Darkness and The Word for World is Forest, as well as one of the other standalone books, which has escaped me for the moment. I started talking about it, but I hadn't read The Dispossessed before, and it was quite interesting because the only other works by her I'd read in the last few years were all essays, were all non-fiction or memoir adjacent, and so this was
Mm.
quite interesting. Um, I really enjoy her. I'm going to jump off topic. We're supposed to be doing the introduction. But yes, in terms of Cool Prince and stuff, this is a book that's been around for. It was
Quite a while.
originally published in. Was it
74.
74? Okay, I was going to say, I know the Hainish cycle started in the 1960s, but this one was 74. So it's had quite a lot of printings and variations. I
Yeah.
read it physically, and the version which I read has a map of Ernie's and Urs on it, which I thought was quite fun, although I didn't really consult much throughout the book because it wasn't um, the geography wasn't hugely significant. But
Yeah.
I love when a book has a map in it, especially because these are
Same.
nautical style maps with the overlapping circle
Yeah.
areas rather than a kind of
They're
traditional
so pretty.
fantasy map of a single country. Um, I will say, in terms of printing and edition, I read a version that had an introduction, and I got too excited about reading the book and never actually read the introduction. So that's a bit of a
Oh.
poor behaviour by me. The one which I have has an introduction by Roddy Doyle, which I'm sure is very good. I just got too excited and skipped straight past. um,
I I logically knew there was a version with an introduction out there, but I've never actually read it. I didn't know who wrote it because I've just been reading the like mostly the like there was one HarperCollins one that got published in 2009, I think. That's
okay.
the one that I mainly read.
I think the one which I'm reading is a slightly less common published version. I think it's the one published by Golans, which I never know how to pronounce
Oh,
out
okay.
loud, which is um, a smaller publisher than
Yeah.
HarperCollins. I think you said HarperCollins. My brain autocorrected. Um,
Yeah.
uh, I read The Left Hand of Darkness and the first couple of Earthsea novels. I love Darkness and didn't think much of Earthsea. It's grown on me since then, so I went into Dispossessed with no low but mid to expectations. That does kind of make sense.
That's fair.
I read Earthsea relatively recently, and I did enjoy it, but
Oh,
oh,
I
oh
didn't
no,
actually know
I
you
told
had
a
it, but
fib. I read
what?
it Earthsea in August. I'd not read that one. I found it in a
Wait, it's
bookstore
that
on sale.
close.
Yeah. I'd really mostly encountered Le Guin as a
I
fiction,
never knew
as a
this.
non-fiction and essayist. Yeah. I still haven't finished the series, so I'm gonna have to pick them up again. It's I'm trying very
You
hard to
said,
be restrained and putting one book per author on my 26 books for 26. Otherwise, the rest of the cycle would be there, but the
yeah, that's
series
fair.
rather.
Also, you say you haven't finished the series, like it's not a 6-book series, and you only read the first one in August. I would expect you did it.
I mean,
I say that knowing me and you read
look
like
at the pace at which
6
I
books at once.
devoured the Gideon the Ninth series.
Yeah, I said that knowing me and you sometimes read 6 books a month, and we could absolutely finish Earthsea in like one sitting.
I will say, this is moving a little bit away from introduction, but very dense writing. This is partially skewed by the perception of the printing I have is printed like a Bible, which I feel like will sound very strange to anyone who hasn't read from a Bible that's around at least 20 or 30 years old, because they are printed with these very, very thin, near translucent pages, but they're incredibly tough. And they have not minuscule type, but one or two sizes down from standard printing, and very dense lines with maybe a centimeter on each side and border to separate them. And so I felt like I was reading very slowly, but then I was just like, wait, when I look online, this book's normally around 400 pages and my copy's 320. Something's going on here.
Mm.
um, oh, hey,
It's
Sona.
also just
How are you
very,
going?
it's also just very dense writing. So
Mm-hmm.
often it can feel like a lot to get through.
The hat's getting bigger. Oh, the hat. Oh, okay, the hat has maintained structural integrity. Not out of hat points here. The hat economy is in shambles. But yes, it is very dense. It's very layered writing, I think.
No.
It's very rare that a sentence is there to express only one idea, which is a terrifying ability to write with, but it's very interesting to read. Um, I don't believe this is a revision, it's not a translation. I read this physically, and then I did a partial reread where I went back and reread some of the key pieces of dialogue. What about yourself? Because I know this was a reread for you.
Yeah, I reread this. Uh, First time I read it was ages ago, and I read it physically. This time I read it digitally so that I can make a lot of annotations and stuff very easily, which got deleted. Makes me
No.
mad. But yeah, so I read it digitally this time, and I read the 2009 HarperCollins version. So I don't think that one was that revision. I don't think that one had many revisions, if any.
Yeah.
I don't remember because I know the first time I read the like OG printing. I read the 1974 printing of the
Ooh.
book,
Mhm,
but I
mhm.
don't remember much different from that version.
So,
I would have to read it closer to when I read that one to be able to say that fully, but I don't remember much difference.
um,
Like digitally though. The digital version I got from the HarperCollins version actually had the same map, had very good like um printing and everything attached to it as well. It was really good. The formatting was great.
okay, well, I will say, I feel like compared to some of the books we've read recently, this is a book that wouldn't suffer too much from some of the potential shortfalls in formatting that come from digital copies. Um,
Yeah.
since it doesn't have any particularly atypical printing in it. It's kind of follows a long paragraphs
Yeah, it's
with a
pretty
standard
chill.
of structure. Yeah.
Yeah, it's
Um,
actually pretty chill.
Before we jump into the center part of the reviews, I'm just going to quickly go over any content warnings for the book. Depending on the theme, we may or may not talk about them in more detail, but just as a general idea, especially if you are considering reading the book, having not read it before, just wanted to go over them. So, the kind of major content warnings that occur on page are sexual assault, police brutality, classism, misogyny, sexism, gun violence, and xenophobia are the key ones. There's also mentions of death, confinement, miscarriage, and skim reading. And bullying as less significant themes. And I'm not seeing it mentioned here, but there's also a brief discussion of suicidal thoughts. And so those are the main ones, I believe. I don't know if there's anything that I've missed skimming the list / my own notes there that you'd like to add in, Kai?
I can't think of any. Those are the big main ones that I can think of right now.
And I think it might be worth noting that sometimes when there's contents warnings when we discuss about a book, it can be something that happens in a single theme or a single scene or in a passing moment, but the key discussions about largely classism and related themes are a core part of this book and its discussion, and so that's going to be a big one. Just because I know with content warnings, it can sometimes appear in isolation, whereas this one's definitely going to end up getting talked about quite a bit.
Yeah.
Did you go back and revise the book after its first publication? No, that the translated or revision is normally used to discuss when we read a book that isn't published in English as its first language. So it was, for example, the book we're reading for nonfiction at the moment, The Book of Tea, was translated, I believe, has had multiple translations, as The
Yeah.
Dispossessed has into other languages. And so you can get different experiences reading on the book depending on what translation you read, in which case the edition and any revisions or changes matters quite a bit. I'm not aware of there being any revisions to Dispossessed. But
I don't think so.
it's
Like I said, I've read the original 1974, and then now I've read a 2009 one. I don't know about the future because I know there is a 2024 version that came out pretty recently as well. But I know at least from 1974 to 2009, I can't remember anything massive changing or much really anything changing.
but yeah,
Um,
it's
but
less
yeah,
relevant to this book, but it's just part of the we have a list of
it's
questions
mostly
we
if
go
we
through.
read like Murakami or something,
Yeah.
which is written in Japanese, and neither of us speak Japanese, so we don't read it in Japanese.
No.
As
There's
much as I
also
would love to.
the case that if you read older books, because you can read them in the sort of old English version, or there's often modernizations.
Yeah.
Although we don't read many classics really, so that hasn't came up yet, I don't think. No, I don't think
No,
it's
I
came
don't
up
think
at
so.
all, actually. Whoa.
The closest we got is I wanted to read the original Dracula if that got chosen.
I nominated Frankenstein, which, I mean, I think the original
Not
version
true,
works, but there is a modernization.
but that also lost.
Yeah.
We're classics.
But yeah, I think if we've got the little bit of setup out the way, um, should we jump into the first section of the discussion, which is the themes of the book? Um,
Yeah, heck yeah.
Sometimes when we go to talk about a book, you might say, oh, like one or two characters has a motif, but there isn't any real clear underlying themes. That's not the case here. um, this book,
Not even close.
Le Guin's Lighting a Large is an incredible exercise of using sci-fi and fantasy and using writing in a separated version of our own world to more accessibly discuss and expand upon ideas, then how in such a way that alleviates some of the difficulty of trying to talk about them plainly, especially if um I don't know. There's so much context of this book going into reading it, so I don't know how much um is spoilerless. The main theme and setup for the world, if you are listening to this without having read it, is there is a scientist Shevek who is on the one of two planets in a joint system, which are Ursus and um uh, Anna Anaris. I never actually figured out how to pronounce the other one.
Naras.
But these are two sister planets. They're often referred to as each other's moons, but they both have naturally occurring atmospheres. And in my brain, I can't internalize a moon having an atmosphere, even though I understand that isn't a criteria for it being a moon. So I'm just going to call them two planets. And although Anna's has naturally occurring water and marine biology, it never really had evolution or development on land. And so after Erenes, which is the home planet of life in the system, so to say, um, achieved space travel and a small group was settled there. Not many people sort of settled down due to the inconvenience and harsh conditions on the planet, but 170 years ago there was increasing protests and discussion about a group of people who didn't want to live under the very I don't know how you would sufficiently differentiate it, because late stage capitalism isn't a distant idea, but it's a very kind of futuristic and further extended upon, but not that not as distant as it when it was written, capitalist society, and several groups
Yeah.
were unhappy with this and were starting revolutions and providing a general nuisance to the ruling group. And so as a result, they were told, if you can't live peacefully here, we'll give you the moon, paraphrasing a lot. And so the settlers moved over to the moon, and that is where the story sort of has the basis of its tension. And these are things which you kind of get in drips over the course of the first chapter or two, so this isn't any major spoilers. This is more key context for any of the discussion to make sense, which I hope is an appropriate level of detail. And we pick up 170 years later with Shevek, who is a physicist, who is going to be the first person to leave the moon and return to the home planet of Ursus, so he can further his scientific research and, in some part, act as an envoy between the two now separated groups. With the distinction being that those settled on Anares formed a pseudo anarchist socialist society and have been living in a distinct contrast to those in terms of way of operations from those on the central planet.
Yeah.
And that's sort of where we jump off from. And so, as you can imagine, the themes of the social structure you live within, how it shapes you, and how that impacts the quality of your life and your duty to it and its duty to you, are huge themes throughout this book. Really, the central point, I think, and so intricately handled. I'm aware I've spoken for a while, so I was just pausing for a second in case I had any interjections.
No. No, that's perfect. The only thing I'll say is, like, so the word capitalism there is an interesting one because it's not realistic. It's a weird
I
alternative
was trying to think of a shorthand of how to describe it, but
So the way I've seen it described that I kind of agree with and kind of guess is it is an anarchist syndicalist alternative capitalism, which is a lot of words to just say it's a weird alternative to capitalism that's very close, but it's like it's got democratic decision making, but it's got a syndicate-like model for bureaucracy, efficiency, and stuff like that attached to it. It's very much like
Yeah.
it's not really capitalism,
Mhm.
but it's hard to describe. It's hard to say how it's not capitalism without reading the book, really. But
Yeah.
it's not capitalism. It's
I,
like
yeah.
it, yeah, it's a. But that's the way I've seen it described as an anarchist syndicate alternative capitalism, which
I
is
I think it's
weird.
fair to say that both of the worlds in this story are designed as extrapolations of if a state were to be set up with these quite um, different perspectives, how would they naturally evolve and continue? And
Yeah,
that's what the world building for these nations are. And so it's not intended to directly mirror a current nation or structure, but a kind of
yeah,
potential future endpoint or stabilization point or the lack of stability it would cause. I think when discussing this, it is kind of it feels a bit silly to call back to, but we mentioned the year this was published and just kind of pointed the Cold War slightly, although that's not necessarily a
yeah,
direct point of inspiration, but it feels like pretty significant subtext that might not necessarily be immediate to someone reading it today if they hadn't seen when it was published. Um, so I'm just doing my little pointing at that segment. But it's very interesting because I think one of the things which to me the book did very well is you do at some points have characters discussing the direct theory of structures. And oh heck,
hmm.
wait, well, thank you so much for subscribing. I really appreciate it. I hope you enjoy whatever book you get at the library this month. Thank you. I really appreciate it. Um oh, I was in a sentence. At times you hear the characters discussing the theory behind these different states, more so on the side of Anez with Shevek and his friends, talking about
No.
how this um I'm gonna just call it anarchist settlement for shorthand has developed and how it has formed its limitations and strengths and why it is accepted and maintained despite the lack of luxuries which are visible to those still on Ursus. Um, and I think although it's quite nice at sometimes because when reading through you can kind of see nods to relevant literature within the Gwyn's writing, and I'm sure I other people will be able to spot more references than me, but there there were times when I was reading things and I was just like, oh, I recognize that as a kind of calling point or a reference to the brain is smooth the thingamabob for bread. Very good
Oh,
formation of
um,
sentences. Um, you know what I mean, but my
I know
brain's
what you mean, but I'm
yeah.
not.
This
My
is what
brain
I
is
get from
smooth.
my notes being across 9 pages and me not summarizing them. I will say that be 6 pages, so that's not as obscene as it might sound, but and a significant part is quotes. The prose here is very good, but you can really tell the Le Guin has kind of done the research and the existing key literature behind each of the ideas that could influence these societies if they were evolving from Earth and our literature at the time of writing. And that's kind of nice to see. I imagine there's a lot of references in there that I didn't pick up on, and I'd kind of love to
Yeah,
go back and read it again in the future. But I think in some ways, the times where the characters were directly discussing the themes were, and I liked this book, but those weren't not necessarily the easiest parts to read because, and I say this with great love and affection, these characters talk interrupted for quite regularly a page at a time, particularly Shevek, who does not mince words. And so you do sometimes get
nope.
these kind of speeches in place of traditional dialogue, which it makes sense in character. it is interesting information, but I think that if you maybe don't have a little bit of background in the ideas or some of the kind of other essay or literatures in the area going into it um might not be the smoothest read. I know I found at times I would get 3/4 of the way through a page of his um discussing something and then kind of go, oh heck, I've got to start again, I'm lost, and jump back in a little bit. And so I think I found the themes most difficult to read and connect to when directly being discussed, but I think how they were handled as a sort of secondary impact in how they shaped the characters and the discussion on how your culture and your society shapes you and not just how you yourself have an impact on your community and shape it was some of the points where they were best implemented and handled. I don't know if you agree with that or
Yeah, no, I agree. I also agree with that Chebek's sections are sometimes very dense. I've also had to stop at a few sections, especially when he gets very paragraphy. Um, but I do like them, I will say.
uh, I
Especially on a second reading. On a second reading, well, on this
mm,
reading, this is
yeah.
my like third or fourth reading. I don't remember. But on a second, third, fourth, whatever reading, it gets easier to read. Um,
Yeah,
I would say.
I I read this book in a slightly interesting way, which is I read the first chapter. I felt 2 chapters. I felt a little bit intimidated, and then I went back and read it from the start again, and just kind of
Okay.
committed to I'm not going to fully understand this. It's going to be quite dense. I'm going to keep going and
Yeah.
hope that the momentum and the storytelling and world building as I progress it explains and adds the context in, and I found that worked. And so, um,
Okay.
yeah, I'm certain that on reread I'd get more out of it, but
Yeah.
yeah.
As somebody that reread it a few times now, yes, you will. I think even just I reread. So I did what I do usually with book club books: is I read it once there, and then I went back, um, and then started to read it again, trying to get through it again. And I got new things that I didn't get on this reread, and I didn't want to spoil it as like a semi. I don't remember how many times I've read this book. I think it's 4. So I didn't want to get a 5th reading in as well on it.
Yeah.
So like, you know, you definitely do take out a lot of different things, and it is a very dense, awesome book.
Mhm.
Um,
I was just in the message. I think the Gwen was doing the
that's
same
what I
thing
wanted to read.
the Anne did with her characters, is that they're not really characters per se, but avatars for whatever she wanted to sound up about, and that her sections of dialogue waver the line between monologuing and preaching, but is a vastly superior writer. I can understand that, and
Yeah,
I think that's how do I phrase it? I think I'm very biased in this, but given a lot of how do I phrase this? Given Shevek's background as a kind of as a physicist and his sort of
yeah,
actions and mannerisms, having been in maths education and previously briefly physics education for a long time, he didn't seem to me kind of like would a talking head character be a good way to describe that sort of a
yeah.
character as a mouthpiece perspective? Just because I feel like I've I've met people with a lot of overlapping traits, especially more so at younger ages than although the book is set over several years. Oh, we should talk about that when it comes to the structure. But I think the characters are definitely um it's interesting because I feel like the characters start with a perspective and then are built outwards from that, which I think functions as them being maybe like a stand-in for a specific idea or how a certain common personality and experience is shaped by a structure. Which I think
I
gives the result which you're talking about there a little bit. But I feel like there were certain things to me at least, they felt fleshed out in a way that, although at times, and Shevek is the great example of this, they talk at length, it made sense for them to be talking in that way. I don't know. I may have just been taken in by my love of the
So
writing.
there's a few different things at play here. So firstly, Shevek was actually based on a real person that
Yes.
everybody knows. It
I was
was
going to
based
talk
on
about this.
Oppenheimer.
Yep.
It was based on J. Robert Oppenheimer, who was a friend of her parents,
Yeah.
Arthur and Theodora Kruber. Um, so he is actually based on Oppenheimer for a large part of him. But also she actually wrote this book. I don't know if you know this. She wrote this book, Shevek first. How this book actually developed is she saw a vision of exactly that. Of Shevek. So she saw a vision of like a physicist standing, and she wrote it from that perspective first, and everything else came afterwards.
Interesting.
Yeah, so
I knew I knew that Shevek was inspired largely by Oppenheimer, but I didn't know that bit. That's ooh.
yeah, so she actually wrote about Shevek first, and then she went in and worked on stuff with utopias and stuff, including going and looking into works of Thomas More from Utopia,
Mhm.
H.G. Wells, William Morris, a lot of the stuff on Marx and Engels, William Goodwin, Emma Goldman, a lot of authors and stuff, Mary Shelley as well, I'm pretty sure. But so she did a lot of work afterwards, but it was composed Shevek first, and Shevek was actually based on, for her, a pretty good family friend, Robert Oppenheimer. Um,
Interesting. I I'm always, as someone who just routinely plans almost everything they do, I'm always terrified and in awe when I find out how organically lots of pieces of writing has evolved, um, from one idea outwards. Oh, the human mind is
oh,
incredible. The
yeah, it's actually insane because so yeah, she had like the vision of Shevek, and then she wrote, actually I'm pretty sure she wrote a short story about the car. So it wasn't named Shevek at the time. It was just like she saw an idea of like something that reminded her of her of Oppenheimer, and she wrote a short story, which I'm pretty sure she called her worst writing ever in her whole career. At one
Aw.
point, um, in which I think the basic plot at that point was the physicist escapes like a gulag planet to a nearby wealthy sister planet where he has like a love affair, but he hates the planet even more. And so he goes back to the gulag right afterwards, which is like the basics of the dispossessed, like massively basics. And then after that, she actually developed
Mhm.
Quebec and the two
Yeah.
sister planets and everything. But yeah, she wrote one short story about Robert Oppenheimer. Went like, "This is shit," and then just wrote an actual amazing book after. Which I feel that.
It does make sense that Shevok would talk like that, given his background. Still makes it kind of hard to read and follow. Absolutely.
Yeah.
I think I sometimes, I, I know I'm biased of this. At times, I'll have whether or not I think a writer is. I'll kind of decide if I like a writer or if I'm probably not their target audience, and depending on that conclusion, I'll sometimes find myself sort of adding excuses into things, which for someone who I adored less would otherwise be a criticism. And at times when I was struggling to read Shevek's discussion, I was just like, oh, this is an intentional thing because of the theme of how he struggles to communicate, but I think it's just hard to read. It's like at some
I think
point there maybe is a connection there, but I think I was I yeah.
I think it's a bit of one side, bit of another side for something like that.
Yeah.
Specifically, it is kind of hard to write characters like this to make them easy to read. You even see it in like Oppenheimer the movie, where even in that, where they like massively had time to like work through his character, he is still sometimes hard to follow. Characters like this are just hard, and Oppenheimer was not. So characters like this are just kind of hard to get, right?
Mhm.
So I kind of get it, but I also do think it's partially like it's partially skill in like it's a hard, almost impossible character to really nail. Two, I think some of it is intentional, and then three, some of it I think is also just we are so removed from a time when people would
Oh.
engage more like this, and so
Mhm.
the limitation of like there's also the limitation of like I don't know what the best way to say it is, but there is also the limitation of how she wanted to tell a story. Because I do think this story is very much about the sister planets and the person not discovering, but like, you know what I mean? Like
Mhm.
how the
It's
environment shapes it, that like any
yeah.
character will kind of come across like this, and it's just worse that it is a character that's already so obfuscated in how they speak
Mhm.
that it just becomes worse. Because it is really hard. And then this is not a spoiler. The story is also non-linearly told, so
Mm.
like that's even worse.
I was I really love the structure of the storytelling, but I'll get back to that in a little bit. Um, one of the themes which isn't talked about a huge amount, but I think as in a
Yeah,
lot of Le Guin's writing, there's a bit of discussion of sexism within the book,
yeah,
which doesn't how do I phrase this? Um, it made sense for it to be there within the context of the world, and it I think added to the context of not the
yeah,
context, the end point of where they were building the worlds from in terms of a kind of thought of experiment of a future dilemma. But compared to Le Guin's other writing, it wasn't really explored very much. But it's
no.
there as well. Um,
I think it's mostly covered. So this book really does function a lot on like a Taoist reading, like with Taoism as an underfront, which heavily does lean to like feminism and stuff like that, especially. It is definitely there, but it's definitely toned down from some of her other books.
mhm,
It's by no means the main like theme. The main theme is anarchism and capitalism,
yeah,
um, quite clearly.
I think it's
But there's definitely feminist.
yeah the kind of perspective that I had for the feminist times and the themes of it was more so in the notion of um it felt almost that I'm just going to say misogyny, even the sexism, because
Yeah,
it's difficult to describe in shorthand the severity of language of the sexism in um, Anna's in Ursa's rather, but it felt a little bit to me that that was being used as shorthand to indicate the arbitrary and devaluing nature of the relegation of certain people under the system on Ursus, which I don't know
yeah,
if that was an idea which yeah. And so I thought that was quite interesting, but not as explored, not explored as much in her other books. Oh, hey, Levi. Um,
yeah,
there's so many themes in here. There's there's a lot of interesting ideas which are prompted by the structure of the reason why my brain struggles with the name of the other planet being Anus is that people generally refer to themselves as Odinians, which is the movement that led to the forming of the um, moon
yeah.
colony following the works and writing and death of a woman
Odo.
called Odo. Um, and there's a lot of interesting themes that get examined as a result of the constraints and variations of Adonian culture from what we would be used to. in a kind of broad sense. So things like the deconstruction of the family unit was one that was quite interesting.
Yep.
And a kind of rebellion from that deconstruction in aspects. Um, um, Sorry, my brain is quite soup shaped. I should have a fizzy drink soon. I need my sugar back. But
That's a good idea.
the I found that quite interesting as it's introduced quite early on, but within Odeon structure, the notion of a significant other as a permanent fixture or an aspirational key point in life isn't really present. I
Yeah.
don't know how. It's not to say it's like a non-monogamous society. It's more so the long-term relationships as a singular kind of pseudo-possessive structure is discouraged because of the nature of ownership of another that can be
Oh, I
there
wouldn't
as
say it's
I don't know how to
discouraged. I wouldn't say it's discouraged. They don't have a
I feel like
concept of ownership, really. One of my favorite quotes in this is actually based on that, where the little girl, Shevek's daughter, talks about how you can share the handkerchief that they use instead of you may borrow their handkerchief. They have no concept of ownership at all.
yeah,
As a
it's
society, they don't have a concept of
well
owning.
I think my reading of this what are we talking about? Oh, we're talking about the booklet book. We're talking about the Dispossessed. It's a really good book.
Ursula K. Le Guin.
Um, my understanding of it was that because I thought that was quite interesting, the discussion of you don't have an article of clothing or a room, you are currently using it, and it's not that it's
Yeah.
possessed by you, it is your period of occupation and possession, and then when you no longer need to use it, then it is used by someone else. And so there's a kind of um separate grammatic article to describe that as opposed to English or at least any of the languages I've spent any time learning. I can't say definitively for any,
Hmm.
which part of me wondered how much of. I don't know if this is me applying my own judgments onto history, but I feel like the 1960s and 70s were like the peak of the conlang in sci-fi and fantasy as a kind of
Yeah.
trend period. But it was quite interesting to
And
see
this
how
does
it's
have a
executed
conlang.
here. Yeah, and it does remark in part that this is the first widely adopted constructed language. Even in text, it kind of acknowledges it. But I do think that's quite interesting. But I feel like there is some amount of pressure against it. I think at least that's what I read, but that might have just been Shevek.
I think it's mostly because it's a point. So Shevek obviously didn't never engage with this before. He kind of comes in as an outsider to this idea. So I think it might just be the fact that he is, but as like a society, it's as a society, Pravec as a constructed language does not really have possessive case.
Mhm.
Um,
I
it
think.
does not have that as a like fraction of the language itself.
Mhm.
Um, in fact, it goes so far as that there is no real concept of I, like me speaking about myself. It is more speaking about others. Um, so as a language and as a society, that concept just does not exist to them to a large degree. Any we might engage from it, at least from what I understand of it, comes specifically because we are in Shevek's point of view on it, and he is like, "Oh, but possessive case does exist. This is my thing. Why are they not using it?" But as a society, they kind of don't have that.
Mhm.
It's like some languages have like 7 words for love, like I know Japanese specifically has a lot of words for love,
I have
and
a
we just have
tangent about
love.
the linguistic text. The people
Yeah,
use
we
that
just
statistic a lot, like the Eskimos have 20 words for snow, where we only have one. But it's really just a product of environment rather than a like significant social factor. If you're an Eskimo, you know a lot more about snow than the average person, so you can differentiate it
yeah.
into different categories. Sorry, that kind of linguistic statistic gets used as a kind of shorthand for cultural attitudes a lot when it's largely a statistic regarding
Yeah.
cultural exposure. I'm going on a tangent. Sorry.
But yeah, I just think like a lot of it does not act. They're easy to know. It's not a concept for the people of an RS.
You see, I read it a little bit differently, whereas I read it that the notion of owning something was a concept in the same way that I don't know how to describe it, but in the same way that crimes are concepts. It's something that's kept quite alien from you and is kind of naturally discouraged, but they're aware of its possibility. But the idea of applying it to yourself is objectionable in if that makes
Mm,
sense, because you hear
I could see
people be
that.
described as profiteers and hoarding things, and so there's awareness that people are doing it, not participating in the desire to like accrue things and own things when there would, under the general social rule, be free interchange of items and possessions. And so I think it is a concept that's there. At least that's kind of how I read it. It's an idea people are aware of, but it's not an idea that's encouraged. I don't know. I feel like encouraged isn't a strong enough word to describe it. Oh, the hat's getting bigger. Hi, Bun.
Bigger hat.
Be the hat.
Bigger hat.
Bigger hat.
I could see that.
I don't know what that means, Levi. Um, but yeah.
It's also
So
snatching.
uh, it's quite interesting, but there is quite a bit of discussion of the kind of deconstruction of the family unit, both in the sense of a single significant other, and there's quite a bit of an examination of like expansion of the it takes a village idea regarding the biological parents of a child not being the ones that raise them, not as a exception but as a general rule, and it is in fact the community that collectively raises children, which was quite.
Yeah.
I think that was a pretty large shaping factor in this story, not on paper, but in the formation of the characters.
Yep. I get it. Yeah.
Yeah,
I
it's a
agree.
concept that's there, but they don't really understand it. Is that what you mean? I think, to me, and this feels like a really dramatic analogy, but it's kind of like to own something is the same way that we would commit, like to attack or to murder someone. It's something it's possible as a concept, but it's not an activity of ownership that we would ever kind of assume ourselves to be in. I think would be my best way of describing it. Does that make sense? I don't know. It's hard to describe without just reading the whole book.
Yeah.
um, yeah, because I do think that they're certainly aware of what it means to be a profiteer and aware when people are not letting go of things when they no longer need them. But they certainly don't have the language due to the constructed language to describe that. It's a weird one. But yeah. I think they certainly don't relate to it, or the aspirational Odinian wouldn't, if that makes sense. I feel like I'm talking in circles with this a little bit. But yeah, I thought the to me, I maybe that's a segment for the spoiler section because I'm not sure how to discuss that. But the themes regarding family structure and how that functions and the different stresses it is under and the two different possible extremes of society were quite interesting. I would say as the like main B plot. I don't know if that makes sense. The like key secondary point from my reading.
Yeah, I would agree with that. So I was thinking of something.
Oh, thoughts. They're difficult to come by. Is it gonna return? I'm gonna have a beverage whilst we are attempting to think in full sentences. I'm surely not managing it. But yeah, it's a little bit difficult to sort of kind of talk about how themes were used throughout the story because the themes are the story to a large extent.
Yeah, it is.
It's
It is hard to do it in a spoiler-free section, at least.
uh, I think there were certain themes that were given more time and space than others, but I don't think there was any that were ignored or forgotten per se. Or at least I can't remember thinking, oh, this is the start of something and then it being dropped. But I know the feminism is part of the book while listening because I used the audiobook. I couldn't see it outside the obvious, just with the unfamiliarity with the details. I think that, well, the main kind of appearance and discussion of feminism between the two cultures and approaches is there's the simple part of on Ursus women don't have access to kind of higher education, and there's uh, restrictions on how they dress intentionally done in a way to sexualize them. I don't know if that's like described in page, but it's third, I think, by the narrator's reaction to their appearance and the general address of them. And so there's kind of that view of it, but there's my brain is trying to navigate this without it being spoilery. I think I'm gonna have to get back to that in the spoiler section. Sorry, I know that's not a conclusive answer. um,
Yeah, I think that's spoiler talk.
Nurses assume the profiteer in the books and context meant capitalist. Maybe both. That's fair. I think, to me, profiteer kind of read as taking advantage of or some general action to hold power, particularly over someone, or to retain it past your appropriated time to have a position of power, I think. Sorry for jumping the gun a bit. Oh, no worries. I feel like this is one of those books where it's going to be a little bit difficult to weave in and out of what's best to discuss in each segment because the themes are so much of the story. And so I think we're going to start talking about ideas and then have to stop a few times, so it's no worry at all. Um, but yeah, the, 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 the notion of a profiteer to me kind of just read as taking advantage of, which I suppose is, yeah. If we look at the examples of who it's used about, oh, that's probably spoilers, isn't it? Never mind. um,
Oh, yeah, I can't. Yeah,
it's so difficult to contextualize them within broader present language because the two example worlds and societies we have are both so alien in different ways, although one more alien than the other, I would say. But one note to mention on themes, because we sometimes talk about subtlety of themes and use as metaphor. The themes aren't exactly subtle here, but it's they're not pretending to be, and so it's. I think sometimes when people talk about the themes being subtle in this story, they sort of mean the experience of did you finish the book feeling like the author was shouting at you and like holding up a little sign. Um, I didn't finish the book feeling that. Sometimes I finished Shevek's paragraphs of speech feeling that, but the end of the book, I didn't feel that at all. But it certainly wasn't subtle per se, but I don't think it was intending to be. I don't know if you have a opinion on that, Kai. Kai has no opinions. Oh, never mind. I jumped again.
um, hmm. I don't know what I can say.
That's fair.
I have a thought, but I cannot say it because it's a spoiler.
Okay. Would you like to write down the thought so we can remember to come back to it in the spoiler section?
I am down to do that. I will write down the thought.
Okay. I'm going to move on to the second part of that question, which we normally use as a jumping off point, which is how integrated are the themes to the world? Incredibly well. I think one of the things which was most interesting to me about this book was not necessarily the progression of the characters because of the structure of the storytelling, which we'll circle around to second, but the understanding the world around them. Because oftentimes when you read a book, you normally want to find out what happens to the characters next, but I was quite invested in finding out how the world works around Shevek and the other characters, and that's something which I generally am more focused on than I think the average reader across a lot of books. But I think it was intentionally the case for the Dispossessed. I don't know if you agree with that.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I agree.
And so
And yeah,
I was going to say, because of the separated structure of storytelling, which I think I'm going to swap around and go over that part next of the structure of the story. I'm abandoning our theme, our order of discussion points. But because you had a sort of past narrative and present narrative that you were alternating between, um, in the sort of present, which you would assume stories are historically prioritize, the most of the meat of the story didn't happen there until the kind of closing few chapters, I think. Um, and so a lot of the intrigue was using those different points to explore the different worlds, with the past being on in the Odinian culture and the present being on Ursus. And I don't actually know how to say the name of the country they were in. Io would be my best guess. A lot of vowels. I always really
yeah.
struggle with the saying things out loud if I've read them and not heard them before. And I just thought that was normal, but apparently it's a dyslexia thing. But I don't know how people read a word and know how to say it. That's terrifying. Um,
The word is hard, I will say. It's like 3 vowels. It's like
it's
just vowels.
capital A dash I then O for those who
Yeah, it's IO.
listened as an audiobook or haven't read it. The guin is more interested in the world and how it works and themes and then characters. Yeah, I think that's fair. I think a lot of the world building is explored with how it impacts the characters, and so they do cycle together. But I feel like more time was given to functionally describing the world than advancing the characters in part. I will say, it was
What?
a little noise. Or was that just like I don't know, hologram noises?
No, I had an idea, but like,
Oh,
you can go.
is it a spoiler? My idea, I realized, was
No,
going to be a
I
spoiler, so I I was trailing off.
I would say it's even less of the world than she is in the ideas behind the world in this book. This book is a lot more about like specific ideas that she had attached to it. Um, by a lot of authors that are very interesting. Um, some that I've actually mentioned earlier, but I would say even like on a world scale, less so than just like exploring the ideas that these worlds elicit.
You see, I was going to make that a metaphor about data engineering. I am not fun at parties. To me, a lot of this book, in its themes and therefore with the characters being shaped by the world rather than the world facilitating the characters, which I think is often the case in a lot of fantasy. Um, a lot of the focus was, if we take the starting point and we walk forwards with it until we see natural points of error occurring over time and the issues, and then we pause to sit in the kind of breaking down over time of a system and discuss those pitfalls and which are avoidable, which may naturally occur unless actively regulated against within these systems, where the space for abuse of power is, and different variation of that. That to me was the kind of key context and motivation of examining the world, not just to discuss the ideas, but to almost as a thought experiment see if we were if a nation were to go down either of these extremes, where might they end up and how would that affect the people within it, is my like
Hmm, I could
key
see that.
key thought. Because it maybe this was on first read and therefore me focusing so much on the changes of the worlds rather than a kind of standard model that you might see. Although Ursus, I'll get back to Ursus at the end of this point. The breakdowns in the quote unquote utopian societies felt like the points of intrigue that put this apart from a dystopian book that was written with less rigor. I'm saying that
No.
as shorthand. Um, but the thing which I was going to say about Ursus, which is I think it may be that I only read this book in full once, and so I didn't take in all of it because it's very dense, as we've talked about. But I think Ursus is largely defined in contrast to the Odinian society rather than it's described implicitly, if that makes sense. Especially
Yeah.
from the
Yeah.
narrative perspective we read. And so there are some things which we see clearly described from the attitudes of the citizens of Io rather than Shevek reacting to the world. And so we things like, how do I describe that without spoilers? The finer points I'm going to skip past, but we see some exploration of the key ideas, but we don't get the in-depth discussion of the management system and its implementation and the checks and balances that we do within the Odinian structure. And so it didn't feel as kind of examined in its structure in the book, but more so that its consequences were focused on, whereas an amount of the discussion on in the Adinian society was talking about the structure. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
I feel like I kind of talked myself into a circular point that wasn't very significant, but yeah, I when I was listening back and seeing reviews, I was just like, oh, I didn't like pick up on that specific thing of structure about how the Ursus society worked, or oh, I didn't realize it was this or that. I just kind of picked up on the key differentiating notions of you had a strict hierarchical society and that there was um, a lack of mobility and the kind of historic notion of nobility through isolated education access, etc. And all those themes that were very alien to Shevek and very much in contrast to the Odinian structure. But... Oh, I just realized I want to talk about the structure of the storytelling for the book. I'm going to talk a little bit about the physics that Shevek does. I don't think this is a spoiler. I'm not going to talk about any of the physics conclusions he reaches, but I'm going to talk about his field of study, and then I'm going to talk about the structure of the book because I feel like it's connected. And so Shevek works in an area of physics where he is trying to work on a new sort of general theory in the way that the general theory of relativity was a huge step forwards in scientific understanding. And so his area of study is on, I'm going to read the words because they're very similar and my brain sometimes struggles to differentiate between the two. I'm flicking through the book trying to find her. This is me trying to attract the page of the book that I want. Okay, anyway, I'm going to move past without finding the exact words. The area of physics which he's looking at discusses the idea of a kind of notion of repeating structure of time and a linearly progressing time. And to me, the notion of the repeating structure compared to the linear progression feels like a discussion of a book structure that goes back between a previous point and then to a future point and then back and forth compared to a traditional story which proceeds linearly, which I think is a fun thing. And maybe I'm imagining that being tied in, but I think that's interesting, especially with the separation of the segments not being labeled as past and present, which they would more easily be described as, but instead on the place they're located at. It gives back to that idea of a kind of reoccurring cycle going back and forth, and then in some fantastical, topologically confusing model, looping back to at its starting point of its continuous cycle being at the end of the distant hour that has continued away linearly. To me, that felt mirrored in the structure of the places where the book was at. Yeah, I thought that was a fun detail. But to talk about the structure in more depth, I found it interesting that it was indicated by the location and planet to separate out the two perspectives, because I got 2 pages into the second chapter, and before I realized that this was the past and Shevek's childhood that was being discussed about, I was just like, I guess we're following a child. Maybe it's his child. And it took me a little while to be like, oh no, this is the past. Because that's not something that's, at least I found clearly stated. I might have missed it in all the denseness of it all. But yeah, I really liked the alternating, especially because I don't think. Oh no, that kind of is a spoiler. Well, I'll talk about chapter names later, I guess. But I like the chapter structure. I think it allowed the book to feel less dense than it might otherwise, because before you started feeling too bogged down in an idea or a particular Shevek monologue, you swapped to exploring another key idea that had momentum from a previous point. I liked it.
Yeah.
It was fun.
The structure is interesting. In media res in spiritum is one way to say. I don't know what that means.
I don't know if I should ask, but did anyone else not realize that you had jumped into the past in the second chapter and just assume you were following someone's child? Or was I off by lonesome just being like, yeah, I guess we're following a random child now?
Oh, wait, are you talking about in medias res? In medias res is an old Latin term. It's a narrative technique where you're like in the middle of the action, where you begin in the center of the action.
Oh, yeah. I don't know how to.
The
Oh,
the two most famous works that do that, by the way, is the Odyssey and the Iliad.
oh yeah. My
Ah,
dyslexia
that's the
brain cannot get past autocorrect issues. I either I don't know. Sometimes it's a superpower because every now and then someone will, a random new chat will appear and say something ridiculous, and the power of dyslexia will just make me assume it's something normal. Um, and so there's several times where my mods have been like, "Wait, ban that person," and I just thought they sent a normal message, and then I go back and read it later, and I'm like, "Oh, the horrors." It's a superpower.
term.
Uh, so yeah, I did like the structure of it. Um, I think it helped keep the book lighter as well, as I feel like there was some tie-in with the theme of the notion of you cycle back to a point, or if like you exist in a repeating circle and also in a straight line. I don't know. I feel like there's something in there. I feel like that was done intentionally. Um, the uh oh, I'm sort of circling back a little bit. One of the themes which is here, and I think is probably clear with the idea that the main character is based off Oppenheimer, is the consequences of the advancement of technology. Not in the, I think, at least my modern assertion would be for something like resource exploitation and environmental damage, but in terms of the sort of threat and harm potentially of that technology and how it could be used beyond the creator's original intent. And I feel like that's
Yeah.
quite a big theme, which is quite interesting. Although I feel like having read a book which has that theme the year after Barbieheimer, I forget what people called it. It's probably a less profound exploration than it would be if not, because they just had like a blockbuster that was solely focused on that to some extent. Um,
Yeah,
Still
was
not seen
fully
the
focused
Barbie
on that.
movie.
To be real.
Yeah, but
You've not watched the Barbie movie?
no, I haven't. I saw Oppenheimer.
Movie night time.
That couldn't be our first film night back. It confused me until I realized what was going on, the non structure. Yeah, it wasn't until someone referred to the perspective character as Chev, and I was like, wait, is that like an alien name? Because we didn't know much about the structure of names at the time, or is this like an affectionate name for Shevek? And so I have in my notes, is this Shevek or just someone's child? I think is a verbatim note I wrote down when reading. So when I say I write notes about books, don't assume they're particularly interesting. Oh, hey, Oswald.
Yeah, because Denya makes me small, Ristmer.
You can be bigger if you'd like to.
Denya shrinks me so that she can feel big because she's actually short.
I'm gonna
Okay, I'm
make you
used to it.
giant so
Leo does it
only your
too.
toes are visible on screen. Get ready.
Don't show my toes.
You wanted to be tall. The well, your toes.
There's if I'm told there's a lot more of me to show than just my toes.
Yeah, but you've got to be based on the ground. So if you get like big
Where's your
feet,
legs, huh? 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 Why don't you
I
show
am
toes?
perfectly proportioned to the stream, as all things should be, and as a result, my toes are not in frame. Um, are you tall enough now? How do you feel about the current situation? You don't even have a Christmas
Why
hat
is
anymore.
my face isn't even on stream?
You wanted to be taller. I just scaled you up. Look at the toes. Okay.
I guess I'm tall now.
How
You can look at my toes, I guess, while we talk about the dispossessed.
gonna make you smaller again? Toes were not a key theme in the Dispossessed. One of the only themes unexplored. Gonna is this a good size? Yeah. Oh, look at the hat.
I'm so big.
Wait, but now everyone's. Can you still read that this is the spoiler-free review of The Dispossessed by Ursula K. Le Guin, or has Kai's aspirations to big hatness?
My hat has
Has your aspirational profiteering
idea.
for big hats?
Ideas.
Idea?
Reflect the hat.
Oh.
Make the hat go the other way.
Da, 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 da. Okay. There we go. Perfect.
Perfect.
How do you
I
feel
might have
about
to
this?
shrink if we do. I might have to shrink once more when we get to
We're gonna have to shrink
the
for the nominations.
next month's
I'm
books.
sorry. Yeah. You can be short. It's okay. I find it kind of fun.
No, because you're always short.
Oh, heck, Russell, thank you for subscribing for 5
know.
months. I really appreciate it. I hope you enjoy whatever book you get at the library this month.
Hi, no worries.
Someday
Someday you
you'll
will
be
be as tall as Denny.
Denya? Maybe.
Hey, no, that's rude. That means I have to shrink because I'm taller than Denya.
I don't know.
We canonically know Denya
Can a
is 4'1".
No, I am 5'1". Thank you very much. But can a hologram have a real size given that some amount of the height is just a structure of their projection?
No.
Say. Maybe there is no such
technically,
thing as
I
height.
am the shortest and the tallest in our group. Because technically, a hologram can be any height. It's just a bending of light. And that could be infinitely tall or infinitely small.
The plan to make everyone believe she's tall? I am very tall for a mouse, slightly short for a human, and as a mouse human, that means I'm a perfectly reasonable height, okay?
4'1" is a perfectly reasonable height.
I'm
Val is 4'1" as well.
I use the metric system. I'm 157 centimeters. Let me be.
Okay, Val is 4'1", you're 4'1".
Does that mean that then you're short and tall at the same time? Yes. I agree. I'm short and tall at the same time. At the height of 5'1", notably over 5 foot. I worked hard. Everyone thought I'd stopped growing for 4'8", and then I had a growth spurt, and now no one gives me credit for me because they just keep calling me short. I work so hard. I ate so many vegetables.
I don't know. I'm just looking at the emotes in your server, in your Discord server.
You edited that. You cannot claim those spontaneously occurred. You made those files. I have on the record you admitting to it.
I don't know. I just see Denya true height, and it's Denya with 4'1" above their head. Seems to me I just.
Information.
I would never edit.
157 makes more sense than 5'1". You could tell me that's 3 meters tall, and I would believe. I have sudden concern for unit conversion. There's a 100 centimeters and a meter. Wait, is this the 5'1" could be 3 meters tall?
Yeah, I think so.
Okay, I got confused for a second. I was like, that's precisely half of 3 meters. But yeah.
I think he's saying it's weird that it's 5'1". That's a weird measurement.
Oh, okay, yeah. Fetal word. Val might spontaneously appear to disagree, but fetal word. Math? Woo, math! I read 2 books about maths this month in the background.
Oh. I barely read one.
I mean, you know one of them.
I do know one of them.
I finally read Catabasis.
I do. I still need to read it.
My brief review is a part during the book I was like, grumble. I had some criticisms, but I really liked the ending, and so I liked the book. Which Heck, maybe that's a good book. I don't know. I'll have to go back and think about it more.
Well, I am probably reading it this week
Let's go!
for like Christmas week, so we could probably talk about it.
I'm excited. Oh heck, I'm yawning. I've got so much more to yap about. I can't be yawning.
The Dispossessed. Let's go. Next section. Where were we?
World building. So, I think
I'm pretty sure we covered all of world building.
I had another aspect of world building which I want to talk about in a little bit, which is kind of a
Yes.
metacontextual part of when people discuss this book. I've seen a number of people say the book felt like there was plot holes because nobody would agree to live the way they do in the Adinian society, and I
Mm.
I I um I feel like a lot of the discussion about the Odinian society has as a secondary point, but I think is the key takeaway and its difference, that there's a different rule of enforcement. And this is something which the characters kind of come to acknowledge and discuss in more depth of the book, but the idea of ways of enforcing structures of power in a sense, but structures of habit and structures of society outside of traditional rule and law. And so I think the other forms of pressure, which because it's a kind of character moment for them to internalize it, I'm not going to say outright in the spoiler free section, being there to hold the pressure of not changing the society in place is kind of a theme of the book, especially in contrast to the idea of Odinian society being a continuous revolution. And so
Mm.
the idea that the society is imperfect and the quality of life is lower than that of many of the people on Ursus, and so you would assume there would be change, kind of goes against the idea that there is in place social structure that makes change harder and shows how even revolution, the intent of continuous revolution over time, settles into structure. And I think that's a kind of theme and world building aspect that, to me, when I read it, I felt was something that I picked from the book quite clearly. But when I see other people talking about the book online, that's one of the kind of criticisms that I see that I didn't resonate on reading through. So I just wanted to bring that up as a point.
Yeah. Like, I see that view, but I also kind of think there's more to it as well, because a lot of this book is about like how things shape you, how how it shapes you, and how you shape it.
Yeah.
Good example we just talked about is the language being shaped by how um, they look at the world. With there being a very, very clear no possessive text related to it because of that. In that same regard, where you grow up, how you grow up, and how you are taught shapes a lot of how you engage with society. Not fully. Obviously, Odo did break away from a society that she grew up in and was taught in. But a lot of the undertone of what that is shapes exactly how you see the world and how you engage with the world. In fact, there's a quote from this book that speaks about it. About like, I'm going to have to search through my notion for this quote.
I'm glad you went to that point because this is kind of what I was leaning towards, but I couldn't find a way of explaining that point without veering into spoilers. So I'm glad that I got to how do I phrase this? Co-opt your brain cells to get you to make the point for me because I was just gonna stop, start, and go. Oh no, that's a spoiler. Oh no, that's a spoiler. But yeah, I think that's a good way
there's a
of putting it.
quote. There's a quote that says, "We don't leave an RS because we are an RS."
Mm,
Which the whole idea is that the society is shaped by them. They don't leave the society because it is a reflection of them, and they are a reflection of the society and the culture that they have created here. in a large part, to us it looks weird. To us, it is an interesting, like, no, but nobody would agree to that. Why would they do that? Um, it is shaped by them, for them, and they are shaped by it, for it. Um, a note that's kind of forgotten. Um, 2 decades have passed. Sorry, 120 years have passed. 120 cycles have passed since Odo.
170?
120, I believe,
Oh,
have passed since Odo um, established this society. Uh, it is incredibly ingrained in these people. To them, it is as normal as capitalism is to us in a large capacity.
mhm,
Um, which is that's the thing I think people forget about it is like the idea of the book is kind of to go like, okay, here are people that actually believe in this, and where is the shortcomings of this belief? On both sides, on the side of Anaris with the Adonians, but also on the side of Uraris, which the same thing happens is like these are people that live in that world, that live in that society, and are shaped by that society, and how weird that is and how much that has failures and shortcomings and how there's another quote in the book that's like that talks about utopia because that's a big part of this book is utopias
mhm,
and where utopias fall apart, how utopias don't really function. The quote in the book is that utopias are based on your perspective on them. um, that something that looks like a utopia to one person can be very weird for another person, and that utopias can seem like a utopia from one very specific direction, um, which is a really interesting idea, because like an Irish to a lot of the Odinians seem like a utopia. Um, to us, it's like what the hell is going on here? Nobody would ever do this. Nobody would ever agree to this. But the whole point is that it seems like a utopia. This is a culture that has shaped them, that for their perspective is what they want to a large degree. And not all of them, and not in every single capacity, but in our same way, capitalism is not perfect for us, in not every single capacity. Um, we all agree to live in it to a
yeah.
large idea.
This
Um,
this is why it's pushing up against the spoiler bit, which I wanted to yap about. But I,
yeah,
oh heck, wait,
I'm very careful to not get fully there, but like
yeah. Oh wait,
to
we're
a large
furious.
degree.
Thank you so much for subscribing for 18 months of Prime. I really appreciate it. I hope you enjoy whatever book you get up
Thank
to
you.
life with this month. And hello, bookers. The books are going well. The books are going good. One thing I loved about this book, like when she understands how society and it shapes us, like you said, she understands how anarchy is supposed to work. Yeah, I think one thing which I'm gonna say is a brief point, aspirationally brief. Knowing me, I won't succeed in that. But the the
Hmm.
I'm just gonna say the reciprocal nature of society, of how
Yeah,
you build it and it builds you back. I think is something that's really well established and discussed in this book. Yeah.
absolutely. In a
I,
lot of different ways. Because I actually so what I was talking about earlier, I knew there was a word for it, or there was an idea behind it, which is like how language shapes the way we look at the world. And the whole idea of like if you don't have a possessive form in your language, how that shapes how you engage with the world. It's actually a real hypothesis called the Sapir-Whorf hypothesis, um, which is really cool. It's a really interesting idea. And there's a lot of stuff like that that she implements into the world. In like how the language impacts how you see them engage with their world. So another good example is there's a quote later on in the book, I'm pretty sure. I don't remember where it was. I think it's on like 200s, which is when talking about the Pravic language. They say like Pravic was not a good swearing language because it is
Right.
hard to swear when sex is not a dirty act and blasphemy does not exist. Which is that's an interesting idea because yes, it would be hard because how we engage with that culture is exactly that. Um, and they just don't have that concept because they influence the language in a way that like if it's not a dirty thing and like there's no blasphemy and there's none of these concepts, you would not be able to do it. It's just not a function.
Yeah. Yeah. I was trying to find a quote from um the start of the book regarding Shevek leaving and the sense of community, which is about I've not been able to find the page of it, which is
You
a
know,
bit silly of me. I need to work on my handwriting because I can't read my notes in all of them, and I thought I wrote it down. Um,
that's why I write digitally.
I
'Cause
often write on the bus because that's where I do a lot of my reading.
I have the exact same issue when I read a physical book. I take a note in a physical like journal, and I just cannot read my handwriting if I write.
I have
Especially
been
if I read something like this, which I love.
I've
I
been
just cannot read it.
I've been increasingly considering getting an e-reader that has note-taking capabilities so I can annotate my
Yeah.
notes, annotate my books, and then hide the annotations at will because
Yeah.
I believe the book should be used and loved, and keeping a copy of a book on a shelf to keep a second copy of it is a bit ridiculous to me. But I still don't want to annotate my books because I want them to be shared by people. This is a library, and I understand how
Yeah.
the existing writing on them changes someone's um, consumption of the media as the author intended. And so, yeah.
You could
Um,
do what what's that like there's
I've
a
used clear
booktuber
sticky
that both
notes
of us
before, and then at the
there's a
moment,
booktuber that we both like that she has like inserts almost that she uses, like
mhm.
clear inserts that she can stick like sticky notes on that I've seen. I'll
Okay.
see if I can find them.
At the
It
moment, I
seems
just
like
use
that
a
might help you.
companion book and sticky notes, but um, where is
It
this
seems like
quote?
clear acrylic like sheets. Like you know those thin plastics you get? Like very, very thin, almost like a sheet of paper plastic. It seems like she uses that and then she sticks like sticky notes on top of those.
Um, I'm trying to find this point because it's an incredible quote. I feel like I want to quote a few things from the first chapter when we talk about the writing, just because I know I don't have the capability to discuss how good Le Guin's small writing is. I'm describing that very poorly, but the line by line quality of writing is incredible, although dense. I'm gonna just first go through the opening sentence, but I just want to find this one because it relates. Um, oh, never mind. About clothes, the conversation about bins, introducing Bolshevik to the concept of single-use goods. Um, I don't know if I can find a.
What's it kind of like? If you tell me that, I can maybe
It's
search through my
it's the
notes.
idea that um when you die and leave this world, you leave your culture, but the people around you stay behind, and so you are remembered and you continue to exist in that sense. But he is now experiencing a different form of separation where he is continuing on and leaving behind his culture, and so it is a more shallow continued of his existence, although he's still living than death, because he's separated from all of his anchor points and his culture and community. That's the kind of intention of the
I think
quote. Do you remember the one? I think he uses the word death or die. Search.
I think I remember that. Um,
I'm just gonna end up reading the book again. I almost did in a few sections there when I was flicking through.
okay, so I remember 2 quotes in that. I'm just quickly reading this one.
Oh, I found her. He was clearly aware of only one thing, his total isolation. The world had fallen out from under him, and he was left alone. He had always feared that this would happen, more than he had ever feared death. To die is to lose the self and rejoin the rest. He had kept himself and lost the rest.
Yeah.
Yeah, very good book, very good book. The personal cultural death, if that makes sense. Yeah, I just thought that was such an interesting idea and such a mournful attitude to knowingly set out on a journey with that you would experience that. It made Sheva quite interesting from the start for me. And I think the other point, Will, is interesting, but I have related ideas that I can only discuss in a spoilery way, and so I'm gonna copy that message and wait to discuss it in the second there. But I do think that's very interesting. I'm sure there's non-spoiler ways to talk about it, but I'm just too excited, and I know I'll spoil things, so I am limiting myself. Um. So, characters.
Yeah. Characters.
There's okay. There is quite a large number of characters in this story.
Yeah.
And some are more significant than others, but I'm struggling to think of a way to talk about them without it being spoilery. One of my favorite characters, I'm gonna have to look up his name. Da 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 da. The do I describe this character? Is he named at first? Oh, I don't think he is. Da 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 da. The servant who helps look after his Shevek's rooms at the university.
Oh,
They're only called by name very occasionally, but I found
yeah.
one of the most one of the sometimes a lot of the ideas and themes of the book continue on and span multiple chapters, but there was a really well executed idea that's a little bit spoilery, and so I'm not going to go into, that was concluded in a kind of 2-paragraph interaction with him. The nurse, not the nurse on the initial ship. When
No, it's like
Shevek settles into the university, the room keeper who brings the newspaper in the morning and cleans the room.
yeah, like the yeah.
Shevek was certainly more developed than the other characters. Well, absolutely.
E4?
E4, yeah.
Why does E4? Yeah, F4.
I,
E4.
I the letters E and F in my brain, but I couldn't remember the second half of it. I think he was really interesting.
No, I just gotta go. I
The
do like E4.
yeah, it's a bit spoilery, but I yeah, I think there's a lot of characters that are sort of met in passing and aren't explored in much detail due to the fact that this book covers lots of different points in time, I think. And
Yeah.
maybe in some part due to Shevek's personality and the fact that he engages with most people at a distance. I think, in
Yeah.
terms of character relationships, Shevek's relationship with a lot of the scientists in Io or on Ursus was quite interesting because I expected him to have more contempt than seemed it did in
Yeah.
many places. But I suppose that's probably, as a reader, understanding the idea of interacting with someone who has difficult significantly differing views to you, but not understanding the experience of the lack of kind of intellectual camaraderie. Feels like a ridiculous way to describe it, but Shevek's not had anyone who he could talk to his field of subject about before in the work which is described as a part of himself, and so being around people who understand it and can discuss it with him, I think I didn't internalize how much it made it difficult for him to hate them. I don't know.
Yeah. I can
Um,
see that. I agree that some of his interactions with a lot of the like physicists are very interesting. I love Sabu.
yeah, Sabul I think is interesting. Um, I don't know how to talk about Sabul without going into spoilery what ifs, but
Absolutely.
yeah, I think Sabul is an important character to have in Odinian society as you tell this story.
Yeah.
I don't think he was capable of contempt. Maybe. I feel like he was pretty contemptuous towards Sabul at certain points. More so than the Ursus scientists, but he was also 20 at those points in time, and so feeling emotion strongly and hotly at 20 should be factored in. Little baby Shevak, but um, I will say uh, the character development is an interesting one because, in a sense, you read through Shevek's life from a young child to um, moving through what you would imagine is the most significant period of someone's life, being the first man from the moon to return to Ursus. Um,
Yeah.
and so you do see Shevek develop a lot, and in his observation, you see a lot of other characters develop, but it mainly happens in the flashback chapters and not in the sort of main timeline big air quotes chapters, if that made sense to me. And there is some progression, and you see the sort of innocence and the idea of you can't know out to look out for something which you don't know exists, or which you've never had to see before, and how Shevak changes with that. But
Yeah.
it
So
it, oh,
no, it sounded like you wanted to say more. You just stopped, so I was very
well, I was
confused.
struggling how to describe without it being spoilery, but It
Oh,
feels
fair.
like the kind of when Shevik's perception switches in the quote unquote present part of the story, it's told in parallel to explaining how he changed his opinions in the past, and there's more time
Yeah.
spent discussing his actual opinions in the past, whereas in the present it discusses the environment, and you can,
Yeah.
from having seen Shevik's personality develop over the course of the book, assume to some extent his emotional response, and out of kind of human empathy, the general response. And so,
Hmm.
although he is continuing to develop in the present, it feels like development that mirrors the one in the past, and so to me was less impactful, though it had more of an impact on the plot. I'm struggling to articulate my point there, but I
Yeah,
think
I get what you mean.
yeah.
Also, I don't think it's hard to have a spoiler-free discussion about this book. I think it's always hard to have a spoiler-free discussion about Shevik, specifically because he does change a bit, and a lot of things we are coming up against are very spoilery.
Yeah, I think it's a little bit difficult to describe the starting point of the book because
Yeah,
the structure of the book makes
technically
it.
it's the medium.
I think oh, my brain's forgotten the phrase regarding the structure of the book. I think
In medias res.
immediate says those ones are hard to discuss implicitly because by finishing the book you have more context at the start, so describing even the
Mm,
earlier parts of a book which would normally be welcome as contextual setup in a spoiler-free review, it's hard to do because it's quite difficult to entirely separate the understanding you have from the additional setup built into the structure of the book
yeah,
from reading
it's
it
essentially
at
like
blank.
it's essentially like going into the middle of the book and just discussing the middle of the book, which is very heavy spoilers for like half of the book. But
Yeah, but characters. Oh, I don't know when to talk about this, but I got confused at one point because
no,
I was just like, this feels a little bit strange, but is everyone on the moon straight at one point? Because it like the clarification is no, and there's a few characters who aren't. But for so long, especially when they were discussing the like new family structures and the relationships, because it was all from Shevik's perspective, I was just like, did all of the straight people go to the moon? Like, what happened? I was so confused. But because I from reading the Winds of the Writing, I didn't think that was going to be something that was just kind of
huh?
assumed as normal. Do you know? Do you know what I mean? Or was this
Huh?
just?
Maybe this is a fifth reading type vibe, or fourth reading type vibe, but I completely glossed over that. I didn't even associate with that.
Well, I think it's one of those things that once you get to a certain point about halfway through the book, you're just like, oh no, it's just the well, Shevek. How do you describe it? Shevek describes himself as heterosexual in the text, but when
Yeah,
through his perspective you're discussing the structure of the moon and example, all of the examples are given to like a man and a woman, which on the second half of the book it's just like, yeah, that's because that's Shevek. He's straight, etc. But I was just like, I would expect given the like structure of the society, that wouldn't be a structured thing that you would have a default like gender expectation of. Um, and it felt that it could have been so easily described using ambiguous language rather than just man and woman at every opportunity that yeah. But I mean,
okay, interesting.
I don't know.
I
I,
will say this book was also written in 1974. Uh,
yeah, part of me was just like maybe it was the time, and maybe I'm just because yeah, yeah.
it
Everyone
was also
moon.
written in 1973.
Yeah, I think it's one of those things where there is an example of a gay character who describes themselves as gay and Shevik, and that's when it's like, oh, they are there. It's just not Shevik, and it's all kind of from his perspective, and it's yeah. I don't know. I just thought that was interesting because part of me, when you're talking about this is going to sound a little bit silly, but I'm always curious where any topics that kind of you might be affected by or resonate with, how they're handled within a kind of dystopian or a different structure. And so part of me was curious to be like, oh, how is this handled? Is it normalized? Is it a kind of utilitarian thing? And so the expectation of like the being paired for reproduction is the norm, and so the heterosexuality as a default becomes the norm. And I was kind of curious to see how that formed out. So I think it's probably because I was proactively thinking about it that I got that impression for the first half, but it's not the
Maybe.
end of the book. Yeah. Um.
But I got the same impression, Will, that everybody was at least like pan, probably
I don't know.
to a degree.
Well, you have the two characters who I don't think this is spoilers, but what's his name? He's quite important, but everyone refers to him as a nickname in the second half, so I can't remember his full name. But
Mostly because
Ida?
the place is so much more sexually free.
Mm-hmm. Well,
I got
yeah,
the idea that it's more just like, yeah.
yeah. I think this is the thing because there's a lot of discussion of the absence of stigma regarding sexuality and the kind of no purity culture, etc. And so I was, yeah, but I believe it's beat up. I don't have the quote in front of me, but there's a point where, along with the other plot points, it says Bidap was almost certainly homosexual, and Shevek was almost certain he was heterosexual. So I think there's like still the notion of gender and preference to some extent, but
Yeah, absolutely.
who knows what's going on Ursus? Probably. I
It's
don't
like
think
the
it's addressed at all.
Los Angeles content creator community. It's all just a big, yeah.
I can't believe the moon is a polycule now.
I support this idea.
That's gotta be one of
Could
my
be it.
most reductive statements I've made in a while. Yep, the
Probably, and
moon's a
also one of the
polycule.
weirdest. Also, one of the weirdest out of context.
I mean, it makes sense in context. Not exactly a
Out
nuanced
of context, it
expression,
does
but
not.
look, um, oh, I thought, I thought Takvar. I'm doing a dyslexia. Was it Tevkar or Takvar? Um, was quite an interesting character.
Oh, yeah, yeah. That took me a little second.
Oh,
Yes, yes, he was. No,
I
I had to connect, like, I didn't fully hear what you said, so I had to think about it for a
I
second.
was doing a dyslexia and I couldn't remember if it was spelled Tekver or Tvker. And then I got bamboozled of how to say it. Uh, still don't know which one it is, but I thought she was
It's
quite interesting.
Tyvek.
Tyvek.
I think so. I think so.
Tyve.
I don't remember myself now.
But all the names are 6 letters, aren't they?
I think so. I don't remember myself now. Okay, now I need to go search it up.
Because I'm gonna struggle to say it either way, so I want to do my best. Takver. Okay, Takver.
T-A-K, Takver.
Yeah, she was
That's never how
interesting
I said, isn't it?
for
Takver.
reasons that I think are spoilery, but I thought her character expressed several interesting ideas. One or two of them made me kind of raise my eyebrows a little bit, but
Yeah.
she was interesting, and I think she provided because this book is largely focused on one character, Shevek. She was a good character to expand his character development and to allow him to discuss things outside of his kind of way of monologuing. um, I think her character humanized him to some extent. Not too human still.
Yeah.
But yeah.
At least differently, because like she has the whole thing with like a genuine partnership that she wants, more natural connection type vibes, kind of moving more and talking more about the like fluid societal like things that you get with I I, I still struggle saying the name Anoresh. Um
I've just gone for Odinian because it's easier to say. I'm being a coward.
Adinian is very much easier to say than Anoresh. But yeah, it is kinda cool. Also she's a fish geneticist, which is kind of funny to me.
Yeah, I
Fish
yeah.
genetics, baby.
I think it's very fun where Shevek just takes time to like fanboy about how cool her research is in little snippets, especially in the throwbacks. I think it's very
Yeah.
sweet. Um, I the the chapter that is in detail introduction, I was like giggling, kicking my feet a little bit. I thought it was very sweet, and it kind of
Yeah.
showed. I think if you hadn't read her other writing, you could leave this book, excluding that chapter, thinking the Le Guin only writes very Shevek style conversations, and that chapter was like a little break from it.
Really does.
Um, if you know what I mean.
Yeah.
Um,
Yeah.
that
I
was
do
very
know what you
sweet.
mean.
I'm not going to go into it anymore because yeah, but um, other
Fish geneticist.
geneticist. Um, oh, um, some of the characters who are important to talk about, I think, are spoilers, but I think I'm going to talk about characters more in the second half. I'm afraid I'm being inconvenient. Yeah. Um, should we move to the wrap up then? I have so many things I want to say, but I feel like I could only express them well in a spoilery way, and so I. Oh, we need to talk about the writing. Oh, I've clicked off. There we go. um, I'm gonna start the section on the writing by just reading the first paragraph of one of the first paragraphs of the book because it's just very good. Um, so first page. There was a wall. It did not look important. It was built of Unca rocks, roughly mortared. An adult could look right over it, and even a child could climb it. When it crossed the roadway, instead of having a gate, it degenerated into mere geometry, a line, an idea of a boundary, but the idea was real. It was important. For 7 generations there had been nothing in the world more important than that wall. Like all walls, it was ambiguous, two-faced. What was inside it and what was outside it depended upon what side you were on. It's a very good opening paragraph.
Yeah.
Not only in the sort of dense ideas, but also in how it mirrors the themes for the rest of the story to come without telling you them, whilst also
Yep.
being such a clear, direct relation. I Something that I really enjoyed about this book is I felt at times that there was a line of text and I could just sit down and think about it for like an hour at a time, maybe just 1 or 2 sentences, and I would be in it, just entirely focused on it. But I could also just continue reading, and it's a dense book, so you can't continuously read through smoothly. The next book I read after this was I was rereading a YA fantasy book, and I was utterly bamboozled by the fact that I generally read 80 pages an hour after reading this book and thinking I was down to 25. Um, I'm like a slower reader when it comes to a lot of the contemporary books I read, but it's so incredible. There's so many layers. Writers often pick some of their best and most curated writing to start a story with. And so I could see someone saying, that's a great opening paragraph, but I promise it continues at this caliber. It's so good. There's, yeah. I want to try and to limit myself to only quoting from the first chapter, more so as a bit of, if you are here to listen to us talk about books, just read this book. Just of the quality of the writing. Um,
Yep, I
um,
agree.
I talked about the one about the personal versus cultural death before. Um, oh, oh wait, no, that's later on. Um, there's one which is it's not spoilery, but I just think it's beautiful. And it's kind of connecting to a broad theme. But the which page is it on? Um,
Yeah, what does
sorry.
it start with? I
Um,
can search, or maybe.
it's the he sat non verbatim sitting there with his hands empty, and he sat there with open. It's him looking at the moon just after he gets to Ursus.
Oh, I know what
Do you
you're
know the one
talking
I
about.
mean about the moonlight? I don't want to try and say it in a clumsy way because I think it's going to detract from how beautiful it is. I was having a tough day, but I cried a bit when reading that line.
I know what quote you're talking about. I don't think I wrote it down.
um, the light of his world filled his empty hands.
Oh, yeah.
Ah,
Um,
that's just after Shevek has arrived on Ursus and is left alone after the busyness of the introduction to the new world, and he feels this isolation, and he looks up to the moon in his sky, which is normally his world, and it's the light of his world filled his empty hands, because having empty hands is a continued motif regarding the lack of possession and the open attitude, the internally open attitude of the Adinians as a motif throughout the book. It's so good. Whoa.
oh, I just realized I can't tell you what page it's on because I have an ebook version and mine is 404 pages and yours is not.
Mine's 317, so
Okay, I can't tell you it's right at the end of chapter 3, I
oh,
think.
okay. I can probably find that then. But the writing is just so incredible. I don't know if I can. Um. Okay, yeah, I've got the full paragraph. Um. The general context is he's looking up at the moon, with the context of moonrise occurring as the day ends, and he's looking up and then starting the quote. But it had not been this moon. The shadow moved about the hills, but as he sat unmoving, as eyes rose above the alien hills, at a full, mottled, dun and bluish white, lambent, the light of his world filled his empty hands.
It's a
Ah!
really pretty quote.
Excited mouse noise. It's so good. Oh, but yeah, I love the writing in this book. I think at some points the writing style, it's one of those things where I can objectively see that the prose makes it harder to read the book at times, but it's so beautiful I can't complain because of that. I don't know if uh, I'm not used to very dense prose, so maybe I have stumbled in it more than others, but um, any kind of slowing down or having to relook, I was just so happy to read the lines
Yeah.
again that I didn't mind. Um, But yes, the quotes on the later chapters, I'm gonna wait till the spoiler part to go through, but I just wanted to get those earlier ones out that were. Yeah. It's so good. Sorry, I'm looking at some of the quotes I have written down now. Um, but yes, the writing is so good. Yeah. It's beautiful, really. I don't know if I have any more refined points to say. It's not the easiest to read, but I don't mind. um,
There's I will say, it is easy to read. There's just a few sections that are hard to read. Specifically, Savek's like monologues get kind of long to read. But I think a lot of the other is pretty easy to read. There's just it's very dense on meaning writing, I would say.
yeah,
It's not like it's not like hard prose to read. Um, that's the one caveat I will say for people that are thinking like, oh damn, are you gonna recommend me something like heavy prose? No, there's not hard prose to read. It's just dense writing, and there are moments that are kind of hard to read with like how dense they do get with like some stuff. But like,
I
it's not like you're gonna struggle to read it to a degree.
I mean, this may be skewed by my opinion or like perspective from reading it for the first time, but I found it a little bit difficult to read at points, um, because the introduction of with Shevek's nature and personality as the narrative character, there's a lot of
Yeah,
discussion of scientific concepts that are not formally grounded to the very ends of the books, and by then, like, no means rigorously grounded. And so
yeah,
you're using slightly ephemeral points that exist within a fantasy setting as the character's metaphor and contextualization to explain the world around him. And so I found those points a little bit difficult to read, which there's quite a few of
that's
early
fair.
on. I also think maybe just because the style of reader that I am, I wanted to go back and re-examine when I found some like particularly interesting dense point, uh, and so I found myself kind of stumbling a little bit in pausing to go back to read a previous point. Um,
That is fair. But I'm more getting at like what Will said. It's not Ulysses level of dense, and I also don't think it's like there are authors like one you might recognize and kind of agree with. I think is like it's not like Susanna Clarke's Jonathan Strange and Mr. Norrell, which is heavy prose writing,
yeah.
or like authors like Gene Wilf with the Book of the
Mhm.
New Sun, which is extremely hard to read prose wise. There's like
No,
this
that's
very
fair.
distinct like it's like actually hard to get the meaning behind it. This is just dense. This is just a pretty dense book. But like
Yeah,
it's nothing like you're not reading like Mervyn Peake's Gormenghast, which I struggled with that book
I've not read that
to
one.
read. It's a book you struggle to read. Like it's like it's got very dense lyrical and like atmospheric prose, and it's more about like very intricate, detailed descriptions and like how things. It's very hard to read. Um,
Okay, I think those like the odd word which I had to look up. There wasn't the kind of
yeah,
s- sci-fi fantasy science words, but the actual writing itself was quite clear. It was just dense and layered in meaning, and
yeah,
the thing which I found most difficult is not an experience the average person will have, but I never know how to talk about my dyslexia when it comes to reading, but because specifically the style of speech which characters had, where they would often speak for 10 to 15 lines on a page uninterrupted. There were no line breaks to ground myself when reading. So I realized like 3 chapters in, I had to read with a bookmark like perpendicular across the page to hold my line. Otherwise, I would reread the same line twice because I found it difficult to track from line to line. And I'm aware that's most likely a dyslexia thing to some extent, and not something that's super common for maybe the average reader. I don't know what it's like for anyone else, so I can't be certain. But I found myself, especially on Shevek's monologues per se, kind of skipping lines and having to go back and finding that I'd reread the line again. And so I found it a little bit difficult, but I think it was largely because of that structuring, and it's hard for me to know how much of that is due to my dyslexia or just yeah. Relatable? Okay, good, good, good. I always worry a little bit when I'm talking about stuff like that I'm kind of a niche case, because I know it's not super common for people who are quite dyslexic to be avid readers. And there's certainly exceptions to the rules.
Especially as avid as you.
Yeah. But I don't know. I love it, so I found my ways to work around it, even though I'm quite a slow reader.
Yeah.
And sometimes I need to do things like that. I need to use a bookmark as a line keep. But
also, well, Gormenghast came out in 1950s. It was published in the 1950s. But no, it is just hard to read because of how it's written.
This is not suffering from the different distance of time. This is suffering by author intent. But yeah,
it is kind of written to be obtuse to a degree. It's very good though, but it's written to be kind of annoying to read.
But yeah, I thought it was quite interesting. One thing which I don't know how you would demonstrate, but I wish was more present in the writing further on in the story, is the difference of the language between Eotic and Odidian. Eotic being the language of Io, and how the structure facilitates ideas or reframes them. And that's a really interesting idea, but it was sort of established at the start, and then the discussion of how even when reading and writing fluently, Shevek struggled not only in the natural experience of speaking being a kind of different ballgame to reading and writing, but in the use of the personal pronouns differently from how they function in Odinian. And so I thought that was a really interesting idea, and I kind of hoped it would get brought up a few more times as like a niche of the writing, but it's also a very difficult idea to express within one language. The quirks of the differences of availability and statement between the two languages. I'd like Gwen to go more into that too. Yeah, I've read a lot of books this year that discuss the idea of translation being a betrayal, and how the cultural nuance of a language will always be lost to some extent when translating it, and how that shapes discussion and experience. And so I think it's a really interesting idea, and it's certainly something which Le Guin mentioned at the start of the book, but outside of one or two cases. So, for example, Shevek calls someone a profiteer and he says thank you, but Shevek's just insulted him in the harshest way he knows how. On Ursus, there's not many cases in the latter part, and so I kind of wish it got used a few more times. But it's a very difficult idea to write out. I don't know if I'd like to go into more of that too. Okay, nice. Yeah, I just thought it was a very interesting idea as a linguistic manifestation of the cultural differences.
Yeah, it is a very interesting idea. I'm not sure, like, if she wanted to do a lot of that, but it would have been very nice to have.
It gets picked up a little bit at the idea of the start, but it's only not the like central point.
Yeah, I think she had more of like a different thing she wanted to tackle with this specifically, but It would have been cool to have, I agree.
Yeah. Might have made the book a bit harder to read, though. Yeah, that's fair. I don't really know how it would have been implemented, but Le Guin is one of those authors where I trust her to execute ideas I can barely begin to
Yeah.
understand. I'm very biased. I think she's really cool. Oh, hey, Sounds. How are you doing on the ceiling? My notes on the writing is
It's
that
also
it's brilliant. Sorry, I'm
yeah.
being reductive again. But what are you gonna say, Kai?
It's also a hard thing to balance in a story
Mhm.
because like even authors that I think are fantastic struggled with it. Looking at you, Babel, at points. Um, and that is yeah. It's a hard thing
I
to
may
like.
reread Babel.
Uh,
I'm
I want
trying
to
to not
reread
let
Babel, but I
myself
first
reread
need to
books
read.
within a year, so I've got to wait like another 2 or 3 months to reread it. But
I need to first read Catabasis, but it is a hard thing to pull off. I agree. I think so. And I don't think what I more mean is like I don't think she set out to want to do that. So instead of
yeah,
like half-assing it, she just decided to like not engage with it as much,
no, I think that makes
which
complete
makes sense.
sense. Yeah, this book is so dense with ideas, it does feel a bit greedy to ask for more.
Yeah, that is my thoughts on it. Not that I think she wouldn't have pulled it off if she wanted to.
Mhm.
I think she would have incredibly well, but yeah,
This is just me being like, I think the betrayal of translation is an interesting idea, and I want Le Guin's opinions of it in a book. um,
same.
but yeah,
She
I
might actually have one. I've not read all of the Hamish cycle.
maybe I haven't either. I may have to look into it. I just want to quote the book I do all, but that's for the spoiler section.
Because like the word for the world is forest. I know it deals about names and like meanings.
Yeah, yeah, but I feel like again that's
The left hand of
using.
darkness, kinda.
Mhm. It's actually kind of yeah. Every now and then, it's one of those things where it sounds a little silly, but when you have authors who have passed away, you sometimes forget how recent they are in contemporary work. And I was looking at reviews of this book, and I saw someone in the YouTube comments who was just like, "Yeah, she taught my writing class at university in the 2000s," and I was just like, I'm jealous beyond belief. um, so
But then I also realized when they say 2000s, they probably mean like 2008, and I was like a child. And I
baby
wouldn't even have
hologram.
known who Ursula K. Guin is.
Yeah. Okay. Do we have any more writing discussion that isn't spoilery other than it's very good?
No, because quotes are spoilery.
Yeah. I wanted to get a few quotes from the first chapter just to demonstrate it because I didn't think I could do it justice, but I think for the most of them we'll have to leave it be to the second half. Okay. Wrap up. Is it what I expected going in? Kind of. I've read other of Le Guin's
Was it?
work, so I knew what to expect in the kind of beauty and denseness of her writing. I was aware of the themes of the book going into it. Um, I didn't know about the structure in terms of the alternating chapter. Um, it was kind of what I expected going into it, but I mean that as a positive. Um, some
Okay.
of her essay collections have been some of my favorite books I've read this year, and now The Dispossessed is amongst our list of favorites. And so, just saying I was excited to read more of her um, sci-fi works. Yeah. What about yourself? I know this is a reread, so it's kind of a.
Well, this is a fourth read, so yes.
Yeah.
I did say I've got a lot more out of it this time than I didn't see it the first time, specifically the first few times. So I did get surprised by new layers in the book, but it is definitely what I expected. And I am an avid Ursula K. Le Guin reader and fan, so not much surprise for me. And I also recommended the book for book clubs. So I also knew on that level what I was getting into. So yeah, it was mostly exactly what I expected going in. Not that that's a bad thing. I knew how amazing this book was from the start. So
I didn't know she taught. I didn't either, but I think a lot of authors kind of take a tenureship of a term or two at universities if they're established. I
I
don't know how common it
I
is.
had heard that she taught, but I didn't know if she taught like that much. I had heard that she just did some teaching, but I don't know what she taught or where or like. But I knew she did some.
I know one or two people who are authors, and they've both had the experience there, especially if they had a um, their joint experience was they had a book that did well and kind of like got momentum, and from that they were able to sort of focus on being a writer. But once the press cycle finished, they were kind of mutually reached out to from the publisher agent and by universities, being like, "Do you want to teach a summer term class or like teach a class?" And then they kind of did that for a term, not as like a permanent fixture as a professor and think as a lecturer and thing, but I believe
Yeah.
it's a somewhat common structure. Or at least I know two living examples of it, one in America and one in the UK. That's a very small sample size.
Okay, so I just looked it up. Uh, she taught a lot actually,
Interesting.
including doing a lot of mentorship with like a lot of very famous writers.
This is the thing they were talking about. It was I'm just talking about this YouTube comment because I'm jealous of them, but they were on a kind of summer writing class, like an advanced writing class slash writing retreat, and she was one of the mentors teachers there, and so they would do writing exercises, and she'd also help them review their manuscripts, which like how does it feel to
Dang,
to just have yeah.
that's awesome. Yeah,
I,
so there were workshops every single year from 1979 with 20 students that she would handpick. That is, dude, I would have killed for that opportunity, keeping in mind I wasn't even born yet and I wouldn't be born for quite a few years, but I would have killed to be there.
Yeah. Well, it kind of makes sense because I hadn't heard much about her mentorship in particular, but I knew that she did a lot of discussion about her books. Like if people wrote to her about them, she'd often write back, was an anecdote I knew, because my English teacher wrote her a letter once and got a response. That's actually how I found out about Le Guin, because my English teacher fangirling, which I think was very sweet. But
Dude. Okay, I'm reading this article and she has the greatest, she has such a good quote.
oh,
So she has a quote she said to a student about what she does about writer's block. And she replied, I go to the well. I keep going to the well and it keeps filling. Bro.
I think
I
I've
love Ursula K. Le Guin.
I think I've created a new like experience of envy for Kai with not getting to be in on these mentorship classes, but
Yeah, because like I can like Brandon Sanderson still teaches. There's like two people that is on the list of like I will never be able to take a like class from them, and it's her and Tolkien.
the Santa Rita multiplied, it's taken over. The festive.
No, there's actually probably more authors that I would love to have taken a class from. Robert Jordan is one. I love Robert Jordan's writing.
If I say
And I
Susanna
know he did
Clarke,
teach.
and everyone knows that I am.
Okay, but
Oh,
you can.
I can.
You can. She's
Okay,
still
I
alive.
can't because I'm the bad at writing, and so it would be a wasted opportunity on me. But I just like to be there and listen. I just want to hear them get discussed. Um,
Like, he is actually still. She's still alive.
yeah.
It's possible.
Get ready for my creative writing arc.
But yeah, Robert Jordan. I know Robert Jordan taught a lot at the San Diego State University. He
Interesting.
was a long time professor there. As well as a professor of, and this is a wild cut that I don't know if anybody that doesn't know Robert Jordan would know. He was a professor of music education as well, at Adelphi, I think, University.
Oh
He was a
wow!
music education professor as well,
Did not know
um,
that one.
which is crazy. It's kind of cool. It's kind of cool.
I've not been. Well, I'm like one book into the Wheel of Time. Every time I mention this, Kai
You should.
shouts at me from across the
Don't
internet.
don't. You say that with Will here as well now. Will, shout at her. Shout at her. Tell her. He just said two of his favorite writers are Robert Jordan and Tolkien. Shout at her. Get her.
Yeah.
Get the mouse.
Look,
Get her.
I have read many books, and the joy is that there are many more still to read.
Yeah, there's a lot of Wheel of Times books you can read.
I'm trying so hard not to. I finished rereading Oryx and Crake again recently, and I'm trying so hard not to just jump back into reading a bunch of my favorite Margaret Atwood books because I want to read
Oh yeah.
new books, but I
She
can
said
hear
she
it.
has only read one Wheel of Time book.
In my
And
defense,
she also implied she doesn't have plans to read them soon. Get her.
I will
Get her.
read them most likely next autumn. Would you like to hear why? Because I have a theory behind this, and it's a little bit silly, but I think that kind of grand, long fantasy books suit cold weather, and I have my books for the start
No.
of the year planned out, and I do not have space. I have averaged 3 books a week for the last 4 weeks, and I do not have space for the books that I plan to read this winter. So the Wheel of Time is
Yeah.
getting the priority space at the start of next autumn.
You know what would actually be a kind of cool thing to do with the Wheel of Time? Because I also think it's a very good book to read while you're like traveling. So like if you do like any Christmas traveling next year, ooh, on the train, just like there's 14 of them. You can take a few of them
The
with you, maybe
bonus
get an
is
e-reader.
in the UK, it doesn't
Oh,
need to be a trip. If you're just trying to get from one side of the city to the other, it might turn into a day trip because the trains are so bad. So that's how I get most of my reading done.
it's
I
actually perfect for like winter time, just like trip reading.
if I leave the library, which I mean it happens sometimes. No, I go outside most days, but when I do, I get like a solid 40 minutes, an hour or two reading done just on public transport because it's always so slow and late that I just get the bonus time. I actually had
Yeah.
to sprint to my Pilates class this morning because I was too wrapped up rereading Eragon, which is the YA fantasy book I
Oh,
mentioned I'd started
yeah.
reading after I finished The Dispossessed. I was too wrapped up and I just didn't notice my bus stop happened. And I was like, interesting. I guess we're on a diversion. I didn't think we went past this building. And then I looked up it again and I was like, I didn't know that building was on this route because I get off 2 stops ago. And then I just had to sprint. But
Also,
I
yeah, there is 15 because you do count Newspring. Even though you shouldn't read Newspring now, Danya, you do count Newspring.
wait, is that as in you read Newspring at the end
Newspring
or
Newspring is a prequel. He wrote Newspring as a prequel to the start of the series, so it's technically book 0.
but you don't read
Um,
it first?
I don't suggest reading it first. I never read it first. I read the whole series before I read Newspring,
Okay.
personally.
I'll try. I feel like, yeah, I've been getting better at carving time out to read in a way that isn't just me setting aside a day every 2 weeks to do nothing but read, but actually doing it in like little daily fragments. So, I've got very
Technically
distracted.
could. You could. You could.
If people want to give me book recommendations, I've thoroughly lost control of my TBR. I'm very happy to add things to them.
Same.
Um, I recently reached how many books? In my defense, my TBR includes
Yeah.
rereads that I'd like to read, but it actually just reached 300 books today because I added Brightly Shining to it because it was recommended as a contemporary holiday story that isn't like deep in the Christianity, and so I thought that was going to be quite interesting.
Okay.
But yeah,
To be
the
fair, that's not the longest series I could even recommend you to read.
no.
It's like top 6 probably.
Oh my gosh.
But there's another series that I think you would like. That's longer.
Is this going to be Malazan?
No. No.
Okay.
I don't hate somebody enough to suggest they read Malazan. Malazan you have to choose to read. You don't get suggested Malazan. You go find Malazan. No, that's not a joke. Let me put it this way: the Wheel of Time is estimated to be about 4 million words, right? 4.3 million words.
Mhm.
Malazan is almost 6. Um,
And it's still not
Malazan is almost
finished.
twice as long as the Wheel of Time. Yes, and Malazan's not finished yet. Uh, no, I don't
I
suggest
can look,
Malazan.
huh?
You go find Malazan on your own. What I would suggest is the Rift War cycle
Let me have a look.
by Robert E. Feist.
Oh, I've read some of Robin E. Feist's work. I always struggle to
Yeah,
say the names of
I
authors when they have a letter in the middle because I feel strange just calling them Feist. It feels like I'm missing out their title, like E is in the place of like doctor or something.
So
um,
the Rift War cycle is technically about 2 different worlds, Medkemia and Calawan, which actually got developed as a Dungeons and Dragons alternative.
wait, is this the Magician's
Yeah,
Apprentice series?
uh, technically.
I've read
Uh,
the first book.
so
I read it this year.
the so the Rift War cycle is so his books are kind of like the MCU in that they all are parts of the same cycle. This is one The Rift War cycle is like they all are in the same universe.
Sorry,
They
I
all
had a
take place
visceral reaction
together
to
and
being
reference each
reminded of
other.
the existence of the MCU. I I'd
That is
forgotten.
fair. But yeah, so technically every single thing he has written falls into there. The
Okay.
Magician, Silverthorn, The Darkness of Thibathon, the Empire trilogy, everything. Serpent War, it's everything. And it's all tied together and like, yeah. So it's technically reading all of his work, basically.
Oh, interesting.
But yeah, the Rift War cycle. And then there's also Terry Goodkind's The Sword of Truth, which is also really good, but
Oh, that's on my
also
TBR,
really
I
long.
think.
So long. It's 21 books and 6 novellas, I'm pretty
Oh,
sure.
I didn't realize it was that long.
Yeah, it's really long.
But yeah, I've just
Um,
picked up Aragon, which is like more YA than I've been reading recently, but it was a book I
eh,
loved when I was smaller mouse, and I found out that I think Christopher Polonius released another book in the series outside of the original 4, and so I
yes, he
wanted
did.
to reread it to remember that. Although I think because I read it at such a kind of like pivotal time that I'm turning a page and I'm just like, oh, I know what happens on the next page. I'm excited to read it, and that keeps happening. And I was telling myself like, oh, it's the first 10 chapters. Once you're not at the start, you won't like remember line by line how things happen. But I think I must have just read these books like 10 times when I was small mouse. I don't know. I don't remember reading them that many times. I remember loving them, but I think it's sometimes stories just stick with you, and this is one of them for me.
Yeah.
Um,
Also, hey, The Sword of Truth isn't garbage. It's not amazing, but it's not garbage.
I would just read things in Royal Word. I quite like some of the things in Royal Word, but I like stories that have an intended conclusion, and the abandonment
Same.
rate on Royal Word stresses me out too much. So I think it's
It's
like
kind of
a
the
really
same.
cool resource, but
It's the same problem I have with like. Honestly, it's the same issue I'm starting to have. So I've been reading more lit RPG, mostly because I realized nobody else is interested in lit RPG, so I just started reading more of it. Uh, instead of suggesting it for book club. So
Aw.
it's the same issue I have with lit RPG. No, it's fine. I have a
Oh,
lot of genres.
I'm
I
gonna
also stopped reading.
sorry, I'm just gonna
Yeah,
sprint to get a drink because I've realized I've finished mine
okay,
whilst you make this point.
you're
So
true.
I'll be right back.
But it's the same issue I have with lit RPG in that like lit RPG kind of has no like end point most of the time. They're kind of because they're based on like manhwas and stuff, which are kind of made to just keep going until yes, the protagonist has gotten the ultimate power and he is more powerful than gods himself, and he shall fight now and defeat all of them and get the girl. Lit RPG kind of falls into that same issue that there's no like end points a lot of the time. And if there is an endpoint, it takes you like 17 books to get there and like 7 spin-offs with like 14 in each spin-off and like yeah. Especially now because like Lit RPG is so new, you don't have any of those series. So most of the Lit RPG now is just like you can see where they want to go, but it doesn't get there. It won't get there for like ages. I do that, but like yeah, it is yeah. No, no. Lit RPG is more like it's not based on like Sword Art Online style. It's more based on like your solo leveling. It's more yeah, it's more like solo leveling style where it's like basically the idea of Lit RPG is that it's like I don't know if you've ever read like Dungeon Crawler Carl, He Who Fights Monsters, The Wandering Inn, stuff like that. That's Lit RPG. It's way more based on like what other than solo leveling can I say? Because there's more than just like solo leveling that it's based on. It's basically like a lot of it is like game mechanics explicitly. So a lot of manhwa do it. Sword Art Online is very light on it, but it's more manhwa based. Manhwa is like progression manhwas. So like stuff like Sword Art, um, Log Horizon is a good example from like manga side. Is like Log Horizon. They're very stats based and with like skill trees and like stuff like that. Um,
I'm looking at the chat and it looks like you all got into an argument whilst I was away.
no, we'll just ask if lit RPGs are like Sword Art Online, which no, they're not. They're more like solo leveling or like Log Horizon was a good one that Prince gave as an idea. They're way more based on like game style. Sword Art is very loosely a video game. Lit RPG is like minutia of like video games with like stats, and there's like heavy game mechanics and like you get a +2 because of your
Does
boots type vibe.
Bufuri count as a lit RPG?
Does what count?
Bufuri. I put all my stats into defense because I don't want to
Uh,
get hurt. One of my favorite recent anime.
I kind-ish. It is still too light for lit RPG. Lit
Yeah.
RPG is very um very focused on like exactly power-ups and stuff.
Mhm. I love a good
A
cute
good
girls
example
doing cute things brackets but with swords anime.
that is fair.
Um,
A good
sorry.
example of what like lit RPG is, even though it's not fully that, is like Danmachi. Danmachi is actually a very good example of a lit RPG with like outright stats. It has
Mhm.
outright stats that's like, oh yeah, if you level up, you get a +20 to these 3 stats type vibe. Yeah, game lit is more focused on game lit, like game specific ones.
Oh, hi, Hello. How you doing?
Jesus.
We should wrap up the dispossessed.
Yes,
How
and
much?
do
How much did I like the book?
the
I think it's one of my top 5 books of the year. I had my top 5
same.
books of the year sorted out, and then I read this, and now my script is ruined. So.
You told me this, and I was like, hey, I told you.
Yeah, I might do a top 10. We'll see.
No, because that means I have to do a top 10, and I ain't.
Thanks to the pencils, I fear they are hidden under the hat.
Honestly, absolutely are.
Would I read a sequel or another book by the author? Absolutely. I want to go off and read more of the Hainish cycle. I want to. I think actually first I'll probably finish reading The Wizard of Earthsea. I think that's going to be my next Le Guin book. Oh, I am reading
You should.
ba 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 ba.
We can yap about Earthsea.
Can. I'm.
Actually, if you read Earthsea, let me know. I might actually reread it with you, and we can yap about it.
I don't know if I'd reread
I,
Earthsea or just use it as a starting point and read the second one because I only read it a few months ago. But,
oh. Oh wait, you're right. You just read it in like August. Okay, wait.
yeah.
I'll reread Earthsea, and then I'll let you know, and then we read the second one.
Yeah. But yeah, I'm currently reading My Brain's Gone Smooth, Dancing at the Edge of the World, which is one
Yeah.
of her essay collections, which I've just been reading slowly. And so I'll probably finish that before I jump into another of her dystopian sci-fi books. But I will spend my life reading the Gwyn's writing, and I'm quite happy about that. Yeah. What about you?
No, I'll never read any more Ursula K. Le Guin. Of course, I'll read more Ursula K. Le Guin. I will say, I am running out of Ursula K. Le Guin. All I have left is some of the Hainish cycle.
Have you read many of her essays? I know when I started talking about when I nominated Carrie Back Day of Evolution for book club a while ago, you said you were interested in
Yeah.
that one but hadn't read it at the time. I read that essay
Yeah.
collection a few months ago and I really liked that one. But
I also liked that one. I've since read a lot of her essays. I still have a lot to go.
mhm.
Not too many to go, but I do have some to go. But I'm rapidly running out of that too. That's what I mean is like I'm starting to rapidly only have like Hainish cycle left. Because like I could reread some of Earthsea that I've read a long time ago and might be like new, but it's not really new. But I have a
Hmm,
few of her essays left, and then I have 5 or 6 of the Hainish cycle left. I don't remember.
I feel like
I haven't read much of the Hainish cycle.
this
That's the
might
one thing.
this might sound a little silly, but I feel like a lot of Le Guin's books isn't necessarily about the star, middle, and end and plot development, and
Oh, not at all.
is more so about the experience of weaving between them. So I feel like it's a book that depreciates very little on reread, whereas there's some books that
Absolutely.
you have to wait until you've forgotten to have value rereading them. Which I know it's not quite the same, but it's always nice to fall in love with the book. Need my suggestion from a
How
while ago?
much?
Oh, the Royal Road one? I read a little bit of it, yeah. But I think the author paused writing it, so I didn't keep going.
Okay, I have 5 of the Hainish cycle left. I just checked.
Oh. If we at any point pick Shaw books for book club, dubious, let me know, and maybe I'll read one at the same time as you. Because it's always nice to talk to people about
But,
books. We should do the Left Hand
but,
of Darkness
well,
sometime. Part of me wants to pick out certain books just to do a stream talking about them, in a more
yeah,
structured way, not as a book club. But we're already doing a book club once every 2 weeks, so I worry that especially with me only doing 2 or 3 streams nowadays, with being busy with work, if that's too much book for some people, I don't know. I want to
Yeah.
find a way to do it. Maybe I do it
To
at a
be
different
fair,
time, like a Saturday daytime stream.
maybe later on in the year we could do more Hamish Cycle because they're not sequels. They're all just like loosely
Yeah.
attached. So technically, all of the Hamish Cycle are up for nomination because they're just standalones in the same universe. So we technically could do the Left Hand of Darkness. We could do any of the Hamish Cycle for book club. Actually, we can't do that with Earthsea though.
Yeah.
Those are directly related.
We could just read Earthsea as the first book as well.
We could.
We could have our subtle unofficial mandate that at least one
Wait.
book per year must be Le Guin, either non-fiction or sci-fi fantasy.
Wait, Delia.
Yeah.
Would Earthsea be the first reread that's a reread for both me and you? Because we've reread books that you have read that I've not read, and we've reread books that I have read that you have not read, but I don't remember one that we both have read and is a reread.
Way back when I first started streaming and we just did the book club on the Discord, we had both already read Oryx and Quake when we read that for book club.
Yep.
But I
Technically,
think
yeah,
that's
that
the
does
only one.
count. I think that's the only one. That would be a book club
The
for
modern book
that.
club. Let me go back and look at all the old books.
I don't remember a single one
We've
that's both
had
me and you.
Babylon 7 Wonders of the Ancient World, both were new to me at the time. Light Teeters and Neuromancer, both were new to me. Priory of the Orange Tree, you still haven't finished, and Barbarians of the Gate was new to me. Modern Man in Search of a Soul was new to me, and I have beef with that man, and Blood of a Bright Haven was new, and it was the book that was at my number 5 and has now been kicked out by the Dispossessed. So.
No, not allowed.
What else gets kicked out instead? Oh heck, thank you for the 20 bits, Phil.
Don't put me on the spot like that.
The next month was more books. Oh, I actually got a book that is on my TBR from a charity shop for 50 pence today, which was quite exciting. I found Tomorrow and Tomorrow and Tomorrow for 50 pence.
I love that book.
Someone had donated the Story of Songbird and Snakes, and so I've messaged some people who I know live near me and being like, hello, if you like the Hunger Games and do not own a physical copy of this, let me know and I will go in and snipe it for £1 before someone else gets it, because I love the Hunger Games. Next up was Six of Crows and the Disappearing Spoon, both of which are new to me. Then was Spindle Manor and How to Kill a Witch, which were both new to both of us. Then there was Inkblood Sister Scribe and What I Talk About When I Talk About Running, which was new to both of us. Then there was Piranesi and Algo Speak, which Piranesi was new to me, we read for you. Waybearer and Tolkien on Fairy Stories were
new to both of us.
And then Raven Scholar was new to both of us. So yeah.
Okay. We finally got there. That's...
I haven't lost the VODs, I just haven't published them yet because I'm behind on admin. But My Machine Learn was also new to both of us. I do have the VOD saved, don't worry.
Let's go.
Thank you. I shall go to more books. More books. More
we
books
need
to
books
read.
That's like... We need rereads for both me and you. I want to see that. Like, both of us are the, like,
kind of want to nominate
reads.
the Hunger Games. It's so...
That would be a reread for both of us, yeah.
Yeah. Because what else could we nominate?
When you read Token on Fairy Stories and read it into Lulu, I think that's how I found you. Oh, I remember that.
Oh, really? Oh, wow.
That book was great.
It's always fun to know how people find me, because I just yap about books into the void, and I'm very lucky people hang out. Oh, hey, Evolve, thank you for the follow. Welcome to the library.
Technically, you know what would be another reread for both of us?
Oh?
If we do nominate it, but we would have to, we would have to Poppy War because both of us read it, and both of us really like it.
Actually on my 26 for 26 as a reread, so I've nominated it before, and it lost to Piranesi, which fair enough, but
Yeah, fair enough. And I love Poppy War, but fair enough.
I mean,
It lost you probably the
Piranesi
best
was my
book of
best
this
book of
year.
the year. Yeah. Battle Royale is better than Hunger Games? Oh yeah, but I'm just thinking of books specifically that I know me and Kai have already read and not in the last
Yeah.
year. Um,
Oh. Speaking about nominations for book club, I'm choosing the one that we're gonna
oh,
read in
we have one
now,
less
but
section
in
before we
January.
move on, which is
Oh,
who would
oh
I
my
who would
my
I recommend
segue.
this book to? I'm sorry. Just got hit from the book club tag. Oh, welcome in. We're just wrapping up our spoiler
Oh,
section, but we'll be doing the voting for the next book, so it's the perfect time to have opinions, really. Um,
true.
uh, who would I recommend this
Would I
book
recommend
to?
it?
Would I recommend it, and who would I recommend it to? I I would recommend this book. However, I think, and this is going to sound a little bit silly, but I feel like this
Yeah.
book is best appreciated if you have done reading and related literature first.
Yeah.
I feel like if you go into this book blind with a kind of with only an understanding of the structures of anarchism and the different forms of like pseudo-capitalist states that is discussed in like the news and that level of nuance, then it'll be difficult to follow and appreciate at times. Um, and so I I don't, depending on how much someone likes going away and looking things up whilst reading a story, I don't know if I would recommend it to everyone because of that. Just because I feel like it could be harder to follow if you've not got
Yeah.
some of the foundational ideas, which the nuance of isn't encouraged in how they're addressed a lot of the time. Um, but yeah, so I think that's a little bit of a caveat, but I would recommend this to anyone who likes dystopian novels. Really, I think that's the
What is it?
criteria, mostly than sci-fi
I don't know.
as a caveat.
I will say. I will say. I don't know if this is fully a dystopian novel to a large degree, much less than it's a what's the word? A disheveling of a utopia novel.
Yeah, the book used to be published with the byline of a was it the story of a subjective utopia? I forgot what it was called.
Yeah.
And I feel like it's a shame that isn't the byline on the printings anymore. I feel like that adds to it a little bit. Um,
Yeah. I don't think this is a dystopian book. I will say I have one
Ambiguous
more.
Utopia, that's the one. Thank you, Will.
Yeah, ambiguous utopia. I will say I have one more caveat to people I think I would recommend this book to, and that's to people that actually like. I'm gonna say it very badly, and then I'll explain what I mean. People that actually read books, because this is a very dense book that you have to read, and it's not fantasy that's like, ah yes, it's not sword and sorcery. It's a very dense book that you actually have to read, and you would have to want to read this book. Um,
I think would maybe people whose appeal to sci-fi and fantasy as a genre is outside of the power of cool might be a way of.
yeah, yeah, it's not for lit RPG fans. Let me put it that way.
I yeah
So,
I like this book a
there's no
lot,
dragon,
but
and like, yeah,
I really love this book, but I also feel like I don't know if I could recommend it to everyone in my life and say they would enjoy it, which is a little
yeah,
bit of a unusual place. Um, but I think because someone who's solely a kind of literature enjoyer, probably if they aren't somewhat experienced with the kind of jargon dump of a sci-fi or fantasy
yeah,
background, might find it overwhelming in that sense. But I think it's worth the effort. It's easier for me to say because I swap between genres quite a lot, I'm realizing. Um, but yeah, I think this is a book that's really worth reading, but is easier for some people to read than others. I would
Yeah,
recommend it. I think it might be a book that benefits from not reading for
a
a book
reread.
club to some extent, because I think
Yeah.
if someone who finding the time to read is difficult, and I think this is a book that might suffer a little bit in an audio format because of the
I
density
don't
of the
actually know.
writing. I, d- hmm. I haven't listened to
Will
it,
said
so I
he
can't
read
really
it as an
say.
audiobook. Will did say he listened to it in audiobook, so maybe he has some insight on that. But I've never actually listened to it as an audiobook, but I kind of get what you mean.
Yeah,
Um,
because it's very the curtains are blue intentionally in Le Guin's writing,
yeah.
and so ugly shorthand
I will
there,
say,
but yeah,
to help on that point, I will say this book really did. This book gets better every single time I read it. Because you can like dig more into how deep and how complex this book in story is and her writing. So like
mhm,
it definitely is good if you can spend time with it. Um, if you can spend like a lot of time with it and maybe even reread it. Um, if you can get through it twice even, it does benefit a lot from that. Just because there is a lot here. So
yeah,
I kind of get what you mean. It's not like if you have a book club meeting every 2 weeks or like every month, it is hard to get. There's a lot.
yeah.
It's just a lot.
Me and Kai are crazy slightly. The
No, hey, book club every like a book, 2 books a month is not that bad. It's the like 5 others we read a month that's the bad part.
Yeah, I've been on a Jane Austen kick this month. I've been struggling to keep pace with everything. I did without having read the physical book. I couldn't tell you. That's fair. I suppose it's a difficult thing to
Fair.
contrast. Um,
Yeah,
but yeah, I would say this is a book that everyone could have value reading, but it will be easier for some to read than others, and you will have more takeaway from it if you have read some of the formative text that the Gwyn evidently did her research on when writing this.
yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. If you know a little bit more about like the background of it, when I say background, some of it is like really deep background that even I had to look into after reading this a few times as well.
Oh,
But
I
it's
think
like,
how do I phrase it? I think there's a reward in that, but I think there's a certain amount where if you've only ever encountered anarchy as a concept with being something the like new metal bands shout about. I'm just trying to think of how you engage with it in the popular consciousness. Then seeing it expressed in the way it is in the dispossessed might be a little bit of a jump, and so
yeah,
might be awkward to follow. And so I feel
yeah,
like there's a certain cutoff point where an amount of context and knowledge um, stops it being prohibitive. But I do think the more of the background reading you've done, the more value gets added in. Because I've by no means read all the references, but the ones that I have read, I did see call outs to in little
yeah,
what felt like in jokes. And I appreciated that. Uh,
yeah. Especially for a few of them. Also, I did just see Oathbringer.
da, 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 da. I'm still working
That
through
is that.
Earthbringer.
That's another thing you have to yell at Dania for, because I have been alone. That's Stormlight Archive.
Okay, I
Oathbringer
have
is
messaged you
so.
multiple times being like, "Hey, should we continue our buddy read of Stormlight Archives?" And I did not get a follow update, and so
Yes,
this is the
I said
ball is in
yes.
your
I
court, and
said
it has
yes.
gone through you
I
because you're
said
a
yes.
hologram. Um,
I said yes. I said yes.
mhm.
I didn't organize when the yes, but I said yes.
So when I asked you when would be good for you, and you said yes, that was.
Yeah. Yes.
Mhm.
Yes.
Just finished
Yes.
Edge Dancer.
No,
Oathbringer
of
is
course.
waiting on the shelf. Whoa. I really
No, we actually have a feat to get
Stormlight
through for
Archives is
it.
going to wreck my reading statistics for this year because I started it like 4 months ago now. This is what
Yeah.
happens. Most books I read in like a week or two, but there's one book every now and then that I read over the course of 5 months. And so my average is like 25 days to finish a book, which, considering I've read quite a few novelettes this year,
To
makes
be
me look a
fair,
bit
if we
silly.
do Stormlight, if we do Stormlight next year, it's gonna wreck it even more.
Why?
Because the books are not. It would not ever take you a while. The books are long. Oathbringer, for example, is 450 pages. So
I
like
would you
they're
like
long
to?
books as well.
I don't know how to
Sorry, not
emphasize how
450 pages. Sorry, 450,000 words. They're like 1,000 pages.
I don't know how to emphasize that on the average day in December I've read. Let me gauge this. Minimum 64 words, maximum 300 pages, maximum 320 pages, average around 80. So I'll get through them. I've been reading so much this month. I'm really enjoying it. I know those aren't the biggest numbers, but I'm a slow reader, so this is many hours of my time, but I'm quite content about it.
Okay, so then let's put it on paper, Danielle. We're doing all of Stormlight next year.
How many
We'll
Stormlight
get
books
to
are
Wind
there?
and
7?
Truth. Okay, so yes, there's 7. If you read the novellas as well.
Okay. When you say novellas, are they like
Well,
novellas or Bando Sando novellas?
technically there's 6. We're getting a 7th at the end of next year.
I
Because like
can read a Stormlight archive every 2 months. I'm
so
entirely comfortable with that.
because like Horn Eater is the 7th novella. It's 4.5.
That being said,
But
when
it's
I
only
see a
coming out
book structure
December
that
next year.
goes 1, 2, 2.53, 3.54, 5, that feels like a crime against numbers. Um,
Yeah, that's
I,
fair.
I,
But
I
it's
know this is
technically
like,
because you don't need to read the novellas.
I know it's so common in fantasy, but I
You
don't
don't need
know.
to read the novellas. We don't need to. I will say, Edge Dancer is one of my is actually just one of my favorite Stormlight books as well.
No,
So
if we're gonna
it
read
would
them, we're
be
gonna read the
cool.
novellas, so we are. But
Okay, so the novellas, just so that you know what you're getting into, Edge Dancer is 270 pages and Dawn Shard is 290.
oh,
So
that's
they're
fine.
almost books. They're
I
almost
mean,
books, but
yeah.
they're pretty short still.
Mhm. If I
They're
see a
short
book
compared
under
to
300 pages, I'm just like, that's fine.
well,
Unless it's the
it's also
dispossessed
short
and it's
compared
lying
to
to me and it's printed like a Bible. Sorry, I'm still caught up on that. Um,
I will say it's still it's a book, but then you compare it to like the Stormlight Archive, and the shortest Stormlight Archive is Way of Kings at 1,000 pages.
Brandon Sanderson has a problem.
Also, through the year, by the way, it's gonna get longer. Because the Stormlight Archive gets longer. Every single book gets longer than the last one. Wind and Truth is almost 1.4K
I mean,
pages.
this is true, but I feel like this is gonna sound crazy. But I've how long was Mistborn? Let me double check.
Mistborn's not that long, I'm pretty sure.
I was gonna
I
say,
don't remember.
um, da, 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 da.
Also, it's not Mistborn. Bad, Daniel.
What do you mean it's not? Oh, the Final Empire. Sorry.
The book's name is The Final Empire. Bad, Daniel.
It's called Mistborn: The Final Empire. Okay, Mistborn's like
Okay.
550 pages, and
Yeah.
I read that in like half the time it took me to read The Dispossessed because the different intensity of writing. Um,
Also, just to clarify, because I have to clarify, all of them are called the Mistborn Colon
well, that's a dumb
novelization.
naming convention.
It's not, because what happened is he said that the trilogy was going to be called the Mistborn trilogy, and people just went, the first book's name is Mistborn. So I just named all of them Mistborn, so that people know it's the Mistborn trilogy, because people just started, people forgot that the name is the Final Empire.
If you
People
put
just call it Mistborn.
a name of a thing and then a colon and then a secondary title, the first thing is what
It
you read
wasn't
the
that.
name as.
It
That's what
wasn't
it
that.
is
It
on
was actually just
Storygraph.
published. It was published under the Final Empire, but people just started calling it Mistborn. Its publication name was actually just the Final Empire for a long time
Okay.
until they changed it, because he marketed it as the Mistborn trilogy, but because only the first book came out, people just started calling that one Mistborn. But the book's name was forever like The Final Empire until I think his first revision of the book, when he published The Wall of Ascension, and then he made it Mistborn: The Final Empire. Uh, but yeah, the Mistborn title actually just took over the name for the first two books in the series and just became iconic.
I mean, that's what you
But
introduced it to me as, so.
yes, because that is what everybody knows it as. But the book's name is The Final Empire. Put some respect on its
Oh,
name.
hi, Sarah. I hope you have a good Christmas season too. Thank you. Mistborn is a good name. I feel like, how do I phrase this? Naming books is difficult, but the Final Empire could is quite nebulous, whereas Mistborn are recognizable words but also have a specific context within the story, like they're
Yeah,
evocative of many of the themes behind the people it describe, whilst also being
yeah,
technically specific. So it is a better name, I would say, but
yeah. I agree with that, but it's like if you call The Way of Kings, and I've caught myself doing this, Stormlight 1, because a lot of people just call it the Stormlight Archives instead of The Way of Kings,
mhm.
which
I mean, we've
respect on
been
its
calling
face.
it our
But
Stormlight buddy read, so I.
no, okay, but that's because we're gonna read all of the Stormlight Archives.
Mhm.
We wouldn't say The Way of Kings buddy read, and then the Words of Radiance buddy read, and then the Oathbringer. It's just the Stormlight buddy read,
Okay,
technically.
I would recommend The Dispossessed to everyone. That's my takeaway.
I wouldn't.
Yeah.
I wouldn't.
Well,
I wouldn't.
okay, no, I'm being facetious. I would recommend. I would recommend it to a lot. I don't know how to articulate it because I'm trying to think of a book which, if you liked this, then you would enjoy The Dispossessed as a kind of A to B reference.
Okay.
But I'm struggling to think of some because it feels like it sits
I have a few.
between. Oh, okay. Which are the few?
I have a few. Well, obviously the like big one is like read more Ursula K. Le Guin, read like the Hainish cycle. Specifically the Left Hand of Darkness and stuff like that. The Telling is another one that I've heard about a lot. That's actually on the top of my Hainish cycle to be read is the Telling. Um, that's the obvious one. Is read more of her. But you can do stuff like Octavia Butler has The Parable of the Sower, which is great.
Mhm.
The Forever War by Joe Haldeman
Oh, I've
comes to
not read
mind.
that one.
The Ministry for the Future by King
Mm,
Stanley Robinson is also really good and kind of has that same vibe. Um, Honestly, a lot of Kim Stanley Robinson um, feels a lot like Ursula K. Le Guin.
interesting.
And a lot of his stuff is really good for it. There's a book called Triton by Samuel Delaney, which also kind of has this vibe. Um, that whole vibe. It feels like there's a bunch. There's a few like that. There's nothing like too mainstream, I would say though.
Yeah.
Like if you like political philosophy, there is a book that I've been meaning to read called Cytine by C.J. Sherrini. Sherine. It's Cherryh. Shirai. Um, which she has. Cytine seems really cool, and
Oh, I maybe have one that's like a little bit more modernly recognizable, which is another book I've read this year. Which, if you enjoyed *The City and the City* by China Melville,
that's also a
then
good example. Yeah.
I believe that's actually nominated this week. So I was trying to debate if I should say it or not, but yeah.
Well, that's also a good recommendation. There's a few. Um, I'm trying to think of some others, but there's a lot. I will say you will struggle to get something this good again because these books are good, but like,
I feel like there's a good book and then there's the quality of the writing craft, which I'm biased, but
yeah, it's like it's the same thing that happened with last month's, where we reviewed Piranesi. Sorry, not last month, but month before, where we reviewed Piranesi, where there's a lot of books that's like Piranesi that I can recommend to you, but like Piranesi is so masterfully crafted that expecting something just like Piranesi, I will be honest, is almost impossible. That book is beautifully crafted, so finding something close to that is really hard. I feel the same about most Ursula K. Le Guin. It's really hard to get something this well written, I feel like.
I'm really happy on
Um,
book Twitter seeing a lot of people doing their 26 books for 2026. And I've seen so many people who have Piranesi on there, and it makes me very happy. I've also seen
I'm
a few
also
which
happy
have
about
Don't
it.
Let the Forest In, which is my second favorite book this year, so. Ooh, Don't Let the Forest In. Yes. Anyway, shall we move on to the nominations for this month? Woo, democracy. Um,
Democracy.
perfect way to break up a discussion of the dispossessed. Nominations. So the format for this, in terms of voting, is we talk through each of the books, do a brief introduction of we
We
normally
shrink
read
down
through the
Kai.
description. We shrink down Kai so we can see the books. I'm gonna shrink your hat first. I enjoy this visual a lot. How do we feel about the Kai to hat ratio? Um, wait, let me get a screenshot.
Big Kai, tiny head.
Big Kai, tiny hat. Um, okay, thank you. That was for my entertainment. Let me resize you properly now.
Oh, there's some interesting books on the recommended this month that I'm seeing.
Yeah, I'm gonna scoot you down a little bit. I will say, I'm gonna do a quick apology. I forgot to check the nominations for the last book club book because it got rearranged, and so I was a being of chaos, and so I've included the ones that were nominated for November's fantasy and sci-fi and dystopian books in this month's nominations, because I didn't want them to be forgotten and I felt bad, and so I just wanted to apologize for that and say they're included here, so they haven't been missed out. I'm sorry they're a month late. But yes. We're going to start off with one which I'm very excited to read, and I'm going to read at some point on my own, but I thought it might be interesting here, which is The Will of the Many by James Islington. If you are online in fantasy
Islington.
spaces, Islington, this is the dyslexia talking. If you're online in fantasy spaces, you may have heard of this book. I feel like it's one of the big recent fantasy books to come out, with the sequel coming out a few months ago.
Yeah.
So I'm going to read the little description. The Cartesian Republic, the hierarchy, may rule the world now, but they do not know everything. I tell them my name is Vistelimus. I tell them I was orphaned after a tragic accident 3 years ago, and their good fortune alone has led to my acceptance in the most prestigious school. I tell them that once I graduate, I will gladly join the rest of the civilized society, and allowing my strength, my drive, and my focus, and what they call will, to be leached away and added to the power of those above me, as millions already do, as all must eventually do. I tell them that they belong and they believe me, but the truth is that I have been sent to the academy to find answers, to solve a murder, to search for an ancient weapon, to uncover secrets that may tear the Republic apart, and that I will never, ever cede my will to an empire that executed my family. So, like, woo, big themes. This is a book which I've just been continuously hearing about and has very positive reviews. It has a 4.65 stars on Storygraph, which is one of the highest I've seen. I normally only see review grades higher than that when it's only been reviewed by 5 people and they've given a 5-star. So, this is just a book I've heard a lot of positive things about. I love when fantasy books have a mystery element, which this does to some extent, and I'm just quite excited to read it. I want to join in the conversation of everyone being excited, so this is one which I nominated. I'm going to quickly go through the content warnings for this, which I'm just using the user-submitted ones on Storygraph, so I believe Kai has read this book, so will fact-check me on this to some extent, but the key ones are violence, death, blood, injury, murder, gore, death of a parent, colonization, classism, grief, child death, and then I believe there's also lesser discussion of homophobia and suicide as like side
Yeah.
themes, as well as a description of format I'm seeing, but I don't know how much that is.
Yeah.
But yeah,
And there's a little bit of a note on like xenophobia and genocide to a degree. To lesser to that big thing, but there's a little bit of a talk about xenophobia and genocide specifically as well.
but yeah, this is a book that I've heard a lot of good things about, and I feel left out having read it, so I wanted to nominate it so we could talk about it. I'm probably going to read it myself over the course of the next few months, but this is one of my nominations, and so I think Kai's probably actually more equipped to talk about it if you want to do like a little interjection.
No, you probably. I don't want to give away too much. Just that this is a really good book.
Yeah.
It is. I have read it twice. No, I
Oh,
did reread it once. I don't remember if I read it again, but I've read it twice now. Um, just fun, honestly. I like the world we're in. So it is a high fantasy, epic fantasy type book to a large degree. Specifically, this is set in like a Greek Roman style inspired-ish world to a large degree. So it's not just like medieval fantasy, like medieval fantasy, say like British medieval fantasy, like oh yeah.
I
So
assumed it
it's
was
a very fun world.
Greco-Roman from the
Yeah, it's like
motifs.
Greco-Roman. Yeah, it's like Greco-Roman, Greek, Roman type vibe. Um, Yeah, it's really, really good. Um, there's also a second book out called The Strength of the Few,
Yeah.
which came out like a month ago.
Mhm.
Um, which I still need to read actually. But yeah, it's super cool, super fun vibes. And there is a lot of very fun world building in the background if that is what you're if you're just hearing the like mystery underplots, there is a lot of very fun background to a very cool world built world as well.
Something which I'm quickly going to mention because I often forget to say this, but this is 630 pages. Um, because
Yes.
this is how we signed up for Priory and the Raven Scholar. Um, without realizing. So,
Yeah.
yeah, a slightly longer book. I would say the average fantasy book is like 300 to 500 pages. I feel.
Yeah. I will say it's not that hard to read specifically.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, it's not as hard to read, it's just longer. Um, but that is a good important note. If you're reading like 20 pages a day, it might take you a while to get through it, just lengthwise. Um, but yeah, it's very good. I really enjoyed it the twice that I've read it. And I do want to read the second book.
Um, I'm trying to. I haven't read anything else by James Islington. I don't think. Uh, I he has
Yeah,
another series. I think.
yeah, he has the Lacanius trilogy,
Hmm.
which is an echo of things to come as the first book in that series.
Yeah. Okay. I was just. I always like to note if a book's a debut novel, but I thought he had another series, and it did start before this one. Should we
Yeah.
skedoodle over to Murder She Wrote by Jessica Fletcher and Donald Bain?
Yeah, we can. Okay, so there's a longer title to this one that might make a little bit more sense because Murder She Wrote is a television series. Uh,
I was a little bit
so Murder
confused
She
when I was writing this one up.
yeah, so Murder She Wrote is a television series that a lot of people probably know as like influential in the murder mystery type vibe, right? Um, So what this is the main character of Murder She Wrote is Jessica Fletcher, who you'll see as an author on this. What this is after the series actually came to an end, the Donald Bain is a ghostwriter that they approached to write more Murder She Wrote novels in the world with the character and working with some of the original writers for the series. There are quite a lot of them. This is the 11th book in the series. They're all standalones, but this is, I think there's like close to 30 or more of them. if not more by now. I don't even know. But there's a ton of them that have just been published and keep getting published in the world and in the vibe of Murder She Wrote. The one I recommended specific today is A Little Yuletide Murder, which is it's like a Christmas mystery thriller type like vibe, right? Where she has to go to a Christmas place in Cabot Cove, um, and she has to find out who murdered the Santa. Person called Roy Brett, who plays Santa every year in the town festival, and someone shot him and killed him, and she has to figure out who murdered Santa before Christmas.
I'm
And she is
feeling
determined
oddly
to do it
threatened in
before
this
Christmas
hat.
Day. She has to find out who did it before Christmas Day, before they get her too. It's just a very fun, like, murder mystery type thriller Christmas type vibe that I thought would be a really fun Christmas book to read, because I wanted to recommend something Christmassy for Christmas time. And I was like, okay, but normal Christmas books are just boring. And then I found a Christmas murder mystery, and it's Murder She Wrote, which is also already pretty good. So yeah, and it's pretty short as well. It's only 290 pages.
I have a silly question because I'm not too au
Yes.
fait with the Murder She Wrote cinematic universe. Is it a like
Cinematic
mildly
universe.
fantasy? Or
No,
what genre is this?
no, it's in the real world. So you know Bones, where she's like an investigator, but she's also an author. That's what Murder She Wrote is. She was
Oh,
Jessica Fletcher was an author that wrote like murder mysteries, and then she solved a murder mystery herself, and then she got dragged in to solve more mysteries. So she is like writing about mysteries that she solved, and like writing like mystery stories while also solving mysteries.
okay, interesting. I
Uh,
think I'll do this for my
for
reading
content
list.
warnings,
Yeah, this is the hazard of our book nominations. I end up having to read like 2 or 3 a month just because I'm so excited about them after the meeting. Oh, sorry, yes, content
for
warnings.
content warnings, there's one graphic one. You might see it in the title,
Ah.
murder. Uh,
Aha.
for the moderate ones, there is mention of gun violence. He does get shot. There's mention of abortion, and then there's a very, very, very minor mention of like sexual assault. But it's very minor, from what I've seen. But yeah, the big one is murder. The book is called Murder She Wrote. Uh,
Uh-huh.
it's gonna be in there. But yeah, it just seemed like a fun Christmas story.
Okay, well.
It's a fun Christmas spice. Let's go.
A fun
Go get who
Christmas
killed Santa.
climb.
Find who kills Santa.
Okay, shall we skedaddle on to the next one, yeah?
Yes.
So, up next is The Worm Our Boss by E.R. Edison, and I believe that Keith Henderson has illustrations on some versions. I believe it's a print novel, the one that has. I don't know the scope of the illustrations, to be honest. I'm gonna read through the little description. Um, so, and I'm just gonna the you know when people put recommendations by authors at the start of books,
Mm.
the recommendations on this one are by Tolkien, Killer Gwyn Lewis, and James Stephens, and so I'm kind of like, oh heck,
Oh, damn.
oh damn. So this is a book that shaped the landscape of contemporary science fiction and fantasy. When The Lord of the Rings first appeared, the critics inevitably compared it to this 1922 landmark work. Tolkien himself frankly acknowledged its influence, with warm praise for its imaginative appeal. The story of a remote planet's great war between two kingdoms, it ranks as the Iliad of heroic fantasy. In the best traditions of Homeric epics, Norse sagas, and Arthurian Arthur E.R. Edison weaves a compelling adventure with a majestic Shakespearean narrative style. His sweeping tale recounts battles between warriors and witches on fog-shroud mountain tops and in the ocean's depths, along with romantic interludes, background intrigues, and episodes of direst treachery. Generations of readers have joyfully lost themselves in the timeless worlds of the worm Ouroboros in the new edition, with illustrations. The classic originals. There's an illustrated version, so it's not part of the standard printing, and they're just talking about the new version. Okay, this is interesting. I recognize the title, but I hadn't realized the time of its publishing, with it being so foundational, which is quite exciting. I'm gonna quickly look at the content warnings to read them out. There has not been many people who've added the notes for them, so this may be incomplete, but having never read it myself, I'm afraid I can't know better than the resources available, but the main ones are gore, violence, blood, and death, with minor mentions of alcoholism and sexual assault. And so the main ones tagged. It's often the case with older books that they're not as well documented, so I'm afraid I don't have more certainty on them than that. I'm curious about this one now. I'm always interested in old high fantasy, which this sounds
I really want to read this book.
very much like. It's interesting.
So I've
Oh,
been looking up a little bit about it, and I really want to read this book for a very specific reason that I'm not going to say.
oh,
I'll DM it to you.
okay. Is it like spoilery, or is it?
No, I'll DM it to you.
Serious hologram messages?
No, it's nothing bad. I'm just curious.
Quite interesting, because I had a quick look at the reviews, and it's several people saying, I DNF'd this, and then other people saying I finished it, it's perfect, which is always I'm
Yeah.
always slightly scared of that, but that makes me curious. Yeah, this is interesting.
I think it's so interesting in comparison with us reading Tolkien on fairy stories earlier this year.
Yeah, it's the book which I've been reminded of, and I now want to read just as a fan of fantasy as a genre. I love reading
That's
influential
kind of why I want
works.
to read it.
Okay, exciting. It does. I haven't read it myself, but looking at some of the reviews, it sounds like the older writing style on top of the earlier fantasy world building can lead to it being slightly difficult to pass for some people.
Yeah.
But interesting. Ooh. I don't know if I have any other notes on this one. Do you want to skedaddle onto Notes of Infinity by Austin Taylor? Or do you have any other
Yeah.
thoughts on Ouroboros? I'm just thinking about how I really like the mini games in what's the name of the game?
I don't know. You just said mini game.
Well, in Inscription. I really like doing
Oh.
Ouroboros and Inscription. Just casually
Oh,
doing
true,
an
yeah.
Ouroboros. Big fan of Inscription. We're mostly here for book recommendations, but if you like a game recommendation, it's cool and good. I would play it again.
Okay.
Yeah. Wow.
No,
Next
that's a
book.
good suggestion. Okay, so Notes on Infinity by Austin Taylor is a book I recommended this month to get to a bit of science fiction thriller again, because I had a fun time with science fiction this month, and we don't read a lot of science fiction. We've been reading more science fiction, but we haven't read
We've been doing a
historically
better
a lot of
job of
science fiction.
remembering to nominate it and not just letting our biases overrule us and staying in epic fantasy.
So Notes on Infinity is about two Harvard students, Zoe and Jack, who are our two main characters. So Zoe is the daughter of an MIT professor, who is kind of like in the like shadow of like her family, and Jack is a boy we find in her organic chemistry class. Um, and to like they kind of become like a professor's like lab assistant type vibes. Um, and they kind of start falling closer together and falling kind of in love. It's a very light romance, but as they become like entwined together, they have a scientific idea, and the like big startup happens for a drug on immortality, which is an anti-aging drug, which you will never age. Um, and they kind of start this in like secret. And as they kind of start getting more encouraging results and things, they start working with an investor, and they drop out of Harvard, and they become like money and like magazine covers and everything. Um, they start getting accusations that are starting to like tear apart the company and them as like co-workers, but also together as themselves. Um, but it becomes the story of like how far you would actually go to escape the like shadow of somebody that's always been above you with Zoe, but also how far you would go to achieve your dreams and become something, and how that like recklessness and like the allure of this kind of like how that like captivate like how that what's the word for it then, yeah, like how it will like not taint, but like
Uh,
how it degrades maybe
Frustrated? I don't
people,
know.
how it degrades like people and how far it would like push you to go, but also like how recklessness can like
I mean,
come with that, and
corrupt?
how that like yeah kind of
I haven't I
there are
haven't read this book, so I'm struggling to guess what the description is. Sorry.
I've also not read this book. It just seemed interesting. There is a few content warnings, I will say. Um, there is a content warning for suicide. Uh, so it's a drug and drug testing and things, and people get addicted to drugs and stuff. So there is mentions of drug use and drug abuse. And then there's the obvious toxic relationship undertone with Zoe, with like child abuse, neglect specifically. There's a lot of undertones of classism. A little bit of a note on domestic abuse from what I could see, and then obviously it's about a tech startup about medical stuff, so there's a lot of medical content in it. Um, but other than that, it's not too much. Yeah. Oh, there's one note on death. Somebody said something about death, but that also comes with suicide, I assume. So it just seemed like an interesting story. Um, which is some fun, uh, more sci-fi, but more like modern sci-fi.
Yeah.
It's like more modern sci-fi, like now sci-fi.
Mhm.
More like speculative fiction, I would say,
I do
than
like
anything else. It's
speculative
like,
fiction. Yeah.
yeah, more speculative fiction than sci-fi. Um, and there's a little undertone of a romance in it that I saw, but it's nothing like insane on that, which it's fun. I always like um a little undertone of a romance, not too much. Also, this book heavily focuses on the flaws of each character. Um,
Interesting.
which is always a fun time.
Yeah. Something which I was I didn't get around to this month because I was too excited to nominate some of the books I mentioned. But I realised we've not read a antagonist book before, unless you count
Oh, we haven't. Six
Modern
of
Man in
Crows.
Search of a Soul. Um, so I was yeah. I'm gonna try and keep an eye out for good antagonist-centered literary
Yeah,
fiction or sci-fi and fantasy for next month.
now that you pointed that out, I might actually do that for next month as well.
Just because I quite like antagonist.
Like a Six of Crows is kinda.
I mean,
I will say they're probably more like anti-heroes than like
yeah.
villains.
I don't know if because I feel like the antagonist is more so whether or not the audience is on the side as opposed to whether the law is on their side.
Okay, that's true. Yeah, they're in that case. Yeah.
And I was
Otherwise,
on their
Mistborn would
side,
need to
but
be
like
in there.
I love a group of rebellious youths, so um
That's a good point because otherwise Mistborn would be an antagonist story, and it's absolutely not.
okay. That sounds quite interesting. Is it a kind of I know it goes past I quite like books set within academic contexts just because I often like the style of exposition it enables. It fits quite well to my style and preferences as a reader, and so that always appeals to me. I've
Yeah,
done
I
a
think
very
there's
good
a
job
big
of not
undertone of that.
recommending much dark academia recently. Everyone say well
You
done,
just
Daniel.
did.
Does the Will of the Many count as dark academia?
Yes. It's a dark academia book.
Well, that was an accident, so I can't be held accountable for that. I thought it was like the Roman Empire for fantasy. Like there's a battle. There's like a war college, but that's okay. Never mind. Moving on. Up next is Syllabus by H.P. Lovecraft. So let me grab the description. Most likely an author you have heard of before. I never know how to pronounce I's with the little umlaut. I only ever learned how to pronounce U's and O's with them. Um, but this is a short story, I'm thinking that maybe over the holidays when people are busy, maybe I should have suggested shorter stories, but I don't have that kind of premonition. Um,
Oh, look at me. I just recommended No Sun Infinity, which is like 450 pages.
oh, I realized I didn't say the length of the Wormhole Boss. Let me go back. Um, I've opened so many
I got
tabs.
it. It's 445 pages.
That's like a perfectly average length for the book. That's very reasonable. Okay.
Yeah.
I am the problem. Um, so this is one of H.P. Lovecraft's short stories, and it is a fantasy story by American horror fiction writer H.P. Lovecraft, written in early November 1920 and first published in May 1922, issue on the Rainbow. The title refers to a fictional city that later appears in H.P. Lovecraft's dream cycle, including his novella The Dream Quest of the Unknown Kadath.
Yeah.
Salathus was created in a dream by Koines, which is his name in dreams. His real name is not given. As a child of the English landed gentry, as a man in his 40s, alone and displeased in contemporary London, he dreams it again, and then seeking it, slowly slips away into the dream world. That's interesting.
No,
I haven't read a huge
it
amount of
is.
Lovecraft, which I feel like is always surprising given how in parallel genres relatively um I've read a decent amount, but I I always find dreams as an interesting motif in storytelling, and so quite exciting. I should probably check the content warnings because it is Lovecraft, but they have not been updated, so I'm gonna go to Goodreads to check them. Um, I like Storygraph, but sometimes you just need a larger user base. Um,
Yeah.
blah, 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 blah,
Especially
blah,
because it
blah.
is user given.
Yes, I've forgotten how to navigate this website. Da, 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 da. That was
Yeah, it's a short
tags.
story.
I forgot how this website works. 1 year of using Storygraph, and I no longer know how to navigate things. Where do you? Because users can add tags, or you just click show all. Is that where the content warnings are normally kept? Oh.
I think so.
Oh.
Let me see.
I will keep. No, I'll find them quickly. Let me just see if I can find it with a little bit of googling. I should have been more organized. Apologies.
I mean, it is Lovecraft, so some of it is self-explanatory.
Yeah. Ba, 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 ba. Oh, this AI summary is so unhelpful. uh, okay. The only ones which I can see clearly mentioned is that it discusses and in part uses metaphors regarding mental illness as a key theme and explanation. And there's
Okay.
also death and drug use and classism, specifically opium, given the point in time. And I can't find anything specific, but I think it is worth noting that with it being Lovecraft, I don't know for the story, but racism and slurs, not as a kind of narrative tool, but as a author, can crop up, but I don't have any specific ones for this one, so I'm just going to have to do the broad ones, and if this gets selected, then I will speed read it because it is 30 pages and give everyone the warnings tomorrow.
Yeah.
Apologies about that. You got anything to say on this one? I've been slowly working through a compendium of H.P. Lovecraft's work. Oh. Lovecraftian horrors are so interesting. I feel like I've encountered a lot of them, just not in the original text. That's fair. That's fair. It is a
No, I
short
have
one,
nothing
so
to say.
I am happy to just read it this evening if it gets picked and report back with warnings for people. Shall we meander over to The City in the City by China Melville then? Melville. I never Melville?
Yes.
I never get the surname right. Very sorry. But yeah, jumping into the description. When a murdered woman is found in the city of Basel, somewhere at the edge of Europe, it looks to be a routine case for Inspector Theodore at the Extreme Crime Squad. To investigate, Bolin must travel from the decaying Basel to its equal, rival, and intimate neighbor, the vibrant city of Ulquamar. But this is a border crossing like no other, a journey as psychic as it is physical, a seeing of the unseen. With Ulquamar detective Grissom is enmeshed in a solid underworld of nationalists intent on destroying their neighboring city, and unificationists who dream of dissolving the two into one. As the detectives uncover the dead woman's secrets, they begin to suspect a truth that could cost them more than their lives. What stands against them are murderous powers in Basel and Ilkmar, and the most terrifying of all, that which lies between these two cities. So not most immediately clear from this, but this is a fantasy book about two cities that overlap in the geographical space they're in through mysterious fantasy mechanics. And that's the kind
Yes.
of grounding and context for this. You may be able to note some of the themes with me saying that if you like The Dispossessed, you may like this book. For content warnings, it is a murder mystery. I do always like mystery books, so we start off with the kind of expected for content warnings, with the main ones being murder, gun violence, death, and police brutality, with other mentions of xenophobia and car accidents specifically in some detail. And then there's also minor mentions of racism, anti-Semitism, deportation, and on-page drug use, I believe. The main ones.
Okay. Not too bad.
I feel like when you go to a
Not
murder
too
mystery book
best.
about two dystopian nations, then it could be a lot worse in terms of the content in them. But yeah, I don't know if you've read this one or read anything else by the author. I've read some of the works. I think
Yeah.
I'm trying to remember the name of the work. Wrote a book with let me get the name of it. With Keanu Reeves, the Book of Elsewhere, which people may know him from.
Oh yeah.
I
Yeah.
feel like that's the most kind of people know that book without knowing it's him because it's a co-author type of thing.
Yeah.
But yeah, I don't know if you've got any takes on this one, or should we meander on to one that I'm quite excited about?
No, I liked this book when I read it. It's been a long time.
Oh, I should remember to say the
Just
length
that,
of the book. It is
yeah,
310 pages.
yeah. Just that this, for other inspirations that you might like if you like read, like other inspirations to give you more of an idea of who this is. It's like Kafka, Philip K. Dick. There's like notes of like Raymond Chandler. There's like a bunch of stuff like that attached to it. If you like any of those authors, you might get notes of that here as well.
Okay, should we skedaddle onto The Colour of Magic by Terry Pratchett, which
The Color of Magic.
if you have not heard of The Colour of Magic, you may know it as often being the recommended starting point for Discworld series by Terry Pratchett, which I think is very good. Would you like to yap about this one a little bit, Kai?
No, of course I do.
Okay
So
then.
this was actually this is actually not a okay. Wait, let me read the summary. In a world supported on the back of a giant turtle, sex still unknown, a gleeful, explosive, wickedly eccentric expedition sets out. There's an avarice but inept wizard, a naive tourist whose luggage moves on hundreds of dear little legs, dragons who only exist if you believe in them, and of course, the edge of the planet. So this is Terry Pratchett's first book in the Discworld series. Everybody probably has heard of Discworld, probably. So for content warnings, there's a few. There is some fire slash like fire injury. It did say explosive. There's death, violence, and then there's mentions of like slavery, murder, and a little bit of racism attached to it, but nothing like explicit on those last three. I'm pretty sure. From what I remember, I've not read this in a long time.
I was going to say
So
it's been
this
a
was
long time
actually
since I've read this, so I don't know if I could.
yeah. So this is actually not even my recommendation. This is I asked my brother, "What book do I recommend to book club this month?" And he was like, "I don't know, The Color of Magic. It's good." So I
Based brother.
recommended The Color of Magic.
Yeah. When Kai sent over the list of little nominations to include in the slides, I had the thing of I just finished reading Catarbasis and was desperate to not get in a reading slump, and so I was trying to figure out what book to pick up, and one of the two I was staring at was The Colour of Magic, and I was like, well, I might have to wait a week because this is a very I I really like Terry Pratchett's writing. I first read Discworld starting at a strange point. I started from The We Free Men, which was just the first one I encountered of his
Huh?
works. Yeah. I just found her one day in a local library, read her, enjoyed her, and then went back and read the rest of Discworld. Not in its entirety. There's a few books I actually missed just based off which were available. But yeah. It's a classic.
That's such
Yeah.
a weird start.
Never read it. I would recommend it. I think that is it maybe this is me skewing it from the time that I read it, but it's like YA fantasy. It's aimed at a slightly younger audience, isn't it?
Yeah.
And so
It's very light.
yeah, I think this is a relatively short book. It is around 200 pages, And so
Yes.
if you this is a book which I think is a classic and has a lot of kind of history. The whole series of Discworld can be a bit long due to how many books there are, but like I think this is a book that most people could sit down and read in an afternoon, and I would recommend it. It's been a while since I've read it, but
It's not that many. It's only 41.
you have a problem. That's like a Brandon
No,
Sanderson series amount of pages in the end.
no, it's not that long.
41?
They're short.
There's 41 of them.
I'm Googling it.
Anyway, I being ridiculous aside, this is a book I was excited to see here because I'm very sentimental about the color of magic. What was that noise? How many?
Not that long.
How long?
All things considered, it's not that long.
It's not that long.
all things, all things considered.
Hmm? How long is it?
Okay, so do you want word count
Pages. Word count means
for the
nothing to
whole
me.
series? Okay, you want pages. Okay, wait, I actually need to search page count.
It's diabolical considering the number of hours I've spent on AO3, how little word count means to me contextually for the length of a book. Because word count has only ever been used for digital reading to me. It's never something I track with physical books, and so I find it difficult to contextualize.
Okay, so it's only around 10,000 pages.
This is why I have to start quoting the number of pages and can't just go based on whether or not you say it's long or short. This is why we need empirical
Not that
tracking.
long. Not that long. So,
Okay.
that's a, all things considered for 41 books?
Okay. Oh, up next. Before who needs page counts? Up next is Stormbringer by Michael Moorcock, who's the author of the Wilmington area, I think. Which I don't know a huge amount of this book. I wasn't I couldn't tell if it's partway through a series of books or they're standalones. So but the description is the epic tale of Elvic Melanburn, albino Prince of Ruins, moved to its awesome conclusion, where the whole natural and supernatural world and its mighty conflict, the final conflict, Armageddon. Alec holds the key to the future, the new age, which must follow the destruction. To turn the key, he must sacrifice all that he loves and risk his very soul. And it is a 220-page adventurous fantasy book. I don't know if you know anything about this one, Kai. If not, I'll just try to jump into
I know a
content
little.
warnings.
I do know stuff. I just have one comment. Somebody in the recommended really likes old books, by the way. First, the Ouroboros, and now Stormbringer. Stormbringer was published in 1965, by the way, for people that don't know. From Michael Moorcock. So what's the way to describe this? Yeah, somebody really likes old books. First thing. So Stormbringer is about a character called Elric of Melny. I've never said his name out loud. Now I realize. I think it's Melnabone.
Okay. I tried my best in reading it out loud, but I'm sure I didn't quite get it right.
I've pretty sure never said that name out loud. I've read that name a lot and I've only said it now. But so it's technically this book is like a bridge picked up of like stories published in science fantasy. There's 4 stories attached to it. Dead God, Homecoming, Blackford's Brothers, Sad, Giant's Field, and Doomlord's Passing. Um, and this is kind of like accruing of those four stories and then like abridged and like attached together type vibe. I read this very long ago. Yeah, this is sword and sorcery. This is like quintessential sword and sorcery to a large degree. If you think of sword and sorcery, this is kind of like the staples of sword and sorcery to a large degree. The subgenre of like fantasy. Also very influential for future sword and sorcery and just fantasy as a whole. And I enjoyed it when I read it. From what I remember. Again, it's been a while.
Well, going off vibe is way more fun. Who needs page counts? To be fair, page counts aren't always indicative of the length of a book, but I feel like I terrified people when I suggested Priory. We picked it and then it was 1,000 pages, and I solemnly think I might have been the only person in the book club who actually finished it that month.
I did
I
not
don't know if
finish
that's
that book.
unfair, but I think I might have been the only one who finished it. So after that, a slight
Let's just say one of the hosts didn't finish it because I did not finish that book.
yeah. Um,
Yeah, that's the one thing I don't remember. If you can get Stormbringer as a standalone.
oh, I tried to search this because I saw it was like listed as part of a series on Storygraph, but Storygraph is also quite liberal with what it associates as being a connected series, and so I couldn't get a conclusive answer. But um, I may
Yeah,
meander.
I don't actually know. I
Should
will
we?
say, if I remember correctly, this is more like what's the word for it? Episodic fantasy. In that like these are all entries to the same character stories, but they're not like it's like Scooby Doo. Um they're all the same Scoob, but they don't influence each other that much. So
Okay.
like it's not like you're jumping into the middle of a series. It's more just like I don't actually remember if you can get this as a standalone. I don't remember. I don't remember how I read this. Or if I just read this in like a cacophony of other of the Elric. What's the series name again? Elric something. The
Um,
Elric Saga.
the Alex
The
Saga. Yeah.
Elric Saga. I don't remember if I just read it in like a bunch of Elric Saga. If I don't remember.
Uh, Should we hop over to the last nomination, which is actually one that got nominated at the start of the year, and I believe almost won, and so I thought it might be worth nominating
It
again
did.
because I still haven't read it. Um, which is
I
the
haven't either.
Legendborn by Tracy Denon as the first book of the Legendborn cycle. I was trying really hard to nominate standalone books this month, and I did a middling job, so 1 out of 3
Can't be
isn't
me.
bad. Um, but going through the description, um, after her mother dies in an accident, 16-year-old Bree Matthews wants nothing to do with her family memories or childhood home. A residential program for bright high schoolers at the UNC Chapel Hill seems like the perfect escape until Bree witnesses a magical attack at her very first night on campus. A flying demon feeding on human energies. A secret society of so-called legend-born students to hunt the creatures down, and a mysterious teenage mage who calls himself a Merlin, who attempts and fails to wipe Bree's memory of everything she saw. The mage's failure unlocks Bree's own unique magical and a buried memory with a hidden connection. The night her mother died, another Merlin was at the hospital, and now that Bree knows there's more to her mother's death than what was on the police report, she'll do whatever it takes to find the truth, even if it means infiltrating the Legendborn as one of their initiates. So, um, I am a little bit predictable in that I like fantasy mystery books with like a campus setting. And I accept this about myself. Uh, But I've heard a lot of good things about this one. It is YA, so although 500 pages probably a little lighter read, I haven't read it myself, so not super duper certain. I'm going to go through the content warnings briefly because I believe there's some quite heavy ones, especially for YA. But the main warnings are racism, death of a parent, quite in-depth discussion of grief and its effect on mental health, and then also discussion of slavery, blood, injury, and like minor gore. And then as moderate or people tend to grade them differently, but to me this is like not on page but contextual warnings. There is racial slurs, discussion of colonization and sexual assault, and I'm just scrolling through the list. It is quite a popular book, and so you end up with a lot with like one or two things tagged. And then also as a minor tag, there's one for transphobia, which I think is the consistent.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm just trying to skim read through a lot of them because. Okay, I think those are the main ones. So slightly atypically heavy themes for what, in my understanding, was a YA book, but
Legend board.
I do know it's available as a standalone at one point, maybe still can in the UK. That's fair. If it was printed as a standalone at some point, it's probably available digitally as a standalone release then.
That is true, actually, yeah.
This is another book similar to Will of the Many, where I've just heard a lot of things about it that are positive. And admittedly, it came out around 4 or 5 years ago, and so a lot of the hype I heard about it was in like 2022, 2023. But I still haven't got around to reading it, and so I wanted to get to discuss it with people, and so I nominated it for book club. Yeah.
Almost win. Also, by the way, Dark Academia.
Oh, I am who I am. I accept this. I remember back in the day on Tumblr when it stopped just being tagged as The Secret History and started getting tagged as Dark Academia. I was there when the ancient texts were written. 10 years old? What do you mean old? That happened in like 2015.
Grandma.
Like, I don't mind being called old, but you can't call me old for remembering 2015. That's Oh no, that does make me feel old. Oh, Elsie girl, yeah. Look, I know I've got grey hair, but you're the oldest muscle alive. This is true. A few hundred years is quite impressive, but
That's
yeah.
10 years ago already. Oh, fuck.
Yeah, I was like, that was in the last decade. Just don't ask me to repeat this in 10 days' time.
That makes me feel so old.
Yeah.
Okay, let's go. Book voting time.
Do you have any other notes on Legendborn?
Nah.
Have you read it?
I'm just surprised I forgot about it. No, I recommended it the first time and then forgot about it.
Oh, I just remembered seeing it in the nominations. Just to
I recommended it
talk
and then
about
forgot.
nomination structure, because I realize we haven't outlined it in full, but the general rule is we do repeat nominations, but we try and leave it at least 1 month between, so we don't nominate something 2 months in a row, just to make sure there's a little bit of variety, because it's not really been an issue. But if we get more than 10 nominations, then it can be a little bit difficult to get through them all because we tend to yap quite a bit about them. so yeah, that's
you would also
idea.
see you would also see Brandon Sanderson here every single week until we read it.
Wait, have you nominated any Brandon Sanders since we switched to doing book club on Twitch, since like book club 2.0?
No.
That's very reserved of you. Is this because you're just trying to get me to read Stormlight, and that's all of your effort?
Yes.
Okay, if I do the first
Yes, it is.
5 and then you do the last 4, does that work for the form?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Sure. I'll start from the city and the city.
I missed the worm. Sorry, I'm doing dyslexia. It's fine because I haven't published the poll yet. By the worm,
The
I mean
color of mafia.
Ouroboros. uh,
So yes, we'll do 2 sets of votes, and then we'll do a runoff vote
yes,
between the winners of the first 2. If it's a tie, both go. If it's a 3-way tie,
we suffer.
never happened before.
It has. One time, 3 books
No.
got through on 1 vote.
Wait, really? I don't
Yeah.
remember a 3-way tie.
I think that half of
When
the
was
brackets
this?
lost anyway. I think it was the half that went up against Six of Crows, but I can't remember what the books were.
Oh, you're right. And then Six of Crows just dominated it at
Yeah, and then
the end.
Six of
I
Crows
forgot
got like
about
6
it.
votes. Yeah. But yes, so the first half of the poll is open. There's 3 minutes, you can vote once. Because of Twitch's limitation on polls, we have to do it in 2 halves as a kind of partial first pick. But, voting systems are innately flawed. What would you like to vote for Kai? Because as you're holding the poll open, you can't vote on this one. So I'm afraid you have to skew the audience a little bit.
Mm, I'm between 2 books. Can I? No, I can't do 2 votes. That's not fair. Hmm.
It's criminal how fast and how much
Hmm.
Sanderson writes. It's terrifying
Yes, it
to
is.
me. This is something which I feel like is a bit of an unfair assumption, but as someone who has, not to a great standard, but who has like written quite a bit in the past, I get scared when I find authors are writing like 1 to 2,000 pages a year. That's terrifying. I don't know how that's possible. And so if I see an author who's that prolific, I normally get a little bit nervous about their work. And then when they're good, it's just rude. Like, what are you doing? Ow!
Yeah, it's kind of messed up.
I feel a certain amount of contentness of how incredible Piranesi is, knowing that it took, I think, 15 or 16 years between that and Jonathan Strange and Mr. Null. But
Yep.
those poor
Okay, so
keyboards, yeah.
I am making the irresponsible choice. I'm voting for
Oh,
the will of the many.
oh, okay. Oh, now I have to vote as well. I still haven't. Okay.
I think it would be fun, even though long.
You said it was quite an easy read.
Yeah, but it's long. It's like 600 pages.
Michael McCormick used to be able to write a completed trilogy in a week. That's insane. That's terrifying. Part of me wonders with older authors who are super duper prolific if it's partially the effect of the modern editing system that to some extent has slowed down writing speeds. But because you can't just rely on a single person's madness, you also need like 1 to 2 better readers' madness as well nowadays. But oh, okay. We've got 30 seconds left, so we could have a dramatic swing, but it looks like with Kaya's bonus vote, because they've made the poll in advance and you can't vote whilst you have a poll open. It
There's a
looks like the
poll in
will
my
of
screen.
many is going to get through as the pick for the first half. A basement full of monkeys writing stories. just outsourcing. Yeah, the will of the many won for the first part. Okay, would you like to start the second poll?
Sure. Uh, part 2.
Nomination part 2. Okay, I
This one
realized
has
that
less
I meant
options.
to read out the names of the books nominated, but I got distracted. Up for part 2
Oh,
is The City in the City by China Miéville, and The Colour of Magic by Terry Pratchett, Stormbringer by Michael Moorcock, and Legendborn by Tracy Denham. Which I'm actually quite excited about all of these books, and now I'm conflicted.
I am
I
too.
I I think I'm
Do I?
tied between.
Yeah.
Hmm,
This time I put you on the spot. Go. Tell me what you're tied between.
So, I'm tied between all of them. The City in the
Also,
City
sorry,
is a
yes, evolved.
standalone.
You can't vote again if you voted in the first poll.
Yes, it's done as 2 separate votes, and then we pick the winning from both votes to run through in the finale because we can't create a poll with enough options in Twitch's current system. Apologies. But I'm conflicted because I criticize books for not being standalones often enough because I love fantasy as a genre, but I lament that I start a fantasy book and then I have to read another 6. And I know I don't have to, but I love complete stories. And so part of me feels like The City in the City is, I think, one of the only standalone full-length books on this list. I think that,
Technically, The Color of Magic is.
yeah.
Technically. Technically.
Uh,
It does introduce you to Discworld, which is
I was gonna say
41 books
Discord
long,
is 41 books, and so that feels a little bit
but technically The Color of
flexible.
Magic is a standalone.
But then Stormbringer has so much history, and The Color of Magic is a classic. And
Yeah.
Legendborn, I just think would be fun to
Oh, I
read.
forgot to vote.
Okay, close your eyes. Who would you like to vote for? Quickly, quickly.
The poll.
Oh my gosh. Okay.
No, screw it. Both go through.
Okay. So, in the final poll, we have The Will of the Many. These have been quite close. Oh my goodness. The Color of Magic and Legendborn as our final 3 books to choose between.
I can't believe I just forgot to vote.
No, it was 1 vote away. It was close. It was close. Okay, so in the finale, we have the 3 books I've just said out loud: The Will of the Many, The Color of Magic, and Legendborn. And I am gonna run to the bathroom,
This is
so
hard.
this is gonna be a surprise for me. Okay, woo, tension.
Wait, but how do you vote?
Uh,
Vote now. Vote now.
uh, um. Okay,
Huh. Huh.
I'll be right
Okay,
back.
I guess. Huh. Oh, Legendborn. A very big lead. That's a very big lead for Legendborn that I didn't expect that large. Damn. Damn, son. No, it's very good. I recommended it at the start of this year, and then just we never read it because it lost very closely, and then I forgot about it because my TBR is like 500 bucks, and it keeps getting longer because I have an issue. I have problems. But it seems like Legendborn might actually win. Oh, unless somebody votes The Color of Magic, and then we do. That's yeah. Hmm. I'm kind of excited. Just casual bookish problems. Yeah. And it's even worse because of book club. Book club made it worse. This is book club faults. Book club's fault.
I'm back. I sprinted. What are we complaining about now? Ah.
How large my TBR is.
Yeah, mine's over 300 now. That's the only bad thing about making all the books. I think Stormbringer sounds really interesting. The only thing that made me nervous to vote for it is I don't know how available it would be for people to read, which I kind of want to read it in my own time, but I'm always, in the same way of new books, I'm always a bit nervous nominating them if they can't be found in charity shops or secondhand or stuff, just because, I don't know.
That's why we often don't recommend or like vote for like new books. The
Yeah.
newest we've gone, I think, was like one time.
Well, we voted
Was
for the
one
Raven
time.
Scholar, which had came out like 6
Yeah.
months ago. So
Well, the closest we got to a new book was Everything is Tuberculosis, which we voted for the month it came out.
that didn't win though. It came second, I
It did
think.
it. It got
Yeah.
very close. Also, we're reading the book that got recommended at the literal start of the year. At the end of the year.
Like, that's kind of a nice way to wrap it back up. But yeah,
Yeah, it is.
I once again have finished a book club nomination with all of the new books going on to my ever-expanding TBR list. I'm just glad being able to see my picks. It's interesting. There's a lot of older books which I think if it sounds a little bit silly, but it's difficult to track down the older books that have been impactful parts of fantasy that haven't already been widely adopted in the like culturally significant canon. And so it's really interesting to see them as nominations. Because I'd heard of the word Ouroboros, but I hadn't read it, and so it's a nice reminder.
That's the one that got onto my TBR. The others are not, because I've read most of them.
Okay.
Yeah, now that I think about it, there's only 3 other pages that I've not read before.
You are the problem.
Maybe I am the issue.
To be fair, quite a few of the books here I nominated knowing you'd read them. I didn't know you'd read The City and the City from my suggestions.
Oh. Yes, I have. I've actually read some other China. I never know how to say his last name.
Part of me is like, is it Mivel?
Is it
Or is
Mevel?
it Mevel? I don't know.
Is it
I'll try and
Mevile?
find an interview or something that says that.
Is it Myvile? No, that sounds very wrong. It's not that.
Part of me, this is gonna sound really silly. It's kind of spelt like the one patisserie, like Milfoy. I wonder if it's like Miel, but I don't know. I shall have to look it up because I have read quite a few of his books and liked them.
The book suggestions expand your tastes of books, Kai. Yeah, honestly, the recommendations are doing that more than anything. Where me and Denya are setting out to recommend more sci-fi and more mystery and stuff like that. Because I just don't read a lot of that.
Yeah.
Unless it's fantasy mystery, then I read a lot of it.
Fantasy mystery is hard to find good fantasy mystery though.
No romance. Okay, Restmore. The secret is I read a lot of romance. I just don't do it on book club.
I've been rereading Jane Austen. Does that count? That definitely counts.
That has romance.
Yeah.
That's romance.
I say that I sometimes give off the impression as a romance hater because one of my almost favorite books this year got knocked off its like top 3 spot by having romance in it. But like that was a fair complaint. That's not me being grumpy Scrooge McRomance. I don't know.
That's fair. That's true. Also, no, nobody here reads romantasy. Well, no.
The hologram. What?
Who would do that?
What color would a blue hologram like go if embarrassed? Because it wouldn't be red still. I don't know. Maybe you've gone purple.
Blue.
Blue.
No, it's just a different shade of blue.
But yeah.
Kai is the blue manifestation of fanfiction romance. Yes, I am.
Actually, a book that I've been interested. I didn't actually know which genre it's in between because it's kind of a lit fic, though it does clearly have some fantastical elements. Is Shark Heart, which is quite a sad and interesting story. It's about a man who wakes up one day and he slowly turns into a shark, and it's dealing with how this affects his life, his marriage, his relationships, his sense of self as he transforms. And it's kind of like an absurdist literary fantasy, but yeah. It's one I've been interested in reading and thought might be fun for discussion, but I didn't know which category to nominate it in because it's not a fantasy per se, but it feels strange to put it in litfic and nonfiction.
Magical
when we
realism?
have yeah, but I feel like a lot of magical realism falls under literary fiction. It's kind of ambiguous. Genres are.
Yeah, I think it might be magical realism, literary fiction, romance, probably.
Yeah. You see, this is the thing. I'm not someone who feels a like foundational need for genre, and so having two book clubs split by genre is a little awkward, but we'll figure it out. Shall we, quite excitedly, get onto our spoilery discussion of The Dispossessed by Kayla Guin?
Yes, very quickly because my voice is dying.
But we have so much to say. Okay, there were a few times earlier where you wanted to talk about things, but you made a note to talk about it later. As a heads up, this is the spoilers. I generally am someone who likes to go into media without ever being spoiled, and so, please be warned. Please don't get spoiled. I think this is a book that isn't overly impacted by spoilers compared to most, but I do think it's an incredible book, and so I think reading it fresh does have value.
Agreed.
You have been warned. Spoiling things.
Also, yes, Resmore, I am the manifestation of fanfiction romance. That's what happens when you grow up on AO3.
There's not enough. I have qualms with romantasy, and I feel like I should have. The fact that I complain about the lack of yearning more so than the lack of world building is an impressive reflection on how little yearning they managed to achieve. But there is good romantasy out there. I got tricked into reading a book that someone recommended to me recently, and
I will say I agree with that. There are not enough yearners in romantasy.
yeah.
There's not enough yearning.
If you want yearning in a fantasy setting, read Gideon the Ninth. If you just
that book has too much yearning.
No, that book has the right amount of yearning. That's the side of AO3 I was raised on. But yeah, read Gideon the Ninth. That's a separate statement. That's in my TBR. Actually, it's really good.
Read it. It's actually good.
It's just outside of my top 5 books of the year, I think.
Wait, it's outside of your top? Oh,
I think so. I'm gonna go through them quickly because I don't know if I'm gonna have time to film short form content for them. I can do it in January. People always do their top lists late. But I think my top 5 is Piranesi, Don't Let the Forest In by C.G. Drews, and then the other 3 in no particular order. The Raven Scholar by Antonian Hudson, The Year of Magical Thinking by Joan Didion, and The Dispossessed by Ursula K. Le Guin. With honourable mentions for Gideon the Ninth, Red Rising, Barbarians at the Gate. What I talk about when I talk about running, and on fairy stories. They're my 5 honourable mentions and my top 5, I think. I went through them at 200 miles an hour, but.
Also, Tanya, I have a book to recommend for you if you love yearning.
Oh, I like yearning.
All the Twisted Glory by Tahira Mafi.
All the twisted.
All This Twisted Glory. It's the first in the Woven Kingdom series.
Oh.
By Tahir Mafi.
I've heard good things about the series. Oh, this says it's number 3. Is Storygraph lying to me?
That might be the 3rd one. I don't remember. I just read the whole Woven Kingdom series.
Okay.
Yearn.
It looks like that's
baby.
book 3, and the first book is called The Woven Kingdom. Elder Mouse is yearning. Honestly, I'll be called Elder Mouse. Every time I go to my local Home and Bargains, I have to make eye contact with the cool goth girl that works there, and every time I see her experience true dead at remembering the time when she ID'd me and I was significantly older than her. And this is the world that I live in. So I'm happy to be Elder Mouse. Ancient Mouse. A yearn for chairs with good back support and new crossword puzzles. Okay. We can contact the Danielle must be the most intimidating thing on the screen now. It's kind of difficult. You've got to crouch and look up. The Fringe is doing a good job at removing my autism debuffs. But we should talk about the dispossessed before I get too sleepy because I need to be at work in 10 hours. So, um, do we just want to go through some of our favorite quotes first, or do we want to save that to last? Because I fear once that happens, we won't ever stop.
Probably last. But
Okay.
then again, my voice is dying, so like.
You can always send me the quote and I can read it out.
That's also true.
And we can just talk about our clear points. So, we didn't get to talk about the characters much because of spoilery reasons. And so
Yeah.
I really liked I have forgot the name. Was it Tyrion and Bedap and how they were introduced and went
Yes.
on to be impactful. And I think Tyrion is I'm not convinced I have his name entirely correct with Tyrion.
Neither do I.
But do you know who I mean?
Yes.
He would be first mentioned in chapter 2. Let me.
I know who you're talking about. I don't know how to say his name, or if I'm saying it right, or if I ever will say it right. I'm gonna be so for real.
Ba, 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 ba. Da, 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 da. Oh, it is Tyrion. Okay. But Tyrion's kind of off-screen descent into madness, which feels a bit dramatic.
Mhm.
I realized we didn't do much of a fanfare about the fact that we've picked Legendborn as the book for this month, but we did pick Legendborn in case anyone didn't get the pop-up for the winner of the poll by Tracy Dillon. I'll make the post about it after stream, I think. Yeah, I can make a graphic. That'll be fine.
Hey,
So
I did say woo the book we got. That's fair.
yeah, I suppose. But yes, I thought how they were handled as characters that aren't continuously present but have a clear impact was really nice. And I think it works well with the kind of ensemble cast over a long period of time that you get on the second half of the story, being the chronologically first half. Words are difficult. But yeah, I thought that was quite interesting. And I feel like it did a really good job of demonstrating through people rather than structural description how anarchism that is settled and no longer in active evolution um, can have can fall out of its intended system. The broad statement, but I thought those two characters did a really good job of being moving points to demonstrate those ideas. I think the notion of um the I'm gonna jump between ideas too much. Characters. I wanted to talk about Tevka, Takev. Oh,
Yeah, something like that.
um,
Name's hard, brain
name's
smooth.
hard, brain smooth. Um, Takva. I thought she was a really interesting character. I giggled and kicked my feet at her and Shevek's romance. I enjoyed that a lot. It wasn't particularly romantic per se, but there was yearning there, and that's what I'm here for. Um, I don't know how I felt about her reflections and Shevek's affirmation of them on pregnancy, and it is a justification for not allowing women decision making capabilities. That felt kind of
Yeah,
out of left field to
that
me.
was, but yeah, that was a bit.
And so I wanted to just kind of mention that as I was kind of confused because having read a lot of Killigren's writing, I was just like, I would expect something to follow up as like a natural opposition of this idea, but within the text, and you don't read it assuming Shevek is a entirely right and reasonable character. I don't think that that's like the average takeaway, but it can be the case when an author establishes an idea and doesn't contradict it in text. And I feel like that happened here in a way that made me a little bit feel not the best. I think that was my only real complaint about this book, because the notion of the point I'm addressing, it happens in one of the latter chapters, I think 9 or 10. And Tekov talks about how she gave Shevek bad advice regarding agreeing to co-author his book, his paper, because she was pregnant and therefore she was thinking selfishly and just wanted to remove any other points of stress so that she can have like a calm environment for the baby and therefore wasn't
Yeah.
prioritizing and judging things correctly. And then this was raised as being just an innate part of pregnancy, and therefore it was framed as the Ursus people were somehow reasonable because the women were continuously pregnant, that they therefore couldn't ever make decisions. And I was just like, why?
Yeah.
Why isn't someone like calling this stupid in text? And I hope that anyone who reads this book, especially in the modern year, has the context to be like, oh, you can have bad opinions in a utopia as well. But like, I that bit made me a bit uncomfortable. Um,
Yeah.
and maybe I missed something in the denseness and like a nuance where I was clearly objected to, but it felt like it wasn't.
I don't think so.
Yeah, I don't know if I missed something, but it really felt like it just slid through in the text. And I read Kellegren's writing. I like known largely as a feminist author, so I was just very confused by it. Um.
So okay, that leads to one thing that I do want to talk about with this, because we did talk about it a little bit, and this leads directly to it.
Mhm.
This is a very good point in that I've seen around this book, and that I've kind of read this last read through to kind of look at as well. It's like, so there's there's your big themes about this book, right? And every single time I've gone through this book, I've like dug more into specific themes or tried to see deeper levels of a theme, right? Um, trying to get like just deeper into this book every single time I read it. On a first read through, you get a lot of your basic themes that this talks about a lot, right? Um, which is like your like twin cities, the like, utopian model, like stuff that's on the upper echelon in the front of it. And then you start getting deeper into it. This last read through, I was very focused on the idea of freedom. Um, Specifically, there's a quote attached to it with like, "We have nothing but our freedom. We have nothing to give you but your own freedom. We have no law but a single principle of mutual aid between individuals. We have no government but a single principle of free association." Um, this idea of like freedom attached to it, right? Um, and through that, you kind of get to the base idea of what she is getting at through a lot of this, right? Which is, you could get to a base idea that she is talking about a lot of things. You kind of get to a base idea of a lot of things associated with three very big ideas and authors. Okay, so specifically, you get to a base idea of what's the word for it? So two of the big authors that you can like talk about when you attach to this is so you have people of Emma Goldman and Percy Bysshe are two of the big authors that has a lot of parallels directly to this. And then you have the idea of Taoism as like an idea of the celebration of labor and the body and the desire for sexual freedom in an anarchistic society gets to a level of Taoism that's very deep ingrained into this and very in that area. Divorced from the religious aspect of it, but as an idea.
Mhm.
The issue with this book is I feel like a lot of it. So it's not that it undermines it, but it it is a large part of like the feminist ideals of this book, but none of it is outright mentioned specifically. That's why I had a talk where we talked about like feminism in this book. They are there. and there are ideas all throughout this. But there is also a lot of it that isn't explicitly feminist, or does not represent it a lot, and is kind of implied in the interest in the like talk around other parts of feminism, and that is one of them. Um, she doesn't undercut a lot of things that you would expect, um, because kind of to do what she is trying to do, you have all of these anarchistic themes attached to it, right? Which the novel absolutely makes take precedent over anything else. Um, every other theme, I would say, is absolutely overshadowed by that theme, by the theme of anarchism and like capitalism and the symbolism behind that, and the symbolism behind actions and things attached to that. It overshadows a lot of it. Um, so stuff like this, which doesn't directly relate to those ideas, kind of come under the bridge on it, where in other Le Guin work she would actively talk about stuff like this,
Yeah,
but in this
absolutely.
one it kind of shutters down. So there is this undertone of, you know, what her views are and what she would say about this, but in this book it's not really the focus, so it kind of goes underneath. And the ones she does address are related to a very specific idea she wants to talk about, which is like the anarchistic view and the attachment of Taoism to it, and the like works of very influential anarchist writers and thinkers and the ideas behind them. People like Peter Kropotkin, Paul Goodman, Emma Goldman, Percy Bysshe Shelley. There's a few others as well. All of these ideas kind of become like, that's the weird part, because like Emma Goldman also has a lot of talk about feminism attached to a lot of the anarchism that she talks about, but it's like a step removed away from it, so she doesn't get into it in this book. So there's a few points like that actually,
Yeah,
where
there's a few I noticed, but that was the most kind of
that's the
egregious
big one.
almost. Yeah.
That's the big one, and that's the when we talked about the feminism attached to it. I remember when I first read this book and looked at reviews for it, people were saying this book is anti-feminist, and I was like, no, the fuck, it's not. Ursula K. Le Guin would never. But it is something that is not actively addressed, and in turn, it is addressed from the opposite view, because she is trying to be like, oh, this is what they would think, and this is
Yeah.
where the society happens, and this is the kind of vibe that would be here.
This is
But
yeah. Oh, I was
yeah,
just gonna
no,
interject
go for it.
quickly. In the first half, when I was struggling to talk without spoiling, this was one of the points where I was saying these things which feel incongruent, I think are intentionally there as highlighting the flaws of what a lived in and evolved version of these aspirationally utopian societies would be.
Yeah,
And so I was just like, I think that this is done unintentionally to show how even a philosophy and a movement that has feminism as a like rather foundational value and principle
yeah,
could still form sexist and misogynistic views due to influences that aren't just ones outside of their viewpoint and how it could be enforced. But I was like, am I giving the author too much grace in that? And I was just like, I
no,
don't think so, because I think Le Guin is incredible at handling feminism in literature. Like that's a theme which she's very much in her wheelhouse for. So I was just like, I think it's fair to assume this is intentional, and I just didn't get the nuance of it on the first read. But part of me, I don't know. It's still, yeah. I'm still just never thrilled when ideas like that sit from a reasonable character that you root for and are just left undisputed. I know it's like a natural part of storytelling, but I
yeah.
I still feel a bit squiggly about
It
it.
is. It is hard to just overlook. Um,
Yeah.
but yeah, it is. It is definitely something about it. Another part about that is like how a lot of it is interesting because it is attached to specific other ideas, like we talked about with like the ideas of like the celebration of labor and the body, the desire for sexual freedom, all of that stuff that lead to a large part about like the feminist message that is in this book. Um, and specifically because of like how they shape the society. Um, for Norris and the society there. Um, it is interesting that it's linked to other parts because she kind of goes hard against some of it in that like she is like these are the failings of these ideas. So it becomes kind of like it starts reading like these things are also part of like stuff to not that might not work, which is an interesting idea to it because yeah, it's just I don't want to say messy because it's not. Um, I don't think it's messy in how she did it. It is more just like,
Well, I think.
hmm,
I don't think it's. I don't know if I'm misconstruing your point because I'm going to be honest, I'm sleepy and my brain tuned out for half a second because I was like, oh, my emote is cute hiding behind the little book. But I think to some extent, what I read as like the real value of her creative craft from a society building perspective and a like cultural analysis perspective is the notion of
hmm,
taking something that is an ideal and a principle and a movement and turning that into a lived in society, and that is innately messy. And so it's like sometimes when these themes kind of sit together awkwardly, that's an implementation of that and not like
yeah.
I don't know, because it's one of those things of if I didn't go into this book loving and respecting the author, would I have given them that grace? But I think it's it is earned, and I think it makes sense. But part of me wonders if I'm just like, oh, it's like an intentionally confusing point, or it's like an yeah. Did you
Oh,
see?
it's Ursula K. Le Guin.
Yeah,
I
but
get what you mean.
yeah, I think I yeah, but but sorry, you were probably through your point when I did my little tangent. Um,
No,
oh, were you finished? Oh, that
that
was good
was
timing then.
no. Yeah,
Um, should we talk about
I was not partway through.
Should we talk about Sabu for a bit? Because I think we both mentioned him as being an
Yes.
interesting character. So, to me, I'm going to say what I thought he represented. And then I'd be
Okay.
interested to hear your opinion, which is, to me, Sabu represented how, both in the sense that we see the revolution in these, like, I'm just going to call it pseudo-capitalistic societies in AO and different parts of Ursus, we also see behavior that is indicative of propertarian behavior and behavior against socialist values or anarchist values on in Adonian culture. And I thought Sable was kind of the living example of that as a character, and how in both directions you see the ideas still occur within the systems. Because
Okay.
do you see the general theme that I'm pointing to? I think he has a lot of interesting
Yeah.
specific examples, but that was kind of what I took him for as a significant value point, because you see with the uprisings that happen in is it Bilibid, in one of the
Yes. Yeah.
countries that I believe was used as a kind of stand-in for some of the Eastern European states
Yeah.
in the Cold War period. And so it's not one-to-one, but hypothetically. Um, and so I thought he was being used in part, although not in quite the same language or quite the same openness, as an example of it's not the Odinian attitude as a natural endpoint, and you can still develop the other values and practices from it in varying levels of covertness. And he was
Yeah.
the big example of that to me. Um,
Yeah. That's his big role in the narrative.
yeah. I also not that yeah he I didn't like him. He was an interesting character, but he I had a few different supervisors for my different dissertations and research assistant ones, and
Yep.
yeah. he reminded me of the one that I didn't like the most, so I was extra
Valid.
grumpy with him. But yeah,
That is very valid.
I'm gonna complain about that person for a second. Would take would be like, oh yeah, solidarity, I'm taking part in the strikes, and then openly mock the lecturers who are like striking and standing in line, and just say he didn't want to work that day. And yeah, ugh, infuriating man. Also through chalk at students, so like he just, yeah. Anyway, it wasn't my first choice of
Well,
supervisor. I got unlucky. The topic I wanted to do was oversubscribed. But I think he's quite interesting because I think, in a strange sense, he's the most accessible character on the Odonian structure socially. Like we can
yeah,
all
because
relate to like a yeah, like as Will said, like the Bitwell Manor manager who's like too big for their boots. That's something that we can relate to and resonate with in this alien
yeah,
structure. Um, and I think that's in part because he is functioning as like a stepping stone between the ideas, which therefore brings them closer to the present point. And that,
yeah, he's closer to what we assume that character would be like.
yeah. And so I think he was really helpful as a grounding character for a lot of the discussions. And I think it's when him and Atro, who I think was almost on the other side, but that was more so Shevek admiring him and therefore not fully processing some of the flaws. I don't know. I still I feel like I need to reread it to. I understand why Shevek accepted the scientists around him, but he was just like, oh yeah, I sat there having a pleasant conversation with Atro whilst he talked about war and the glory of fighting, and I'm just like, surely this is the. Surely this would be
Yeah,
unpalatable to you. And so I think it's difficult to imagine the isolation that's caused by the lack of development, the lack of peers, I guess. Um, but yeah. I think you went to make an interjection somewhere in the middle of that ramble. Um, Kai?
and
Maybe you might have just been agreeing with me because I'm super duper smart and tall.
I tall, maybe not tall. Um, but no, that is his like role in the narrative, just to be like. So obviously he shows a bunch of different things, like the like nature of how even in a perfect anarchist society, power, ego, bureaucracy, and stuff like that could still come to be.
Mm.
And also the like idea of like stagnation of a bureaucratic stagnation leading to people like Sybil who have complete control over and then cannot be like stops innovation and freedom. So, but cannot be removed because he is a stopping block in that. Until you recognize that he is that stopping block,
Mhm.
um, to a large degree. But no, that is his role in the story. Is that the idea is that he is there to. He is his control specifically is what pushes Sevek to realize that like you need continuous revolution and changing all forms of domination, not
Yeah.
just of state or, but you need to do it in all forms of control in your mind, in like people, in like any form of control. That is what it truly is and where it truly comes from. But that is his role in the story. I think he's a very interesting character for like how he is used in the story for that specific reason. Um, like so because Shivek is like because of Shivek's personal scientific breakthroughs that he goes through, and the whole idea of his own personal gain then and control that Shevek would experience from doing that. Um, Sabul as like a stopping force to that is a very interesting idea in that his taking over of that is what has Shevek kind of more trapped in the classic ideas of anarchism and anarchis that is about that. Um, it's a very interesting idea to have a character like him be there for that. Specifically, so closely tied to the main character, so closely tied to Shivek specifically. Um,
I think it ties in interestingly to the. I'm jumping a little bit, but it relates to the question Will
yeah,
mentioned earlier, which um, is the dispossessed anarcho society actually an anarchy society? And I think that this is one of the things which, not in direct line, but is Shevek's growth in the present and the second half of the story, is the kind of in the past rather, is the discussion that he has first with Bedap and then later on the kind of understanding of the hierarchies and how they influence him, but then also reflecting on the necessity in times of crisis that we naturally fall into systems which are innately anti anarchy. I was trying to
yeah,
figure out how to say the word in the right format for that phrasing, but we just continue. And so it's quite interesting because you see the characters not directly address it, but they approve of and they appreciate the system that is in place that has allowed minimization of suffering due to the drought that happens in the past segments, even though it is by no means handled without suffering. Many people die off page, although no plot significant characters, I don't think. There's just reference to like a lot of suffering, some of which Shevek witnesses firsthand. And I think it's really interesting because you get the perspective of Shevek, who at the end is solemnly of the perspective that continuous revolution is necessary for an anarchistic society, who also simultaneously holds and appreciates the value that the suffering was minimized by the place of these systems in this time of trouble. And it's not kind of discussed directly on page as a kind of conflict of these two ideas, but I think that's one of the like really interesting examinations you see between the ideas, I think, in the
yeah,
second half of the past section. um so I found that bit really interesting because yeah, it believe it or not, the it's not a two anarchy. Whoa, the thing that's been around for 170 years. Um, but yeah, so I thought that was a
well,
good way to demonstrate it, and also a good way to kind of,
yeah,
how do I phrase it, temper the betrayal which Shevek might have otherwise felt, the idea that they were living in a true anarchy. Because I think
yeah,
if you told Shevek at the first part of the story, oh, this isn't a true Odonian anarchistic society, he would disagree and be offended that he wasn't living that way. But as
absolutely,
he matures and he realizes this is the case, but there is necessity in this in like times of struggle, particularly, and because of the limited resources they have, they are innately in some degree in perpetual times of struggle. And so I think that's a really interesting balance and nuance, and it talks about the improved efficiency and effectiveness of some degree of ordered structure, not necessarily a kind of like capitalistic structure, but some structure and authority. Um, and I thought that was one of the most interesting themes outside of the family unit ones and the relationship structure ones that happened within the Odinian side. Um, yeah. Uh, the thing is, I wrote so many notes, I don't know where to start looking through them. Um, uh, I think one thing which made a lot of sense and I liked was the naivete of Shevek, especially after arriving on Ursus.
yeah,
It makes so much sense, especially because with Shevek in particular and him experiencing some degree of social isolation in the habitat which he grew up surrounded by people with like-minded perspectives to some extent, let alone in this distant world that he would not perceive the social nuance and the cruelty of the various schemings. Um,
yeah. But that's a big point of like a lot of this is also attached to the idea of like not knowing an alternative on a large part of it. And like, if you don't know what the alternative is, you don't know how the alternative functions to a large degree. So he just would not know, because he was never taught differently.
Yeah. I'm looking between ideas. Ba, 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 ba. Oh, there was the quote about Atro, which this is in part a quote to me fan mousing about the writing, but is also just the general positive discussion when Shevek first arrives in Earth and all the scientists are talking, and there is the quote. I think I just referenced the page, so I've got to find page 37 in my printing. Oh, that was a different one. Never mind, I wrote down the wrong page number, I guess. It's non-verbatim, but it was something along the lines of any of the scientists discussed excitedly, except Atro, who grew out of excitement. But it's much more elegant than that. Ba 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 ba. Oh well.
I could try.
I do
I was
think.
trying to find it myself.
One thing which I think is like an interesting point of contrast is there's the clear secondary theme about the stagnation of improvement and ideas on in the Odinian society as compared to the various societies on Ursus, and for example the AO society, because that's kind of the clear theme for why Shevek feels companionship and feels recognition within the scientists in Io at the university, and therefore ends up going there eventually. And it's interesting. I kind of expected why that is the case to be discussed more, potentially in Shevek's past, which I, at least on my like read and a half through, didn't glimpse particular comments of outside of Sabu and Sabu related problems. Which now that I say it, that could be the stopper. Uh, but the whole idea, which essentially structures it as one that's ironically like a relatively stagnant society for the anarchistic one, and the lack of progress that it causes. And I think there was a bit of examination of the idea of if the almost priority is ensuring everybody has equal access, then there is priority is not getting more access, and so the amount of access people get won't increase particularly. And so like that theme was examined a little bit, but yeah, I don't know. Part of me was just like, I feel like I'm missing out on the conclusion of the ideas of this bit, because I expected it to get examined. I think it was examined interestingly on in the Odinian society, but it wasn't really examined at the university in Io, and so well, because how do I phrase it? Maybe this is me being critical of certain structures, but I almost expect it to be, oh yeah, and all those like step forwards that they've credited to the IO Society are all from the Hainish or something. I don't know. Part of me was expecting almost something like that in terms of in not being such a sparse lack of progress versus a continually advancing society. But I think that might just be a bit of bias creeping in, just a little bit. But I don't know. I think I'm sort of used to the kind of theme when it comes to nations like the IO one of them taking knowledge and taking credit for it. And so for it to just be their sincere advancements, and that every now and then geniuses did happen to be born into the gentle class who push things forwards. And occasionally you get people like Ollie who managed to work up. Was
I can see what you mean, though.
I feel I'm once again saying this book has so many themes and I wish they were talked about more, but I just found it really interesting, and
It does open up a lot of ideas that it doesn't close itself.
yeah. And this is one where I was kind of like, oh, this painted a depiction that within my own kind of reflection on the topic, I have reached. There are like points that I reached that I didn't recognize being addressed here, and that's surprising to me because Ursula K. Le Guin is far more informed and better at discussing these topics than I am. Uh, da, 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 da. Oh, so I want to talk about
Yeah.
Rulag,
Okay.
Shevek's mother. This is so interesting to me because I think his absence of relationship with his mother is his most defining trait as a character, in a strange sense.
Yeah.
Because it talks a lot as about the secondary experience of the social isolation, but I think when looking at the perspective, especially at the very first and very last few points of the past segment of the story, a lot of that perceived isolation from young Shevek's perspective is due to the absence of that additional role in his life and the absence of the like maternal figure, even though he was in a being raised by a village situation. And I thought that was kind of interesting because a lot of the times, especially younger Shevek regularly refers back to the Odonian principles and if he's aligning with them. And having a traditional family structure, it was my reading, isn't aligned with those values. With the like priority and the structure of the communal raising of children, and the fact that children often born of relationships that are arranged like statistically for the propagation of more children and not out of any like long-term romantic or like companionship endeavor. And so it felt kind of interesting for this to be something that he felt so viscerally as an absence in his life when it didn't fully align with all of the other ideas which he held so firmly to and kind of defined himself by, without ever looking at the inconsistency of that. I also just thought it was kind of, I don't know. I wrote down notes being grumpy at her in the meeting. Like, why was she just evil? I wrote a note down which is, I know there's all the problems on Ursus, but I'm most mad at Rulag at the moment, when they had the meeting, and she got into an argument with Shevek. It just felt so cool. I don't know. Did you have any thoughts about her, or?
The same place as you about it. I will say, I don't. Yeah, she is kind of evil, but I don't think she's like evil. I kind of. I don't know if this is me like a, attributing things that are not in text just to there, but I see how a character like that would come to exist. And I don't think it's evil necessarily outright. I think it's antagonistic.
my interpretation of her, because I did have a kind of where does she function in text if you arrange each of the characters in relation to
Sebek.
their distance
Oh,
from the like ideas of Odonian culture, and you define each
okay.
character by their interaction with it. She is the living, competent, intelligent Shevek as a child who didn't question any of Odinian culture, but has continues to use her intellect to argue for the present state of Odinian culture without questioning or interpreting it. That's kind of what I read her out as and like fleshed out as in my mind, which I don't know if
Hmm.
that's if that's something that people resonate with.
I can see that.
Because yeah, to me, she seemed like how do I phrase this? When change is proposed, there's often a significant number of people who are very informed and very intelligent, but aren't actively questioning ideas around them, and will often have like varying opinions on like societal change, etc. And I think she was
Yeah.
kind of a representative of that, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
Which it's very
She
interesting
absolutely is.
because the whole idea of to change from the Odinian structure is a betrayal, but the Odinian structure is defined on continuous change. It's defined on continuous evolution. It's an anarchistic principle, and so yeah, I feel like considering how well she tears apart people's arguments, she should have been able to see through that bit, but I guess not. It's on the bits I had a hard time following. Yeah, that discussion took me a few read-throughs to follow, especially because we didn't know the full context of it as it got revealed.
Yep.
That was one of the denser parts.
It
I
is
also
one of the denser parts of the story.
I thought it was interesting that Shevek's father, who had been there and helped raise him, isn't referenced at all after I think the third chapter, despite being
Yeah.
a much more
Well,
significant part of his life, which I feel like is some kind of discussion on being defined by absences or being defined by the things we want, not the things we have. I feel like there's something there. um,
to a degree, yeah.
yeah. Um,
Also, just a big part of that is like some of that idea is also attached to the idea of no possession, because like you see it in Sebek's daughter specifically as well, where he isn't her father, he is the father. He isn't.
yes, but they also go against a lot of the traditional structure
Yeah, they do.
because they keep the daughter and then the son with them for longer than expected, and they continue to spend time with the children when most parents have been stationed elsewhere, etc. Um,
Yeah, they do. But with his own father, that's the implication is that that did not happen with his own father, or like he is the father, or whatever you want to call it.
I read it as the father stuck around for a bit longer than usual, but eventually just left as is the natural process of things. And I read that as being indicative of there is friction against the absence of familiar structure and only a communal
Yeah,
family.
yeah,
Yeah.
there is. At least in yeah, at least
Um,
from our points of view.
mhm.
And by our point of view, I mean Sebek.
Oh, I found the quote from Atro
Oh,
from
yeah.
regarding Atro earlier, which is um, it's on page 60. Scrolling through pages. Am I just going mad when I read page 60?
Yeah, I lost it again. Bye bye.
I thank you for the puzzle. Maybe I need to drink some tea.
I need to go make some tea.
Have you not had dinner? Oh, do you mean the beverage?
Right, do you call food tea?
Tea is sometimes used as a synonym for dinner in the UK.
Oh no, I've eaten.
Oh, okay.
I just need a hot drink for my voice.
Oh, I found the quote. They were intensely interested in it, except for Atro, who had outlived intensity. I just thought that was like a sweet line.
That is a cool line.
I haven't eaten.
Will hasn't eaten.
What time
Ooh.
zone are you in? How irresponsible is this? It is. Consume food.
What's
Get
that
like a
line?
bag of crisps as a snack or something. Go eat vegetables. I love vegetables. I had some very good vegetables today.
What vegetables did you have?
I had a little medley. I made. I was using quite a bit of frozen food, but I had a, like normal, like loose frozen peas, and then some leek
US, it's
and
7:20.
fine
That's not too bad.
beans in like a butter and oil and a little bit of lemon dressing with some his with some walnuts like lightly crushed in. It
That
was
sounds
good.
good.
It was meant to be almonds, but I didn't have finely sliced almonds, and I didn't want to put whole almonds in, so I just broke up a few hazelnuts instead. But it is what it is.
That sounds good. Now I'm hungry.
Oh no. Oh, this is an interesting quote about Shevek's perspective, which is my initiative is the only one I know, was quite interesting. Because this was said in reference to him talking to some of the iron physicists, and I think he framed it within the text as being an Odinian perspective, but I don't think it was. I think that was a him being isolated perspective. um,
Okay.
because when you think about it, of my initiative is the only one I know, that isn't really representative and part at all of the Odinian society. There's the whole notion
Yeah.
of collective focus and care and balancing of intention and aspirations, and so the idea that the only intent you recognize and know as your own is something that sits outside of those social standards and is just I'm going to say a physicist thing as shorthand. But I thought that was quite interesting because I thought that was also an example of how I have one note which was written very unhelpfully by me at 3 a.m. a few days ago when I was rereading, which is, do you think that all of the IO department people now think that all anarchists are autistic? It was one of my notes. Um, sometimes I see characters and I'm just like, oh, I recognize that, and I don't know if I'm projecting too far, but I don't think I was projecting very far in this case.
I don't think so either.
Yeah. Oh, one thing which I was going to talk about as a writing technique, which I found quite interesting, is one thing which I noted, and I didn't really have an opinion of, but I noted a lot, is there's a lot of lists in this book.
Oh yeah, there is.
Especially early on, Shevek loves listing 10 to 12 things to describe it in context. And I didn't know how I felt about it. I feel like it was done as a tool to frame the narrative character as having a very like regimented and structured approach to things, and also some inference of like logic and order. But at times I was like, oh gosh, it's another list. But I just those are the types of sentences which I get lost in very easily because of the lack of structure to them. So I have a slightly irrational fear of them. The other writing thing which I saw crop up quite a bit, which I found quite interesting, was subversion of expectation with common phrases. And I didn't write enough examples of this down, but I'm just going to talk in general principles. But there's often times where you would have a phrase that isn't so commonly ingrained and replaced with such an opposite meaning that it becomes a kind of like joke statement on a t-shirt, but it's still subversive by not being the format you expect it to be. And this was used, I think, quite a lot to frame Odinian society as different, especially in the first third. And then it continued with some various expansions, one of which I thought was fun was the term arts and crafts being used to mean the creative fields and physical labor rather than the arts and crafts movement, which is in whole an area of art, which I believe would already have happened and be a cultural point of reference by the time this was written.
Yeah.
And so I thought that kind of use of subversion of expectation of relatively common phrases was an interesting way of emphasizing the differences in shorthand. Yeah.
True. Yeah, that's actually true. I do know some parts of it, and like how this became like a what's the word? Like a cult. Okay, so this is a not restart, but like a popularization of the utopian and dystopian vibe for a
Okay.
large part. This was one of the first big ones published in a long time and became kind of like a what's the word? Like um I don't know the word.
It became whatever the Hunger Game was to YA dystopian competition series.
That 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 one. It did that. It did that thing. It did the thing.
Yeah, I don't know how to describe that either, but it's definitely an established phenomenon that keeps happening. It's 7 p.m.
It did the thing.
We better get some food after this. Well, I don't imagine we'll be yapping for more than an hour, but still, especially if you've not had breakfast. Um,
Well, it repopularized it because it was popular before. But then it kind of died down for a long while, and this came in
would
and went,
reinvigorated
ooh,
be a good one?
reinvigorated. That's a great word for it.
Good word. I had to look up a few words from this book which I didn't know. And every time that happens, I am conflicted with the thought of, oh, a new word, how exciting, and a word I don't know, I am a fool, and I am never quite mature enough to focus primarily on the first one. But one day I'll get there. Um, um, the structure of. I am on my third coffee.
I might need to do that soon.
Oh, we can finish up soon if you're getting very sleepy. I do have a list of quotes I just want to read and then be like, words are so
Yes.
cool.
Quotes.
Other themes I'd like to talk about, just kind of going rapid fire. Um, I have forgotten her name, which feels aptly fitting, but Ollie's. Is it Ollie's sister or Ollie's wife's sister?
I think it's my sister.
That whole
I got the sister.
that whole arc
Oh.
made me grumpy with Shevek. Yeah, I don't know if I have anything else to say about that, but yeah,
Made me grumpy. How
yeah.
dare.
I feel very silly when I get disappointed in fictional characters, but I do. I think the protest was I so this is one of those things where in the latter part of a book when momentum picks up, I often find that I make less notes, although by most standards more things are happening. But I found that once you had Shevik's interaction with I have forgotten his name. I looked it up earlier and then I forgot it again because my brain is made of soup and the soup is full of unrequited yearning dark academia sapphic books. Da 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 da. Oh, This isn't the theme I was going to talk about, but how easy it was for Shevek to love Ursus, I thought was quite nice as a demonstration of. I'm going to use power as shorthand for luxury, but the corruptive power of luxury.
Yeah.
Yeah. But yeah, going back to my previous point, the protest scene I think was very well done, both in its writing being very emotive and the kind of absence of detail with the person Shevek stays with in the cellar. I think there's the anonymity yet presence of the person in the crowd and the fact that they don't expand on their identity is intentional and like not radically profound but interesting as it kind of discusses of the many people who were in the crowd. They went there knowing that this was a risk and this is the person who has been affected by it, and how it like leads into the anonymity of it in that aspect I think was very well done. Yeah, very very sad. It was one of those things where I was just there like, Shevek, you 40-year-old baby, you are not ready for any of this. You oh no. It just yeah. It was very well done. And I really appreciated it wasn't like a key focal point, but the discussion and the mention of the people who were willing to put themselves at risk, although it wasn't centered, the kind of people who facilitated Shevek in his speech and then in his subsequent escape to the embassy. That's the word. I thought that was well handled without having it be a lecture, I think.
Yeah. Yeah, I agree. I know what you're talking about.
Um,
And I agree.
yeah. Part of me, this is a silly thought, and I don't know if I was projecting because Shevek was in a state when it happened, but the fact that when he got to the embassy and there
Yeah.
was, I believe, the woman who's the receptionist and the woman who was the ambassador talking to him, and he kept requesting to see the ambassador until
Yeah.
repeatedly the ambassador clarified, "It's me." Part of me wondered if that was not just the shock and in some part shaped by his time in Io, and he'd assumed that they were fetching a man. But I didn't know if I was reading too much into it. Because he was very much in shock, like understandably so. But yeah. Is it all done? I started monologuing
Yeah.
again. I mean, he was there to give a speech, so I think that was his most. That was the monologue that made most sense in a social context, I think. But it was one of many monologues. Kai sounds fresh and healthy. You're energized, hologram. Wait, can we like turn your brightness up or something? I don't know. Increase your refresh rate? How do holograms work? Do holograms have a refresh rate? Seems so. It depends on
Good
type of hologram.
question. Probably.
Yeah.
Probably, right?
Hmm. Something which I thought was interesting with, but I didn't hit me quite as hard as it hit other people reading
Yes.
reviews and discussion about it, was Kitho, the Hainish shipman on the spaceship, asking if he could go with Shevek to the Odinian planet. It felt impactful to me, but when I saw other people talking about their experiences reading the book, there were several people talking about how they were kind of brought to tears by it, which I I thought it was interesting and it was meaningful because the Hainish aren't introduced as being from a kind of elevated or exalted place by any means, but they're not in a extreme sort of final days version of either of the societal structures presented. Although it's discussed very briefly, but I don't know how you would describe it with the keywords. They're in a messed up place as well. And so they've made some mistakes to their planet, and maybe with their authority structures, but
An oopsie has occurred.
a few oopsies has occurred. But I think it was quite interesting because to me that was there to show that it's not just out of the extreme circumstances of a Io or another Ursus society that an Odinian principle can form. That was like the motivating factor of the conversation. This desire for change doesn't just come from extreme circumstances, because the Hainish are put us in a relatively neutral position, a kind of a midpoint between the two, was my brief reading of the framing, and with like a little bit of the Earthsea context. So it's an understatement. I don't know how to talk about it without talking about other Hainish cycle books, so I'm trying to behave. But so that's what that meant to me. But I feel like I might have missed some aspects of it because I've seen a lot of people talk about it as a very emotional aspect. And I thought it was a nice thing to include, but it didn't hit me as one of the core emotional parts of the book, but it seemed to be a takeaway for a lot of people. And so I was just curious if anyone else found that, or if they did, if they could explain it to me, because I want to know what everyone was having their emotions punched about. Hi, do you have thoughts? I think it's past the hologram's bedtime. Okay, I have one last idea / quote, which is how, despite returning to the Odinian society with the intent to continue and in some way become revolutionary even there, and to enact change and out of refusal to work for and within the Ursa societies, I think the fact that it has shaped Shevek is really interesting with the final quote, which it's the end of the book, so it's like a start of a quote segment, is I will lie down to sleep on Ernest? Anna's? I'm gonna start again. I will lie down to sleep on Anna's tonight, he thought. I will lie down beside Takva. I wish I brought the picture, the baby sheep, to give to Pilon. But he had not brought anything. His hands were empty, as they always had been. I thought that was really interesting, because you have the kind of cyclical, he went to Ursus with his hands empty and only the moonlight of his home, and the general motif of lack of possession for the Odinians, but you also have the desire to possess something. I also think that it's interesting in tandem as Shevek becomes more normalized to a lot of the Ursus kind of possessive capitalist desire for items and nice things and the endless kind of increasingly nice things aspiration. It's interesting how in parallel you see the notion of him getting a necklace for his daughter, or the crafting things to keep in their room, and those aren't things that are in use per se. They are possessions, they are keepsakes. That is their blanket that they were sad they didn't keep. And so I do think the kind of parallel of the first adoption of, I don't know how you would describe it, but affection for an item as property, not an item as use, that happens acutely over Shevek's early life, and then the secondary increase that happens with his time on Ursus. That's it, like, that happens as a component of the continuing examination of the Odinian principles and how well they're applied, but I thought the parallel of that was really well done, and it made it easier to spot them. because I think it could have been missed in the past because of how natural it is to us, not living in that culture, to not realize how it steps against some of the values.
Yeah. No, it is very well done. That scene was really good when the first item that is for possession and in terms of its use is really, really good.
Mm-hmm. Shall
I did
we
really like that scene.
start yapping through some of the quotes? For I think that
Yeah.
you may be about to fall
Yeah.
asleep.
Yeah.
Yeah. Um. Da, 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 da.
Yas.
Okay.
Yas, queen.
Oh gosh. Um. Oh, this is the quote regarding what we were talking about before. Nothing is yours. It is to use. It is to share. If you will not share it, you cannot use it. Is the
Yeah.
interesting idea of it. Almost like it's come full circle. Yeah, do people see what I mean now about the kind of circular storytelling being indicative of the wave and the circle being the same? Because you have the back and forth structure that unites the timeline and so is starting at the beginning of the circle, but is also the wave that is going parallel in the path to the circle whilst being in a straight line of the alternating structure. I'm not losing my mind. I feel like there's a real parallel between the kind of science fiction science the Shevok works on and the intended structure of the book. I, yeah, okay. Maybe I should have talked about this idea when people are less sleepy.
No, I'm just having a hard time visualizing it in my brain. Too small to visualize it right now.
This is the benefit of being tricked into doing a dissertation on topology. Um, oh, another reoccurring one. To be whole is to part, the true voyage is return. This one was an interesting quote to me, and I like it. It kind of made sense, especially with the context of the experience. It's just the inverse of death, of not being lost from your culture but losing your culture. And so it kind of made sense in that aspect, but I didn't hold on to it as closely. I think the most well
Yes.
known quote from this book is, "You cannot buy the revolution. You cannot make the
Yeah.
revolution. You can only be the revolution. It is in your spirit, or it is nowhere." Is the one that's discussed. It is very good. um,
Another quote I really like from this book is there's a point around the age of 20 when you have to choose whether to be like everyone else, be like everyone else the rest of your life, or to make a virtue of your peculiarities.
yeah, I remember people calling out that one. I thought it was quite fun, but Shevek, I think, had decided to be peculiar from the start. And I think the conversation was
Yeah.
between him and Takwa? Tava? Oh,
Yeah,
Takwa?
I
Yeah.
think so.
I really enjoyed the little chapter that was about them. I don't know if falling in love was appropriate, but them becoming a couple. I was giggling, kicking my feet. I was having a great time. I like romance. Um,
Oh, dude, there's two more quotes that I really love. Um, there is the you can't crush ideas by suppressing them. You can only crush them by ignoring them, by refusing to think, refusing to change.
yeah.
Which was a great quote. And then another one that's great is the individual cannot bargain with the state. The state recognizes no coinage but power, and it issues the coins itself.
Yeah. I feel like I haven't talked enough about how good the empty hands like reoccurring statement is. But it's very good. Another one from that is, "I come with empty hands and a desire to unbuild walls," which I think was from his embassy address. I'm just looking at my quotes page. I started writing them down together, so I spend less time flicking around. I think something that is quite interesting. I'm moving away from quotes again a little bit to talk a bit about family structure and how a lot of the things that are not necessarily accepted as part of Odinian culture still are subconsciously there, especially in times of suffering, with various quotes around suffering and but also at real times, because you have this separation of a family structure and you have this understanding that everyone is brother or sister and that you work and care equally for them. But there's also the real notion that by association, Shevek and Takva's children suffer from their position in this rebellious group within the system. I forgot the acronym. Is it the PDC? I think the PDC is one of the Ursus ones. I'm bad with acronyms, but I thought it was quite interesting how you see as a broader example all of these people who have only ever existed within Odinian culture is when they want to discourage or do harm to something, clearly identify those connected, even though by their general values you wouldn't, the connection point wouldn't be too specific, i.e. Rulag and Shevek. Yeah, I thought that was quite interesting as a kind of reoccurring minor example of the ideas that you try to discourage on both sides are still present, even if not openly present. Something which I also thought was quite interesting, which is I didn't realize that the idea that communal will as a pressure to discourage was the new form of law and authority in the society
Yeah.
was meant to be a surprise. I just assumed that that was a given, and so when it was a revelation, I was like, "Oh, what the heck!" I was just like, "Oh." I thought that was the intended structure. I didn't realize that this was a oh mayday mayday kind of situation. And I don't know how to explain particularly sophisticated thoughts on that, but I was like, oh, you all need to examine your structure more. I don't know. What were your thoughts on that?
I'm gonna be self-realized or not for a second.
That's okay. The general idea was how you have the um the social will and pressure acting as a
Yes.
form of quote unquote law enforcement to
Oh,
discourage
yeah.
behavior. I thought that was a given. And so when that was a revelation which Shevek pushed back against with Bidap and then with Takva, I was like, well, what do you mean? How do you. But you've described that in action in other places, and so I don't understand. Um, yeah.
Yeah. So I think to a degree it's part of that you don't know what you don't know vibe.
Mm-hmm.
And he doesn't understand that that is a thing until he thinks about it and then has to confront it himself, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Um to a large degree I think it's that. But yeah, it is a very interesting idea attached to it that even in a society with no laws, quotation marks, there is still the societal pressures that kind of function as it.
I don't have the quote written down, but there's the cyclical discussion of to create a law is to create a crime, and so that by discouraging or condemning behavior, you, by product, create laws and are no longer functioning within a anarchistic society, which I
Yeah.
think Shevek discusses. I can't remember where, but I remember that quote or that segment of one. Um, I found it quite interesting. There's the I don't know how to describe it. There's the kind of the artificial strain. That's not a very good way of phrasing it. The um the Odinians are not living lime on prime real estate. They are on a desertous moon that barely sustains aquatic life, trying to be entirely self-sufficient. whilst also meeting mining quotas. And so I thought that was kind of interesting, and I feel like if I were to read through again, I would notice more things in reference to that. But the main appreciation of the abundance and the natural resources on Ursus is more so in the awe of animals and the appreciation of the landscape. But I feel like there's a kind of sub discussion then on the availability of more, and not just the core goal of survival enables luxury, which enables coveting, which encourages the structure. And I wondered if that was like a theme, but I it wasn't something I became conscious of till towards the end, and so didn't get to read with that view. But I feel like if I were to reread that, I think there's something more there on there.
You
Because
should
there's
reread it.
I will at some point. I'm trying to stick to my not rereading books within a year of finishing them, unless it's like a
You're
reread to get back up to date on something for book club, because I think holding myself to that makes me be more intentional as I read through books in the first view, which I think is a good habit.
It's a good idea.
What's the thing I was gonna? I had a point. It wasn't like a particularly sharp one. The yeah, linking in with the whole idea of whether or not the availability of luxury in the in on Ursus as opposed to the moon, as opposed to the Adinian society, is what encourages people to cover 12th more. The fact that there's more there to covet, question mark, I feel like has tie-ins with a lot of Shevik's speeches and his idea of united by suffering. I don't have the exact quote. I feel like it's one of the. Let me check the Goodreads quotes. I feel like it's probably going to be one of the big ones because it's part of his main speech, I believe, at the square. Yeah, here it is. It's our suffering that brings us together. It is not love. Lust does not obey the mind, and turns to hate when forced. The bond that binds us is beyond choice. We are brothers. We are brothers in what we share, in the pain which each of us must suffer alone, in hunger, in poverty, and hope. We know our brotherhood. We know it because we have to learn it. I think the idea ties in somewhere there that this is the type of change and want for change that comes out of the experiencing the suffering and the lack, and part of the lack of resources on the Odinian planet is potentially what's allowed it to stay for so long, is an idea I half had, which is why the Hainish person wanting to join the Odinian society when they have more question mark resources is interesting, because in the other example we've seen it's only those who are um suffering the most from the structures and Io and other nations that want to join the Odinians. Oh wait, I'm thinking back. Was I forget the name of it. Was it Turkar, the pseudo-Odinian nation that was at a kind of midpoint and wasn't a fully anarchistic society, but more of a kind of mild socialist? I forget the name of them. Was it those ones who originally wanted to send people to Annas and everyone said no?
I think so, yes.
Yeah. I
The
think they
Communist
were
Society, yeah.
intended as like a more close parallel to communism, yeah. But I don't know if it was ever said
Yeah.
with the word directly, so I
I
didn't
don't
know if
think so.
I was just like, I can't tell if this is me like mapping a Cold War perspective onto this or if this is actually intended. And so I wasn't sure of the kind of like aspirational attitude. Yeah. I love when books make me think, and this has made me think a lot, but it has now made me sleepy. Um Does anyone have any final quotes they want to mention, or any topics we would like to yap about from either Kai or the trusty chat yapping? Was it related? Oh yeah, absolutely. I was
I
falling
can't
asleep
remember
again.
what the
Oh,
comments
no.
are closely related. Yeah.
The lighting is just so good here. I'm just looking at quotes now.
I'm trying to see if I have any more that I want to say. Any more
Oh,
quotes I like.
there was the idea about time and the perspective of it. There was clearly a big shift for Shevek, and I thought it was quite interesting. But most of the themes that are used as pivotal points are used throughout the story, and this felt like one that was used briefly but didn't connect a amount to other parts of the story, which is the discussion of the thing about working with time instead of against it. He thought is that it is not wasted, even pain counts. And I thought that was kind of like it was an interesting revelation, and it made sense with the character development and the perspective of tolerating the absence of Tekla and the child. It wasn't. I didn't see it get pulled back in later on. Could sit here dissecting this book until January made me no closer to done. Yeah. I kind of wanted to do an end of year wrap up where we went through some of the books we read in book club and if we had any other points, but I think it's been too long since the ones in January. It would probably just be us talking about Tolkien on fairy stories, what I talk about writing and the dispossessed again. Which I'm like happy to do, but I feel like it would just end up skewing to the more recent books again.
Maybe. I would be down.
It would have
I
to
think
be, yeah.
Hmm.
It'd probably have to be in January. We could just do a stream where we rate the books, but I suppose that's a little bit awkward since most people have joined partway through, so might not have read the earlier ones. I'd be happy to do that. I haven't
That
been
is
here long
true.
enough. Yeah, this is the thing about this. A lot of people have like joined in over time, and so it's yeah. Um,
That is a true point. Is like, yeah, some people might not have read the early ones.
and it'd be difficult to talk about them all spoiler free because we struggle with that on the best of days. Okie dokie. Do you have any closing thoughts?
Good book.
Good
Ursula K. Le
book.
Guin, good writer.
I agree. I hope everyone's excited to read Legendborn by Tracy Dion. I've been wanting to read this book for a while, so I'm glad it's been picked. I must lament how there are now more books on my TBR, but I accept this. I am at peace. I'm actually quite
You
excited.
should have accepted this as a fact every time we do book club.
Yeah, I can accept something and still grumble a little bit. It's like the British specialty. We're great at complaining.
That is true.
It's my area of
The British do
expertise.
that.
I'm also really good at being indignant over very minor inconveniences. My special attack.
The British do be sarcastic and complain about it all.
Yeah, I can't be sarcastic very much because I think, especially with my style of communication, people don't realize I'm being sarcastic sometimes, and then they just think I'm a little bit insane or incredibly stupid, and I don't really know how to proceed from there because if I say no, it was sarcasm, then it's not funny anymore. But then what if they think I have two brain cells and so I'm not that sarcastic on Steam anymore because I think it got lost in translation the end of your book club streams. Oh, thank you! I'm really glad. It's sometimes someone shares my tastes. I really love doing the book club streams. I know they're not like in line with what most of my streams or VTubing is, but it makes books I love even better to read, and so I'm very glad I get to do it, and so I appreciate that a lot. I think with endless recommendations of Ursula Guin, we will get ready to
Yes.
rumble and raid. I believe Maramizu is currently doing her holiday Christmas special shenanigan for the stream, and so let's go
Oh,
check
oh,
it out. I'm gonna get my raid commands because Nightbot is still broken, and I still have not fixed it.
bad night, but how dare you?
It's been broken for 2 months. I'm the problem. I was on hiatus for one of the months. So the stream, thank
It
you for
shouldn't
being
have
here,
broken in the
Evolved. I
first
hope you
place.
enjoyed it. I'm glad. I'm always excited when people find the stream to tags and VODs and stuff, just because I don't know how Discovery works, and so I feel very lucky when people find their way here. Great stream, thank you. We were facilitated by a really great book, so I hope everyone enjoyed it, and I hope you're excited for Legendborn. It can be quite nice to read something that's a little bit more YA and maybe fast-paced after some of the denser books we've read
Dense.
recently. So it's gonna be nice as a little switch of pace. It's good to alternate genres and not read really dense literary campus dark
Dense.
academia and fantasy high fantasy mystery series. I am who I am.
Dense.
And in the meantime, let's go say hi to Mela. I'll be posting my schedule tomorrow for next week's streams, and I hope you have a fantastic holidays if I don't see you before then. Bye 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 bye. Okay. Bye.